जो करे मेरा सामना कर आंखें बंद कर ले तू प्रार्थना underdog energy in the house she fighting no hiding believing we Valorant we bring the fight to the tyrants born in chaos need no silence not here for the glory no room for jealousy we here to build the legacy भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम अपने हालातों से लड़े हम पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे अपने हुनर से फिर क्यों किसी से भी डरे हम भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम अपने हालातों से लड़े हम पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे अपने हुनर से फिर क्यों किसी से भी डरे हम जी फाइट हम आए हैं यहाँ जीतने जहान जी फाइट गया ना कोई जहां हम पहुंचेंगे वहां जी फाइट बंद थे जो दरवाजे हम तोड़ आए हैं जी फाइट खेल ही खेल में दिल से दिल जोड़ आए हैं
match and tournament point for Global Esports. They're one round away.
The biggest Valorant match of their careers so far. Everything on the line. If you want to be seen on the global stage, you've got to win this matchup.
कैसे ये ख्वाब जो मुझको सोने नहीं देते हैं रातों में आंखें हो खुलियां बंद चाहिए ट्रॉफी मुझे इन हाथों में We fight and repeat Yeah we getting tougher to beat Yeah we never made it this far Picked ourselves up now yeah we are We here to raise the bar You're about to know just who we are You're gonna feel the power We bring to this world a new India. G fighting, हम आए हैं यहाँ जीतने जहान. G fighting, गया ना कोई जहां हम पहुँचेंगे वहाँ. G fighting, बंद थे जो दरवाजे हम तोड़ आए हैं. दिल से दिल जोड़ आए हैं भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम अपने हालातों से लड़े हम अपने हालातों से लड़े हम पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे अपने हुनर से फिर क्यों किसी से भी डरे हम जाने का रखेगा याद दुनिया ये नारा ना भूलेगा हर दिल में गूंजेगा जी फाइटिंग जी फाइटिंग हम आए हैं यहाँ जीतने जहान जी What's up? Okay, nice. Hello. What's up? Wait, let me switch to this screen and let me set up the match. There we go, and let me.
Is about to get sandwiched in.
Nice.
He's found himself that phantom as you were talking about. but something's just too quick. He's just too good, and he's just too fast, and that's going to be that for this series. Paper X claim it.
Nice little setup towards the end there from Gen G, but of course Paper X dismantles it with gunplay and just moving up front bit by bit. I mean, throughout this entire map, we've been seeing so much and such an interesting composition. Gen G being able to extend their life by so much longer. 5 rounds on the defense. But
if
still,
G wins the map, I donate 6k. Okay, bro. I will hold you up to it.
All in. I think something in Forsaken on these
याद
roles.
Shaz
Defy on the stage also has
6,000
quite a
rupees
bit
super
to
chat
say.
करेगा.
And again, Paper X, they've got a lot of time to cook new things up. We were expecting the same composition that they've had in the previous tournament. Maybe just allotting Monyet into the agent selection that Jing has, but no, he's his own man. He's his own person. He's got a whole new slew of things that they can bring out and utilize, and you saw that. You saw it. You see it here.
Yeah, Shrouded Steps inside of his smokes. I mean, it's the same stuff that he did on Global,
कोई
just
controversy
on a
नहीं है,
different
guys. This
team
is not a
and enabling
controversy.
them in a different way. The Paranoia's at times
This
also
is
helping out the team so
sports.
much.
When a team
Monyet
wins,
has been
he
putting
will
up good
get
numbers
love.
so far
When a
today.
team loses, the same
entire
team
team's
that has
been
all that
great, but of
attention
course,
will
at the same
get
time, Gen
negative
G,
comments.
I
I'm
mean,
not
what a
even
way
going
to
to
start
call
off
it
the
hate,
map.
because
What a
they're
way to start
negative
off the
comments.
match.
Some of them
Still,
are from our
though,
fans, some of them are
towards
from our
the
haters.
end of
but
it,
they're
I think the
negative
bigger thing to focus on is just this duelistless
comments. Can you
composition
lower the
working
volume of
out
the match?
so
I
well.
can do one better. I can mute the match.
Whatever role you play.
Let's mute the match till our game comes on. Let's mute the match. Wait, थोड़ा सा इसको bright कर सकते हैं. Yes, this is much better. Mic volume increase, stream volume decrease. Stream मैंने mute कर दिया है, so now you guys can listen to me. अब oh look, Monia looks so cute. Monia के बाल लाल क्यों लग रहे हैं? कलर करवाया है ना? मैं वही बोला थोड़ा लाल लाल लग रहा है, क्या हो गया बेचारे को? पहले मुझे लगा लाइटिंग है, but nice. Nice, I'm glad. I'm happy that they won. Monia Mondays. It stays Monia Mondays. I like it. Paper X something or something different. वो तो है. Eraser बेटा था. So cute. वैसे इरेजर और उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड दोनों का पास मोहित ने करवाया. Hashtag just saying. Can you explain the procedure if G win this match? So if G wins this match, you know, we have to fill out this form in triplicate as an apology to all our fans. मैं मजाक कर रहा हूँ. If we win this match, we go up against whoever loses between T1 and Zeta. That's how the bracket works. Hey, something का interview देखो.
It feels so good to play on one tournament with my friends. Yeah.
네, 작년에 이어서 이번에도 또 우승을 이어갈까 많은 팬분들이
tweet bro मेरे को कल वाला
궁금해하고
ड्रामा
있는데 이렇게
जेनी मेरे को कुछ
멋지게
I am not participating. I did
그래서
not.
소감이 어떤지 물어보니까요. 작년에 이제 6개월간의 여정도 굉장히 재밌었는데 이번 시작도 굉장히 좋다고 좋아하는 모습을 보였습니다. 다음 질문도 이어가 보도록 할게요. 되게 맵 1과 맵 2에서 되게 정말 어려운 그런 상황에 많이 닥쳤어요. 그런데 끝내는 반전을 통해서 승리를 이끌어 갔는데 새로운 젠지 팀에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 또 물어보겠습니다. It was a neck and neck match on map 1 and map 2, but at the end it was Paper X obviously. But how do you think about the new Gen G? How was it handling them?
Look, right now
Actually, Gen G played
substitute in case of emergencies. Because we had a very close call with Blaze King's visa, and ताकि next time हमें ऐसे कोई heart attack वाली situation ना हो, इसीलिए बाजी is signed. The team has been practicing all season with these 5, so as of right now these 5 are the ones who are going to play. अगर कुछ change होगा तो हम बता देंगे. As of right now कोई change नहीं है. Lightning Fast versus ये होने वाला है आज. Tens versus Rossi तो देखने मिला नहीं. वाह वाह वाह, बात तो सही है. गोलू वर्सेस ये तो आज. Let's go. What if G versus Zeta again? Yes. So if Zeta loses their match against T1 and we win our match against Bleed, then G versus Zeta rematch होगा परसों. If that is to happen, so we'll find out. Who is secondary duelist? Me. I am secondary duelist. सबसे ज़्यादा damage मैं करता हूँ. आपका आवाज लो है. एक सेकेंड मैं फिक्स कर लेता हूँ. Is it better now? अभी भी लो है क्या? अभी भी लो आ रहा है ऑडियो? It's because I'm holding the mic here. I'm like using the mic like this. इसीलिए. What's your reason today? मैच के बाद बताऊंगा. पहले से एक्सक्यूज प्रेप नहीं किया है. मैच के बाद बताता हूँ. कितने बजे है मैच सर जी? अभी एज सून एज ऑल दिस इज डन, जैसे ही ये खत्म हो जाता है उसके इमीडिएटली बाद हमारा ही मैच शुरू होने वाला है. विंसेंट ओपी, वैसे थैंक यू फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन टू द स्ट्रीम. भले हमारा रीजन या एक्सक्यूज जानने के लिए आए हो, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन. आई अप्रिशिएट यू नॉनदलेस. 7:13. डैम. सनसेट. पबजी पीसी लाइनअप कब? नॉट एनी टाइम सून. हाय सिरी, यू वांट टू से हाई टू द स्ट्रीम? इधर आ जा. अब तू मेरे कैद में आ गया. कम से हाई टू द स्ट्रीम. उधर है कैमरा. से हाय. जी ई फाइटिंग. चल भाग जा. क्यूटी पाए. We wanted bleed versus G, so it's a W. Look, yeah, I have been wanting a bleed versus G match for a long time. Not like this, but जीत जाएंगे तो उसके बाद मैं कुछ बोलूंगा. उसके मैच के पहले कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा. Played well, but no smoke with Viper, really. Sure, if we would have played better, we would have won. So, I guess आज खेलना पड़ेगा. Bleed gave hard fight to T1. Think G will be able to get a single map at least against Bleed according to yesterday's performance. I'm not going to judge them based on yesterday's performance. I'm going to judge them based on today's performance. So if they play well today, we win. If we don't play well today, we lose. मैच के बाद ही पता चलेगा. कल का walkout with G anthem was goosebumps. I know. You know, like yesterday's match, after the anthem, the walkout, everything, a victory would have been perfect. But now that we've gone into the lower bracket, a victory today will be even more perfect. So I don't know how that's even possible. But agar aaj jeet gaye to it'll be so much better. I'm glad. How's the preparation for the match? It's good. The players have been preparing well. अभी पता चलेगा. Vincent OP, I have a question. I would like to ask you. Wait, उसके पहले मेरे को थोड़ा ये screens का adjustment करना है तो हाँ, much better. So then I can look here and answer. At this point, Laksh Khewal has a question. At this point of time, I don't know why अभी तक G का slot किसी और deserving team को नहीं मिला है, because ऐसे नहीं होता है ना. ऐसे अगर करते तो हर tournament में जो last की 3-4 team आती उनका slot किसी और को दे देते, तो ऐसे league नहीं बनती है. Unfortunately, I mean, when you make a league, I'm sure you can make a system that's different, but in this league, अगर ऐसा होता तो लास्ट की जितनी भी टीम्स आती हर एक रीजन में उनका स्लॉट किसी और को दे देते. तो सॉरी. What if G lose today? Is there any other opportunity? So today's match is an elimination match, as you can see over here. If Global Esports loses today, we are out of the kickoff tournament, and our next match will be in April for directly the regular season. So our regular season begins first week of April. This is kickoff. Think of kickoff like a miniature version of lock-in, which happened last year, but in 3 separate regions. Lock-in was all the regions playing at once. Kickoff is 3 separate events, or 4 rather, because China is also there now. So kickoff is its own event happening individually in each region. It's like a miniature lock-in. If we lose today's game, we're eliminated from the kickoff event, and then our regular season matches begin in April. So आज की game अगर हार गई, we have no more matches until April. We have 6 weeks then to just go back and practice until the regular season begins in April. अगर आज जीत गए, then we go to play against the loser of match 8, as you can see right here, which will be either T1 or Zeta, whoever loses. So that's the situation right now. if last 2-3 teams get replaced, then RCB should also get replaced by someone more deserving in IPL. Exactly ना, exactly. The league system doesn't work like that. जो भी team हार जाए उनको replace कर देंगे तो it's हर season नए teams आते रहेंगे. जी का कोच बना लो मुझे. मैं तो सोच रहा हूँ चैट को कोच करने देता हूँ. हम लोग तो जो चैट बोलेगा वी शुड एक्चुअली ब्रो यू नो हाउ यूट्यूब वीडियो में होता है ना, आई लेट चैट कंट्रोल माय डे फॉर 24 आवर्स. ऐसा होना चाहिए. वी लेट चैट कंट्रोल अ VCT लीग स्पॉट फॉर टू वन सीजन. राइट को सजेस्ट कर देता है. एक्चुअली अ डैम कूल आइडिया. आई वुड लव टू मेक अ सीरीज ऑन इट. वी लेट चैट कंट्रोल अ VCT टीम फॉर वन सीजन. जो प्लेयर्स चैट बोले for one season. We do a coin flip for one entire season. I'll get a sponsor who will fund this entire thing. Jo chat bolegi, we'll pick the players that chat says, we'll let them decide the term condition, we'll let chat negotiate with the players and their agents, all the deal term, everything. Will turn all of this into content. ये एक पूरा season, not the next 3 seasons. हमारा already committed है 3 season का, but one season we need to have this where we let chat control everything. Done. Chat controls our entire VCT league team for one season. ये हम करेंगे. अभी नहीं, एक्सपेरिमेंट करने का टाइम. ये जब नौबत आ गई ना कि जी को लीग से निकलना पड़ रहा है तो वो एक सीजन एक्सपेंड कर देगा. भाई तुम लोग ही हैंडल कर लो. डन. वी विल डू दैट. डन. चैट को बोलेंगे एक्चुअली फॉरगेट दैट. चैट को ही बोलेंगे ना पैसे डालो. स्पॉन्सर क्यों लाए. चैट को ही बोलेंगे पैसे डालो, कंट्रोल करो, टीम ज्यादा. डूड दैट किल विद द आउटलॉ वाज वे टू गुड. दैट डबल किल. What do you think? GE lacked as a team yesterday. We did not play the game that we practiced. I don't know why. I'm just hoping we get to play the game that we practiced. Today, if we play to our fullest, I know we'll be able to pull off what everyone thinks we can't. बस खेलना है. That's the difference. Like it's like saying exam type है. पूरा साल पढ़ के एग्जाम में परफॉर्म नहीं करेंगे तो फायदा नहीं है. So अभी एग्जाम में परफॉर्म करना पड़ेगा. विंसेंट सॉरी यार तेरे कितने चैट पढ़ लिए, मैं मिस कर लिया. रुक जा, स्क्रॉल अप करने दे. Pause. They are exactly working on a game plan that has been decided beforehand by the team. So it's not like randomly mid-game the three of them are just getting up and saying ye karo wo karo and contradicting each other. So that's not happening. There aren't 3 people IGLing. Sean Dyke, thank you so much again for the 200 super chat. So whatever money texture was asking was justified. Very degrading for fans to be called haters when clearly you sold your best players for money. Your company you do, but don't ever think ke janta pagal hai. Look, there are certain things about contractual obligations and NDAs that I can't discuss on stream. I don't expect everyone to understand that because there are certain things that happen behind closed doors जो हम नहीं बात कर सकते उनके बारे में. I wish I could because it would shut up a lot of people, but unfortunately I have to smile and look like the bad guy, and that's fine because I know this is how it works. So I'm going to smile and look like the bad guy even though I know I could easily just say what actually happened and everyone wouldn't have anything to say after that, but that's fine because it's the perks of being CEO. So I smile and take it to the chin. I will never say Janta pagal hai because Janta knows what Janta knows based on what information they have. If I could give more information, I would. But then where's the fun in that? Free fund में गाली खाने को नहीं मिलेगा ना फिर. Is Badi the 6th? Yes, Bazi will be the 6th. He will be the substitute. He is there in case of any emergency. अगर कोई scene हो गया, कोई visa issue हो गया, someone can't travel for whatever reason. Because now, like the last few weeks, almost now, I think a few months, we've been working with Riot. And when I say visa issue, I'm not just talking about Korea. Like, हाँ हमारी कोरिया में कंपनी रजिस्टर हो गई, but अभी मैड्रिड में मास्टर्स हो रहा है. For Riot, it doesn't matter whether your team qualifies or not. They have to do visa for everyone because the difference between the last match and the first game of Madrid is only 2 weeks. They can't then sit and do visa. So they have to do visa for all teams, for all global events, all the time. So the visa problem is going to be there all the time, even if their Korea visa problem is solved. ये लोगों को समझ में नहीं आते, and again that's absolutely fine because you all don't know what's happening behind the scenes. That's okay. Change beard style coming up if GE wins. मेरा ठीक ठाक है, मेरा कुछ मत करवाओ. हाँ, back to the mustache look. No, I am confident GE is going to win. तू मेरी क्यों बजा रहा है? उनसे करवा ना. And like I said, I've said this on Twitter as well, and I'm going to say this here again. जितना भी hate देना है दिल से मुझे दे दो. Don't give hate to my players. Don't give hate to my coaching staff. Don't give hate to my management. सारा blame मुझे कर दो. जितना भी toxicity, hate, criticism, feedback, negativity जो भी है directed towards me, I am responsible. I will take full responsibility. It is me who is responsible for it. उन लोग की कोई गलती नहीं है. उन लोग को कुछ मत बोलना. उन लोग को सिर्फ प्यार देना, सपोर्ट देना. सारी नेगेटिविटी पॉइंट करके मेरे ऊपर डाल दो. मुझे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. Thank you. Please make sure you tag, share, follow, and give me my impressions as well in the process. But unko kuch mat bolna. That's all I'm going to say.
คนมีความสามารถถ้าเขาได้เก็บประสบการณ์มาก
Let's
ขึ้นกว่านี้
go.
อีกสักหน่อยผมคิดว่าเขาจะเป็นหนึ่งในผู้เล่นที่เก่งมากๆครับ
I feel like he's one of the best entry fighters in the game. My main role is like
3 minutes में match is coming up, boys.
Like, hold down the side alone. I guess
अंदर से खबर आ गई है. Our players have gone on stage. Let the preparation begin.
The player, he always shows up and wants to learn new things.
แต่ในเกมก็จะมีแบบว่าจังหวะที่ตื่นเต้นบ้างแต่รวมๆแล้วก็เป็นคนที่เล่นเก่งครับแล้วก็ยังแกปให้สามารถพัฒนาขึ้นได้อีกเยอะครับ
He has really sharp like mechanics. Like he sits people down like when they enter his site.
I wanted somebody with hunger and somebody with experience, and obviously, yeah, he's bringing the experience.
Today was
He knows how
fun
to win
seeing
tournaments.
former GE players. One sec. Today was fun seeing former GE players like performing so well. Texture on Duelist is incredible. I know he plays really, really, really good. He did insane.
They reached.
Do you think there is edge with the Korean players due to aim diff? I think Koreans are built different in general, regardless of which game. Esports के लिए ही बने हैं. I think that entire ecosystem, I don't know क्या करते हैं उनका क्या हुआ? अच्छा ऐसा क्या?
Everyone knows Scary. He wins us the most unwinnable
इसके
situations.
आगे मत
He
जाना.
wins us the most amount of clutches.
Even if it's
आगे
like
निकल
1v4, you know there's a chance.
ถ้าใครยังสงสัยว่าปีที่แล้วเป็นการตัดสินใจ
ये अभी थोड़ा आगे
ที่
जाना.
ถูกต้องไหมของผมครับก็การชนะ
अभी आगे निकल जाए.
คำตอบที่ชัดเจนที่สุดครับความท้าทายที่ใหญ่ที่สุดในปีนี้
Let's
นี่
see.
คิดว่า
No.
น่าจะเป็นการที่
ठीक है, it's
เอาชนะ
almost
ตัว
the
เองซะ
same
มาก
now.
กว่า
I'll take it. I'll
Things
take it.
might
It's almost the
start out
same.
slow.
अभी ये monitor
but
पे
it
देख
won't
सकते हैं.
matter
ये monitor
because
पे देख
I
सकते
think
हैं.
we'll
किधर है.
eventually bounce back.
I'm fine.
And of course, our final
We have
goal
the match
will
running
be
in
to
two
make
places.
it to champions. This
Vatsal,
year,
देखो
will
कौन
be
से
the chance
monitor
for
पे
us
better
to
दिख रहा है?
fly.
You want
We
me to
deserve
turn
be
this a
in the
little?
Pacific League.
What's up, Scary? Going to be scared today. Wow. Explain DSG and Bleed collab. DSG and Bleed is basically affiliate team and partnership team. हाँ जी.
बिंग्स के चैट पे पोल.
हाँ जी.
डैम.
जी फाइटिंग तो है. अभी क्या बोलूँ मैं?
सपोर्ट तो है भाई.
एक सेकेंड. इधर भी थोड़ा सपोर्ट दिखा दो बच्चों. वेट. आ जाओ. अभी आओ. इधर भी थोड़ा प्यार दिखा दो. Our players are already on stage. Let's go. DSG is off toast, right? Yes, disguised toast. DSG stands for disguised toast. Probably. कल के मिस्टेक्स. हाँ जी, टीम हैड अ लॉन्ग मीटिंग आफ्टर दैट. आज थोड़ा पापा का प्रायश्चित करने का टाइम आ चुका है. Guys, I'm gonna take the headphones off so I can actually hear. Actually, I can do one more thing. I can switch my audio to the headphones. Oh. Yeah. I'm just like switching audio to my head. एक सेकेंड ना guys. Oh damn.
if that first series wasn't enough of a banger for you guys, we have another one coming up. It's going to be Bleed versus Global Esports. We know that this one is definitely going to feel different because it's going to be our first elimination match, Achilles.
Yes, it is. One of these teams is going to be staying home and not going over to Madrid, not going to have that chance to go into the playoffs even. So this is a do or die for both of these squads. Otherwise, you got that long 1 month break.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously we just heard something talk about it too. Already a long offseason where they've been prepping new rosters, and then to have to kind of put a full stop to it again only after 2 matches, that's not going to feel good. So you got to imagine the players that are going to come out stage, they're going to give it everything they got, even though it's just the start of the year, it's just kickoff.
The question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be the IGL Super Supreme team, or is it going to be our Ascension alumnus, right? But I'd say that, you know, Bleed, they did have quite a powerful debut, right? I mean, like, they were up against T1. There were some conditions that were out of everybody's control at that time, but I would say it was very memorable. And as the series went on, though, you could kind of see the gaps in the coordination, but I think that these are easy fixes for somebody like Chris.
Guys, it's absolutely fine that y'all think we should have a different roster. We don't feel that way. Whenever you guys have your VCT roster that qualifies from Premier, then to VCL SA, then to Ascension, then wins Ascension, gets into the league, please, jo players man mein hai, unko hi recruit karna.
Then having to go for that coordination, Ego is trying to be that strong anchor. These are ones where, like you said, communication is key, and we'll see if they can improve on that.
Yeah, I'm curious if Bleed is going to keep to kind of the same trend of putting Ye on things that we're not used to seeing him on coming into this match as well, or if it's going to be like, okay, you know what, it's do or die time. We need to stay in this tournament. Let's go back to something that we have seen you on multiple times, and we know what we can expect from you. So there's a lot riding here for both of these squads. And for the opposite side, Global Esports, are they going to continue to try to lean into these solo controller setups that we've been seeing from them in both of their maps that they played just, what, yesterday or 2 days ago at this point? Because it just didn't quite hit the mark, trying to go into something like behind running just that Viper.
Bahane ready rakho.
Like we see at the graphic right now, Global Esports is a fully revamped team, right? Yes, we do have 3-4 IGLs on the roster. And it's interesting, but when you compare of how powerful a punch Bleed can pull, I'm not sure what the brains on Global Esports can do to stop that.
Well, and the other thing is, like Achilles mentioned, I mean, with these members who are either primary IGLs or very new.
If we lose this event, what's going to happen next? Like I said, if we lose today's match, then we go back to the drawing board and focus on practicing, because our next match will be in the first week of April for the regular season. So that's next for us. 6 weeks we just have to practice, because first week of April when the regular season starts, that's the next chance that we'll get to play. Yeah.
They wanted to do their on Breeze, but we never really got that picture here from Global.
Yes. Now on the flip side, Ye has been trying to play a lot more with the team. Now is that good, you know, better or worse? That awaits to be seen, but it is good to see that he's willing to say, you know what, I don't care about my past records, etc. I'm here to work on a new team to build this together to try to carry Bleed Esports forward as a 5-man squad. So if they're on that path and they are able to clean up those comms a little bit, I think I might favor Bleed just a bit.
Speaking of past records, by the way, I like how this match is showcasing sort of like the classic APAC talents. You know, you have Blaze King, you have Benkai, and you have Crazy Guy for Bleed, all the IGLs that have been facing off against each other for years in the Southeast Asian scene. And they'll know each other very well, right? Even Egoist, who was formerly from X10 and SMG, but most especially for Blaze King, because this defeat versus this Bleed roster, if you remember, this was the semifinals of VCT Ascension. So I think that must be very fresh.
I love this chat also.
I mean, I'm sure it is. I'm sure that that vengeance would taste mighty sweet if you can find it here today. But I mean, this is going to be a bit of a nail biter, I think. I mean, we saw kind of the frame, the outward frame for Global Esports, but there was nothing colored in. There was nothing built up around it for what they saw. Hasn't been enough for them to come back in here today and be able to show us what the game plan actually is. Another thing that I'm going to have my eyes on as we continue to talk about Ye, if he is going to be playing that primary duelist role today, is going to be him versus Polby, because Polby still did look very, very strong. Even if the game plan wasn't fully there for Global Esports, we still did see strong individual performances from him.
Yes, but you know, I hate to harp on this too much, but even Global Esports is kind of trying to double down on this and say, no, firepower is not the problem. We have it in spades throughout the roster, not just in our duelists, which is why they trust Polby to just entry. but the kills weren't quite there. Now, the same could be said for Bleed Esports. It's quite one-sided.
Sure.
And I would say this isn't just the number of kills, but the manner in which Scary gets them. So many clutch moments that comes out from him, whether it's him alone or just 2 members left on Bleed Esports. He's the one that they rely on to close out these rounds. And for Bleed, if they want to get a match win, if they want to get the 2 wins in a best of 3, you gotta have the other people start to pull their weight.
I mean, this is exactly why you had this player as such a high-profile person coming into Pacific, right? Because everybody knew that he probably could have gotten on any team in Pacific at this point, but for some reason, he decided to go to Tier 2. He wanted to work his way up there, and he decided to go with Bleed Esports, and now he's here making his mark indeed. But as you mentioned, Achilles, they're going to go up against Polvi, and Lightning Fast is here. We can see him pulling his weight as well.
Yeah, I mean, and this was a good showing because, you know, ahead of going into that matchup with Global versus Zeta, we were saying, okay, Lightning Fast, this is the guy that they believed in the most. He was the only one being held over from the previous roster where he was a substitute. And he, alongside Polvi, was able to put up strong performances. But it was the more known squad in Blaze King, Russ, and Benkai that have had performances at international levels before that we didn't see. You know,
one
really
second.
there
I'm around here
alongside
only.
the rest of them.
Just giving Siri.
Blaze King, right? He was, in fact, almost the reason that old Boom Esports squad could nearly take down Bleed in the semifinals of Ascension late last year. So curious to see if he's able to carry that form back together. But Lightning Fast, good showing from him. A lot of people question, is he going to be the weakest link? Obviously, not as much experience on the bigger stages, but he comes in and says, this is why I was hungry for that starting spot on this roster of Global Esports. He is definitely carrying his weight. And now if they can come together as one, I mean, overall, the spread, you can see they are working as a team.
That's the big question for Global Esports, especially since, you know, you have these different personalities from all over. And it seems like, in theory, sure, it would be nice to exchange information to build this super roster that has, you know, influences from all over. But is it working? We're seeing not quite yet, Achilles.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, given the losses with the power rankings for both these players, they're not going to be super stellar. Yeah. I mean, there was still some decent moments from Ye when he was bringing out that Neon for the very first time. But as we shifted over into the second map, Lotus, we were hoping and you know, anticipating maybe he's going to go back to the chamber where we saw from Execurate. Maybe it's going to be that heads up. But we actually got to see him on Sky for the first time. And clearly, you know, especially with the nerfs recently coming into Sky, it's going to take a while longer for him to be able to play that at, you know, the top level.
Yeah, I'm curious if these stats for Ye, I gotta imagine maybe we're only comparing the ones where he's playing the duelist, but even then you see some stark differences in how
guys,
they're
don't worry
the
about
team,
the chat.
Right? Ye clearly
It's
still
good for engagement. Don't worry about the chat. जिन लोगों को support देना है, support spam करो. I am only going to respond to the positivity. I'm not going to respond to the negativity.
He's getting the first kills, and he's trying to open and create space for the team. Whether that translates to his KDA overall or not, he said in the interview himself he doesn't care as long as it leads to a round win.
Yeah,
Wait
and I feel like
for the
Global
matches,
Esports,
guys.
like, sure,
Wait for the
again,
matches.
in theory, it should work, but I guess as up against Bleed Esports, I'm not that confident that they should be thinking that way.
Well, especially when there's someone like Scary on the other side.
When there's somebody, exactly, when there's somebody like
Scary
Scary
is
on
actually
the other
going to
side,
be
you know, when
scary.
there's somebody like Egoist on the other side as well. You know, the roles I feel like are a bit more clear-cut on the side of Bleed. They're far more comfortable working as a team, whereas Global Esports, they still have quite the journey to go through.
Yeah, they very much do. So this is going to be, you know, again, a bit of a nail-biter for both of the teams.
I absolutely agree with you, Tushar.
Favor Bleed a little bit more
I
here,
understand
but
the
Global Esports, they have a
frustration
lot
of the
to prove and
fans.
a lot
I am
more
not denying that. Trust me, even we get frustrated and upset when we lose. You think the players, the management, the coaches, all of us, you think we enjoy losing. So we also get frustrated. I understand the frustration. Absolutely justified. I'm not saying no. I'm not taking that away from you.
Somebody from inside the team, so it's perfect that we are going to throw it on stage for our coach's interview with Kyungmin.
Yes, Siri, it's hot. You'll have to wait a minute.
VCT Pacific Kickoff.
Lower the stream volume a bit more. Okay, done.
Pacific Kickoff. We have 2 teams fighting for the elimination match.
No, they're talking about this. Okay, abhi theek hai. This is not getting picked up only by the mic because I'm wearing it now.
퍼시픽에 처음 도전하는
Come on.
그리고 리빌딩으로 도약을 시도한 글로벌 e스포츠가 그 주인공인데요. 각 팀의 감독들 만나보겠습니다. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, for Blade coach, I'll ask you the question. You had a match against T1, so
Anti-social club थोड़ा और spam करो. मैंने पढ़ा नहीं पहली 1-2 टाइम में.
T1을 만났는데요. 어떤
हाँ?
게임으로 인상이 남았는지 묻겠습니다.
नहीं अरे मैं तो बोल रहा मेरी engagement बढ़ रही है. मैं इसलिए बोल रहा थोड़ा और spam करो. मैं नहीं पढ़ा नहीं थोड़ा chat में 1-2 और टाइम spam करो.
Very tiring day, long day with many difficulties. Unfortunate, but it happens. It's the same circumstances for them. I think if we would have won Breeze and closed it out earlier, I think the game would have had a different outcome. But yeah, it's okay. You learn from
Spin will spin the bleed.
조금 안타까운 결과였습니다. 좀 오랜 시간 기다리느라
G Anthem is already available on Spotify right now. Mods,
더 그런 면이 컸는데
spam the link in chat, please.
하는 마음이 있는데요. 오늘은 좀 남다른 각오로 임해보겠다고 합니다. So about the match, did you see?
आज हम जीतेंगे.
Yeah, I've watched the game obviously.
Obviously.
I think it was a nice game. Maybe the scoreline was different that it should have been. I think GE lost a few unfortunate rounds in my opinion, but yeah, I think Zeta is overall maybe the individually stronger team, whereas GE I think have maybe more experience, so it could have gone both ways.
नहीं सोहम किसी को मत हाइड दो दिल से स्पैम करने दो on my stream I want everyone to have a voice I want everyone to have an opinion that's a great way for me to get free engagement and views so watch us भी बढ़ते हैं so make sure you share your opinion and those who don't agree with that opinion fight it out in the chat लड़ो एक दूसरे से दिल से
Terrible.
दिल से एकदम like ऐसा J fighting in chat
Big game for the boys. No one wants to lose. But today,
हाँ.
we'll be better.
Yeah, nice. 첫 번째 무대에서는 져서 너무 정말 속상하다고 말하는데요. 또 이제
Why is the translation longer than the sentence? अब मेरे को जानना है इसने क्या बोला.
So the next question is, Bleed has Ye, so can you pinpoint one player from GE? 블린에서는 예이 선수가 두각을 나타내고 있는데 GE에서는 어떤 선수를 꼽을 수 있을까요?
I'm sticking with my man Polvi.
Yeah.
Young Finnish god.
Finnish
I trust.
god.
I believe. Today's the day.
Trust the process बोलना. तू उसका भी क्लिप मेरे को चाहिए.
말했는데요. 여전히 그를 신으로 생각하고 있고 오늘 그 활약을 나타낼 거라고 확신한다는 말을 전했습니다. 그리고 이제 두 팀 중 한 팀은 이제 킥오프에서 탈락을 앞두고 있습니다. 어떤 마음을 지금 갖고 있는지 두 코치님들에게 물어보겠습니다. So how are you feeling before heading into?
Today you look very frustrated. No, I'm not frustrated at all. I was frustrated 3.5 years ago. Now I am as chill and zen as can be. I'm एकदम cool,
The veto
guy.
was actually very good for us also. We expected the maps kind of, so yeah, we are very confident. We will just play our game and see what the outcome is.
네, 자신감이 있기 때문에 이 상황에 상관없이 끝까지 이겨나가겠고 그 자신감으로 오늘 좋은 결과를 이끌어내겠다고 아주 좋은 모습으로 답을 해주었습니다. 또 똑같이 스핀 감독님에게 물어볼게요. So same question goes to you. You Spin, how do you feel about it?
Honestly, not really a lot to add. I think Ligia has answered it perfectly. It's the same as any other game. There's a lot of pressure, of course, but it doesn't really change how we're going to approach the match.
레기와 감독과 마찬가지로 같은 마음가짐을 갖고 있다고 말했고요. 지금 이 상황이 우리 경기력을 변화시키지 않을 것이고 우리도 같은 마음으로 끝까지 경기에 임할 것이라고 아주 멋있는 답변을 해줬습니다. Yes, I will be looking forward to the match soon. And this is the final question.
Thank you, Amrita. Exactly. एकदम सही बोला आपने.
I'll ask if they have any things to remind to the players from you.
Sorry, say again?
For your players, do you have anything to say before the match?
GE fighting.
Everything should have said already before the game, so everybody knows what they have to do.
Hey, for the lulz, he could have said GE fighting.
It's not the first tournament that they're playing. So.
अच्छा clip होता. इन लोगों को ऐसा सब ट्रेनिंग देना पड़ेगा अभी फार्म कैसे करें.
앞에 말했던 것까지 똑같이 정말 믿고 있기 때문에 잘 해낼 것이라는 아주 굳은 마음 전했습니다. And for Spin, to your players?
Same thing, really. We've discussed. We know what we have to do, so it's just to go out and do that.
네, 저희는
Clown og with clown order. I think logo भी clown कर देना चाहिए.
답변들과 같다는.
I think logo भी clown बना देना चाहिए.
Thank you both, Ligia and Spin. Best of luck for both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the interview. 네, 지금까지 양 팀의 감독들과 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 그럼 데스크로 돌아가실게요. Bye.
Karan, thank you so much. 100. Start from nothing and stop for nothing. G fighting,
you
let
heard it.
bleed.
Neither
Yes.
were satisfied with their earlier performances. Ligia mentioned that Bleed can do a lot better, and Spin just mentioned it was outright terrible, like Kilios.
I mean, I think that's a perfectly fine way to approach that answer, because doing anything else would probably just be completely and utterly disingenuous. So I think, obviously no one is going to be happy about how things went for either of those series, but it seems like both coaches very confident in the teams. They're saying, you know what we did wrong. We know what the
Rohan
assignment is. The
Yadav,
players know what they need to do.
I
It's all going
wish
to come
what
down
you
to who
said was
executes it
true.
better.
Yeah, I think what we can take from those answers especially is the fact that regardless of who they played against, both coaches are recognizing that what they showed on stage was not what they've been looking at during practice. So hopefully today, with both of them coming in with that determination, we're at least able to see the colors that they've been preparing all throughout offseason. Because that's what you want to, whether you win or lose, you want to leave that impression of this is what 2024 is going to look like for this team. And if you go out without being able to showcase your playbook, that's when it really hurts.
Speaking of going out, this is our first elimination match. So there is that additional pressure, as the coaches mentioned themselves. And I feel like, you know, right now, well, I think the whole talent pool right now favors Bleed in a certain way. So I think that, you know, there's good reason to. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, goodbye, India.
Goodbye, India. भाग गया, पिटेगा ये.
I can see the comments right now. Oh,
Look,
it's okay.
Like I said, we had a framework from Global.
I understand.
But they weren't able to execute on it. They had to play yesterday. This is a really short turnaround period for them, and I think we just saw more from Bleed in general. That just gives me more confidence.
Devyansh Gupta, sir, we need to destroy the haters this season. Just beginning in GE, we believe GE fighting. Yes. See, I'll only say anything after we win. Till we don't win, I can't say anything. जीत जाएंगे फिर मैं बोलूँगा दिल से. अभी जीतते दो पहले.
I mean, Lugia talked about it. If they had taken the breeze before it went into overtime, maybe they're able to carry that momentum forward. And they feel like maybe they lost a little bit because of that first set, and they're like, okay.
Manas, Rushi sir एक course दो Udemy पे how to handle hate.
This wild card factor, like Scary, like Ye. These players who have throughout their entire careers been known to flip an entire match on its head. You have to remember, Scary's that guy that
I think a better thing would be how to turn hate into views.
he will clutch against us all.
That's absolutely right. You know, he's scary
जीतेगा
for a
भाई
reason,
जीतेगा.
right?
जीतेगा.
I don't know. I feel like for Bleed, there is that extra attention on them because they were that Ascension team, right? They are the guinea pig for all of this, you know, happening and being new in Pacific. So there is that, you know, aside from having Jay as well, there is that extra pressure on them to be able to succeed. For Global Esports, I feel like this was not at all what they wanted to show, as you mentioned, Will. But like, I feel like it's just too early for them at this point in time. Perhaps later on during Pacific.
We'll have to wait and see. But I mean, it's multifaceted pressure, you know, for both of these teams. For Bleed, it is because they're that Ascension squad. They dropped their opening series. They have these hype signings in the offseason and whatnot that everyone expects to just be dominant from the outset. And then for the other side, it's Global. You've been in this league. You have players that are veterans that have been over at international competition. Do you want to lose to the new kid on the block, you know, and then have them be the ones that send you out? Absolutely not. But I think for Global, what they really need to do is they need to have a nice, fast-paced start to this series. They need to come out swinging. They need to rack up some opening rounds and just sow that seed of doubt in the heads of Bleed. Because, as we're talking about, with elimination, if you start falling behind, those thoughts are going to start cycling around your head, and it's so difficult to flush them out. So if you can make them just constantly be thinking about, like, oh, God, are we about to get eliminated? Are we about to have this break? Are we not going to be able to go to the playoffs? That can spiral out of control for the enemy team. So if Global can get that set up nice and early,
it's not funny,
Bleed,
Rishi bhai.
maybe they can close this out.
Yeah,
bro,
and, I mean,
what do you want me to do? You want me to cry on screen? क्या करूँ? You tell me. What do you want me to do? I'll do that.
In and
बोलो
around
रोहन
Tier
जी.
1 as well.
क्या करना?
Now, all the members of Bleed Esports have quite a bit of experience as well, but most of them in
Stream
much
पीछे है?
smaller sub-regions, right? Not playing against the best of the best around the world, obviously, Ye not counted in that discussion. But then we also saw that during the offseason. Global Esports, their mentality has definitely improved a lot because of the veterancy that they have, making the comeback that they had at Convergence, things like that. So if you're able to push the pressure first and put that doubt into Bleed's mind, then you have a little bit more wiggle room, even if a couple rounds go bad, because you can regroup. We've seen that. We've heard their comms throughout their own videos as well. They're able to push through to the end and close it out.
And I do believe
Ometer,
that.
yes. Only those people from my Instagram channel know where I get my motivation from, so it's fine.
But if we're talking about veteranship, on the side of Bleed, you do have Crazy Guy, who has been playing for quite a long while. The Beast from the East, as he was, you know, once known, and is now here.
ये Crazy Guy वही CS वाला है ना? जो Signifier उसमें भी सब खेल चुका है. इंडिया में भी बहुत खेल चुका है. Nice.
That says something about the potential of this roster. This is only kickoff, so their journey here in Pacific holds a lot more to be discovered for this team.
Yeah, it really does. And I mean, just, you know, the speculation on investment alone, as far as this roster is concerned, it's astronomical. It's what people are reporting. And you want, when you're going to be putting down money, you want to be able to give that ROI. And for Bleed, if they can come back out here, they can take down Global Esports, keep themselves
Screen
in this
cut hai, ek
tournament,
second.
you know, maybe get a crack at a rematch, whatever, depending on how the other matchup
Sure.
goes later today,
Wait.
then I think that they'd be in a very strong position to just already be in a playoffs in their first split.
Yeah, I think, you know, everything that we've talked about, it all comes down to the fact that for GE, they just need to show something new. They need to show us why they've collected these veteran players, that they're able to kind of change their game plan on the fly and showcase something new every round so that you have to keep guessing. Because that's the type of thing that's going to shake up a new kid on the block, like Bleed. Sure, individually they have experience.
My
but
camera
of course,
is
while
set
they have
to
3 as a core,
in-game.
you've got these 2 new members who might not be used to the way that you're playing. Obviously, Ye coming from a completely different region.
Sorry, Cho. I mean, now in this position,
very
it's fine.
unique style of Valorant back when he was an Optic as well. So
Abhi bas start ho rahi hai.
game plan.
Players
For
already
Bleed,
on
I
stage.
think the reason they feel confident is if they're just firing well, I think they feel that
A match
they
is
should be able
about
to
to
stay
start.
just
Message
one
aa gaya
step
straight
ahead
se.
for the most part.
Not to mention, Ligia did mention as well that the map vetoes tend to favor them. So I feel like, you know, that confidence is already...
I would really like to read this specific comment by Ajit Babu. Sorry for being critical on X. I have no hate for GE. I want GE to succeed as an org. Ajit, I understand and appreciate that as much as everyone else. Thank you for being critical of us. I assure you, we do not consider that hate. So, good job. Please keep being critical of us. I want you to expect the best from us. It will be damn sad if all of y'all as fans start expecting us to lose. So, we will keep fighting. Thank you. We will keep working hard. We will make sure we will give you enough reasons to celebrate, starting with today.
Cesar, but get me out of here.
We lost this one, or do it for me.
No, it seems... whoa, okay, all right. It's like, do it for me. Go for it. I mean, you already gave that big investment, right? You might as well go all the way.
I mean, if it's an overtime, then, you know.
Okay, if it's in overtime, but honestly, given my experiences in ranked games, people haven't given me that trust when I play Operator with no shield, so
because
I don't believe like 61% for 1 second.
You play like mostly like Viper and Yoru when I'm with you, so not necessarily agents that are known for their operating prowess.
Fair. I will yield to that because I cannot deny my
I
match
kind of
history.
see where the audience is coming from, though. It's like, you know, you invested so much, you go big or you go home, right? So it's like, you might as well have, you know, just like saved. Okay, sure, if it's a rifle, if it's a Vandal, sure, safe.
Yeah.
If it's an operator, you go all in.
I think this
you
just
go all
basically
in.
means
बाकी सबको तो ठीक दिख रहा है मेरे को तो यहाँ कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं दिख रही है I am not seeing any issues over here.
I don't have that much.
I mean, we don't have trust in each other when this happens.
It's very true. But yeah, if it's with randoms, then
Today,
I'm on the we
we
lost
will
this one
fight.
side of that one.
Yeah. We need a little bit more context
Make it
here,
40%
right?
and 60%.
Right? Who are you playing with in this teammate? But I don't know. It seems like fun. I do believe in that. If you got an operator, just go for it. But
yeah,
I
don't
think
hate
that,
anyone
you know,
else.
if
All
you're
the
going
hate
to
direct
go
towards me.
to like Bleed
Me.
or to Global,
Tag
for
करके hate
example.
करना. एकदम tag करके at Rushindra Sinha across all social media platforms.
I say do it for
ऐसा
me.
point
Like,
करके target करके aim करो मेरे
I
को.
think anytime it's at the top level, it's
true.
perfectly
Miss मत
fine.
करना.
It's usually acceptable. You know, obviously you could just get out traded because the other person on the other side of the lobby is also just as cracked as you are. But I mean, we have some fantastic offers out here, so I'd say it's pretty safe if you're going to be going at the pro level.
I need to service
Yeah,
it.
and obviously at the pro level, you're
It's not
usually
going off.
all
It's just
in sync
showing
as
the
well.
temperature control.
You're communicating, hopefully,
Of course.
I would assume very well in a pro match.
अब ठीक है,
But
remove
yeah,
the
I
charger
mean,
for
listen,
now.
if they already bought it, full send it. Why
Yeah.
not? Why not
नहीं,
put
नहीं,
your
मैं
faith?
charger
Okay,
अभी के लिए निकाल देता हूँ,
now
battery low हो जाएगी,
converted
switch
onto
कर
that
लूँगा.
field.
I mean, it's like my teammate is Yay, so it's like, yeah, sure.
We should
Go
let the
ahead and
viewers,
win, right?
should let the viewers at home know if they, in case they don't, like you can refund weapons. You can,
Yeah.
you can backpedal off of your poor decision.
वापस इंडिया की टिकट करवा लो. नहीं ब्रो, अनफॉर्चुनेटली सीजन अगस्त तक है, तो अगस्त तक हमें कोरिया में ही रहना पड़ेगा, विन और लूज. वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ मैचेस. रेगुलर सीजन बिगिंस इन अप्रैल, देन वी हैव स्प्लिट 1, स्प्लिट 2, एक और मास्टर्स है, उसके बाद चैंपियंस है जो कोरिया में ही है. सो वी आर द होस्ट कंट्री फॉर दैट एज वेल. हमारे बूट कैंप पे बहुत सारे एक्टिवेशन प्लान्ड है. अगस्त तक बहुत एक्टिविटी प्लान्ड है ब्रो. अभी घर नहीं आएंगे, डोंट वरी. जीत के आएंगे, डोंट वरी.
I hate you.
Yeah, well,
Stop doing that. Your behavior is so incorrect.
I can tell you right now, one of them is on
मैच
the
स्टार्ट
casting
करो.
I see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of them is on the casting
All right.
He's like, please give me
Okay,
skin. Oh,
let's
can I
go,
borrow
match.
yours?
Oh, okay. Well, I am glad I have strictly been playing on the Korean server, so I'll separate myself from that. But yeah, nonetheless, I mean, listen, obviously the skins are great as well, so I get it, but it's like you only have 30 seconds to
ये
prepare for
मैसेज
the
आ गया,
round.
गेम
and,
has
like,
Do the
started.
same
Let's go.
thing. It's a cosmetic. It doesn't make the gun shoot better. It doesn't make your
It
aim
does.
better.
It does.
It has no
It
impact
does.
on it
The
whatsoever.
sound helps
don't
me.
know.
The sound helps me, okay?
Yeah, I'm on the audio pack as well. It's not the visuals. It's just sometimes just like the way my own
Shivam, I really
seems to give me the
appreciate. Wait, I want to answer this question. 90% viewership decline in Indian Valorant. What are you talking about? You lose a few more tournaments and the whole community is dead. I really, really, really appreciate that you think the entire future of Valorant in India relies on GE winning a match. I really, really, really appreciate that you feel that way. That's a lot of dependency that you feel the Indian Valorant scene has on global esports. I really appreciate you for thinking that way. I wish that the future of Valorant relied on global esports. I appreciate it.
Alone, okay? But of course, we have the
Sam back,
elimination
thank you
match.
so much for the
Once again,
5.
putting my head back into it before I think about my
Okay,
rank games
game,
and
let's
everything
go.
that is disastrous. We are going to be seeing Bleed and Global Esports.
Woo!
And I think that here, for example, we're looking at very individual plays here. We're looking at Ye, we're looking at Polvi, we're looking at Scary, for example, to pull a lot of clutches for this round, especially since, again, that additional pressure for this first elimination match of the year.
Yeah, but that's not... We are looking at those things, but that's not what I
Pratham,
want
hats
to be
off.
looking at, especially when it comes down to global. I want to...
Hats off to you for taking this hate in a positive way. Brother, I have been taking hate all the way from when I was a kid. These guys have... That's the thing about haters in esports. They think they're cool, but they don't realize they're just kids. I have faced trash from people way smarter and way older. I have survived in Silicon Valley. I have survived in San Francisco at the hacker house. This hate is cute in comparison. So no, I don't get affected by it. I don't get phased by it. Because the day I start letting what other people's opinion affect my work is the day I'm finished. So
League for some time, so they need to come up and say, we've had the experience way back when, we're now here to prove that.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they will be
Benkai
proving
walkout
as
will
we
happen
step into
जब
this
GE
second
जीतेगी.
series
तो
of
पहले
the day,
GE को
right?
जीतना था.
Bleed Esports versus Global Esports. Can that veteranship on the side
Thank
of
you
Global
so much,
Esports stand up
Agneson,
next
for
to this
the
Ascension
£2 super chat.
alumni
Thank
over
you so
here?
much. I
And
really
especially
appreciate
since
the
Bleed
support.
Esports, as we know, they do have a lot of hype on them. They do have a lot of excitement on them. Global Esports, though, steady and stable.
Let's go. Let's go, walkout time.
Two teams facing off for another chance.
The first
This
elimination
is the
match.
first elimination match. Which team will continue the journey towards Masters Madrid? They have proven that they belong. El Diablo has been resurrected. Bleed Esports!
ये बहुत क्या आवाज थी. Let's go. What's up, Zishu? Come on. Come on.
Alright, so we'll begin the map veto for today's
Let's
second
go.
match. We will be conducting a coin toss to determine
Map
the
bans
highest
coming
seed.
in right now for Bleed and Global, and right now I feel like Bleed. They mentioned that they were confident with their map vetoes, but I feel like Global, they're trying to be quiet and they're keeping their secrets to themselves for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, anything you said in the
Oh, no, we
interview
won
can
the toss.
still be kind of relayed
Nice.
over in those last couple huddles. Now, both teams had banned out Ascent initially, and Global Esports are going to continue to ban Lotus as well. So this part shouldn't be too surprising.
Oh, well, this is a little bit of a surprise because Sunset so far has widely been delayed for, that third map that's kind of left open.
Icebox.
I haven't really seen that much priority put on it, but Global are going to be selecting this one right off the rip with Bleed starting on defense. So we'll see if they've been able to copy down PaperX's
we're
homework
attacking
fast
both
enough to
maps
maybe run a
first.
Sage comp on it, or if it's going to be a little bit different, but
Veto.
Bleed themselves opting to go for Icebox.
I like that we're seeing these kinds of maps. I like that we're seeing a lot of Breeze, a lot of Sunsets, and a lot of Iceboxes here.
Yeah, and then the big question on Icebox, of course, once again, is that another map where Chamber can continue to see
I'm
a
5-10
lot of
seconds
usage.
behind.
Curious to
Okay,
see
let
if
me
Bleed's
catch
going to
up.
pull that one out. I mean, surely we saw the weaknesses from Global Esports' composition in that last match, so I think
It's showing
Bleed
this is only
definitely
caught up.
studied
Wait,
that
let me
tape.
refresh and try. Yeah, Twitch पे आ गया.
I like that we're seeing these kinds of maps. I like that
Is
we're
it
seeing a
ahead
lot
on
of Breeze,
Twitch?
a lot of Sunsets, and a lot of Iceboxes here.
Yeah, and then the big question on Icebox, of course, once again, is
Hey,
that
Korean
another
stream
map
में
where
भाई.
Chamber can continue to see a lot of usage. Curious to see if Bleed's going to pull that one out. I mean, surely we saw the weaknesses from Global Esports' composition in that last match, so I think Bleed.
Excurate on the Chamber, right?
Oh yeah, wait. Twitch is ahead. I'm gonna watch on Twitch instead. एक सेकेंड इधर ऑडियो नहीं आ रहा है क्या हो गया भाई
Yeah, and the other thing is with that Sunset, I mean, obviously Global Esports, they left it open last time too. Now they selected to attack first if it had come to that. Bleed's still going to take the defense, but I was going to say they probably still expect the get-go. They played it during the offseason. Global Esports was playing the get-go on Bind as well, so there is definitely a bit of a read here for Bleed.
Ooh, and we have Yay over on the Viper this time around. So it seems as though he is flexing. He's probably saving that. Chamber pick for maybe a little later?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. But the other thing is it's a very defensive composition. You got the Cypher and the Viper and the Omen.
Yeah, I mean, very defensive on the side of Global. They are, bringing that Gecko into the fold, so it's not going to be the KO here for Russ, which I think actually this would have been the one map that they're playing where the KO could have had the most value. But they also don't have that settlement. They don't have that Cypher to really try and disrupt the potential flanks that can be coming through. So it's, again, Global straying away from something that's a little bit more common, but this time, can they execute on it?
Yeah, I feel like, if they're going to play it this way, then they have to do something similar to PaperX where they
Cypher to really try and disrupt the potential flanks that can be coming through. So it's, again, Global straying away from something that's a little bit more common, but this time, can they execute on it?
Yeah, I feel like, if they're going to play it this way, then they have to do something similar to PaperX where they just go in at full force, right? Never mind the backline. If you just keep going forward, you don't have a backline to worry about. But this doesn't seem like composition to do it.
Yeah, not the composition, nor the players to do it as well. And I gotta imagine they're gonna go similar to how they played it at Convergence, where they're gonna take space by space and then go for an execute. But now you've got all this defense set up plus Crazy Guy with those timed recon that could really execute.
Well, we're going to find out indeed who pulls through it. It'll be Bleed Esports versus Global Esports as we step into Sunset. We're going to toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Aserai.
Thank you so much for that one, Desk, and we are here. Elimination. Global Esports versus Bleed.
Elimination, baby.
Both of them really struggled in the previous series that they have played. And there's still the talk of Polvi being amazing here for Global. He really needs to step up for Bleed as well. Durian and Ye, who really is going to be the front man for Bleed, will have to see as this series is about to start.
I mean, it's going to be a tough one to say the least, right, Asarai? Ye is just straight up flexing for Bleed, and I don't know if that's where his talents will shine the most, but I guess we shall see because he
just
has
started.
shown
Yes, first match, first map.
His fundamentals are just that
elimination.
Strong. Meanwhile, for Global Esports, Polvi just starts things
Scary
off.
को पहले मारो.
Yeah, that
वो
guard
important
closes,
है.
but the opportunity for Polvi does not. It's going to give a lot of control right now for Global as they can choose whether they want to keep pressing their advantage on mid or just hunker all the way back onto that A site, even though all the traps for Egoist is positioned there. GE still has the numbers advantage as well as, of course, Russ with the wingman to trigger a couple of those and allow them to clear things up.
Camera कहाँ है उसका? Camera कहाँ है? Egoist का.
Yeah, you can definitely feel
on site.
The loss of Scary right now. You've got those traps, sure. Crazy Guy might be able to rotate over, but they need more reinforcements. And right now, just without the information towards B, it's always a little bit scary, and that's why they're leaving Darian still around market. But as Global starts to move closer, elbow, they might just be able to break things open.
Egoist has that camera
Now
open
he
24/7 here. Nade's being thrown out already. There's the wingman for the easy plants. Not
Nice.
even going to be a cancel, deny, or anything. Blaze King does get the kill
Let's
onto
go.
Crazy Guy as well.
Back हो
This
जाओ
is a
तुम लोग तो back हो जाओ
great start here for Global Esports. Players of Bleed stuck at the back of that A site.
on.
That spike is planted
Hold.
right at the precipice of those traps.
Just
And
hold.
Global don't even have to commit into the site itself. They can just stay all day long here on elbow as the rest of Bleed now start to move right in.
They chillin'. Bleed has to
Wait,
go in
now
for
they'll
that
have to
defuse,
come
and
in.
as soon as they
Oh,
stick,
bad.
the spray
Oh,
comes
bad.
in.
Nice.
And it's just post-plant delays for days.
Nice.
Ooh.
Wait.
Lots of efforts
Now
here
wait
for
for
both Egoist and
They
Durian.
wait for it.
Durian somehow making it work.
Wait.
But time
Nice.
not his friend.
Let's go.
It shall be his enemy, and
Let's
it shall
go.
be his team's
One
demise.
round at a
This
time. One
first
round at a time.
It's taken by Global.
Not to what we expected at all. I mean, everyone kind of thought.
Be his enemy, and it shall be his team's demise.
थोड़ा
This
मैं
first
fast
round,
track कर रहा हूँ.
it's taken by Global.
Not to what we expected at all. I mean, everyone kind of thought we would have a stronger start. But Global definitely shows that they have surprises in store for us. Polby is an incredible duelist, and he just walks right out the door. Able to take that duel against Scary, and then the rotation through to A. I mean, after losing Scary, Bleed instantly just, you know, shrunk down a little bit. None of them were able to defend the site. And, you know, we watched the whole thing play out. It was just Wingman doing everything.
Yeah, especially the part where they
round.
lost so much mid control and Bleed never really
Oi, 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 oi.
recontacted.
Nice.
So they couldn't really
Like,
figure
take
out where
us a call
Global
कर लिया, Darren
was
is there, nice.
planning to push. It was more of a wait for the stimuli and then react. And
Nice.
that doesn't work when you're up against a team like Global that really likes to take the advantage, especially with a composition that has no sentinels. So you really know that they're going to be banking on the pushes every time
have
they
to.
actually make for that contact.
Precisely.
Nice corner check.
So, of course, while this is just a bit of a save round for Bleed,
One more. Don't
how much can
die.
they really pull off
Exactly
is
what's
the
happening.
question.
That hurts.
I mean, this is the reason why they still mix up, right, between Ye and Durian, because when Ye joined Bleed, you still know that Durian has that star power. And one of those shots shows us a glimpse of it.
Nice.
He definitely carries that zombie pride
Go
with
slow,
him,
go
but
slow.
the
Play
what?
for pigs. Play for
zombie
pigs, boys.
that's
Nice.
what Ye was playing under this weird new name
Spot kiya.
when they were trying to keep it under wraps. But anyway, it's
know that.
definitely something that you want to respect.
Called.
Because Darian
They know-
is not
they know
someone
they're
that you want to
switching.
underestimate.
Time की
True.
कमी है,
But
guys.
that said, it's just
We
one
need a pick
pick,
now. Now we
and
need a
while
pick.
they are moving forward into the A side,
We need a
it's
pick now.
scrambling, it's
Kill
a
him,
lot
nice.
of noises. Bleed
Slow,
are
slow, आराम से kill him.
quite
Nice.
able to fight back.
Just plant. Time. Nice.
Again, it's just
Let's go.
Global Esports turning into
Clean,
this
clean.
balled fist that
Slow,
will
slow,
just
slow.
punch
No, no, no,
their
no.
way into the site.
You
Egoist,
can't pick up the gun.
he's
Don't
got
let him
a
get the
lot
gun.
of
Don't let him
utility
get the gun.
worker Here.
Okay,
Even the
ठीक है, now
safety
back
to
off.
pick up that
Hold.
Spectre as well.
Hold.
2 versus 1. He's
Bye.
unaware that the players of Global have just, doubled up here on elbow, as we can see.
Now they'll expect the
So
other
he'll
side.
just take his sweet time.
Call for it. Nice.
Don't
Call
know
for it.
if
Good job. Good
him
call.
cooking like this is going to allow him to win the round, but maybe
Nice.
make
Call
it
आ गया.
expensive is the way
Nice.
to go. Fortunately, Blaze King,
Clean.
bit too quick,
Let's
a
go.
bit too,
Let's go.
a step forward, step earlier. That's going to be 2 rounds right now for Global.
Now is the
It does
important
feel
one.
like a little bit expensive enough for the time being, as Russ and Pulvy might have to go for, slightly smaller weapons for this round, small arms. But Bleed, on the other hand, are starting to get a good idea for this Global Esports playstyle, right? I mean, they've tried to make a bit of noise towards B or mid, and then just, when they have more space, rush over
Expensive,
towards
but
A.
a win is a win.
That's
I'll
why
take a
this
win
round
any day.
We've seen that Viper's
Economy का भी
toxic
tension
streak
नहीं
from
है,
A
win की
being
tension है.
relegated towards A instead.
Call आ गया. Back हो जा.
Colby's in trouble.
Oh,
Can he get out of harm's way, though? He's alone on an island. He's already brought out his classic because he was just losing so much ammunition as well as HP as he pushes through. He wanted to get that pinch so that his teammates could push over to B main, and when that fails, Global Esports are now left scratching their heads, hoping that maybe their other lurker, Benkai, is going to find some contact and success here on
Mid में
top
अभी
mid.
होगा.
Okay, that's a little bit wishful thinking,
Just
Mosh pit?
shots up over the stairs.
Oh, no
Nice.
way he survives. He
निकल ले,
didn't.
निकल ले.
I mean, no shot connected from Russ, but that mosh pit
Go
was
around.
enough.
And he's got
We have
Thrasher
spikes, so we can.
available now,
Oh, the trip.
but, still a lot of players to work
Don't trip.
through.
Wait,
jump
camera's
over
gone dead because of the
Scary's
overheating.
prepared to hear the shot. They're
Hold
here to
off,
jump
guys.
and
Face
punish
cam will
the,
be gone for a few minutes.
transition. There it is. And there
Camera
it is.
overheated, so face cam is gone,
Again,
but audio is
just
still there.
Bleed
Just hold on for a
adapting
couple of
to
minutes.
these changes. I mean, the
Face cam
calling on
coming
this
back in a
side
few
from
minutes.
Crazy Guy. As soon as they feel a bit of
ये match
pressure
इतनी
towards
intense है,
A,
face
they
cam
start to
overheat
change
हो
things
गया.
up. Global hasn't quite, put one step ahead
Plant
of
कर
that.
ले तो पैसा मिल जाएगा
So,
बाबा.
they instantly knew how to feel ready for however Polvi might push, and that's what we saw exactly towards Market.
And again, leaving Polvi to push by himself,
चलो.
I kind of get is what he does best.
चलो plant
right?
हो गया, at least थोड़ा पैसा मिल गया.
In
Good job.
Sunset, where there's so many angles, there's so many traps that can really thwart that kind of
Wait for it.
approach. He needs some backup from his teammates, right?
नहीं नहीं, ult का फायदा नहीं है. Save it, save it. फायदा नहीं है, ठीक है.
IGL.
We had to just get as
down
much
the
as we
dumps
could
for a
out of
moment.
this.
That's
Max
gonna be
value.
Bleed, the
ये
point on the
round
board.
max value. The goal of this
So
round was
1
max
to 2
value.
right now. The adaptations coming in. Bears in mind, wondering how
ये
Global
max value round
Esports
था,
might
ठीक है,
change things
चलेगा.
up. Like you mentioned before,
Let's
leaving Polvi to push on his own, that might be what he's good at, but
Yeah.
at the same time,
Come on. Now we have to
what
make
works
sure we
well
don't mess
against
up.
a team
We
like
can't afford more
Bleed is
mistakes.
strength in numbers, because Bleed often plays with such strong teamwork, having that
Come
coaching
on.
and that leadership from Lagia. This is what they are known to do.
Yeah. 100% agree. It feels like Bleed, is so fluid with how they move that it feels like they're never really stopped at one point, right? Like when you pick up one player from them, they always have this backup plan that they start
ये बहुत important
unraveling.
round है.
Any case, Global Esports, they mix things up though. They put Polvi by himself on B main, while the rest of his teammates
Watch other side,
start
watch other side,
moving
watch other
up
side.
onto
This
mid
could be
here,
bad,
which could
this
actually
could
be
be
pretty good
bad.
because there's no traps right
This
now.
could be bad.
Durion might be a few seconds late. He's now here to receive some
Oh,
contact,
damn.
but that smoke separates the rest
No,
of them.
वो miss
Polvi
नहीं करना
spots out
था.
Crazy Guy. Cannot finalize the kill though. So that might be an opportunity missed to actually get the numbers in the favor of Global.
Yeah.
थोड़ा scouting आगे जाके थोड़ा
They
सा.
pull a little bit of attention away. But unfortunately, at this moment,
Gully
not quite
clear है.
enough. 50 seconds left, so they
Back हो
still
जाओ.
have some options. But the Thrasher
He's
being
coming
spent now is just a bit of info. If anything, a bit of a tell for Bleed to
Oh,
actually reinforce
close.
the
He
A
doesn't
side.
know, he doesn't
Darian
know.
is here with a showstopper available.
30 seconds. He's getting
Doesn't know.
mighty close to first contact right now,
Nice.
and he's not going to be unaware
Let's go.
of Blaze King. That might be a big mishap in Bleed's
Nice.
decision making. And immediately
No,
Global
no,
Esports,
no,
you see
nice,
them
Benkai.
opening up the site.
Let's
That's
go.
what they were looking for. All down to Egoist.
Mid
Global's
pair,
calls.
nice. He might save it.
Pretty damn solid
Save
here,
it.
Quack.
Let's go.
And again, like I mentioned,
3-1
Egoist
baby. Let's go.
just forced to save the
One
weapon
step
for
at
the
a
moment.
time. One round at
Yeah,
a time.
wouldn't be
ऐसे ही करके
surprised if
जीतना
Lagia
है.
starts to call timeout
One
pretty
round at a
soon.
time.
For now, Global Esports definitely throwing things into plans for Bleed, knowing how to
Let's go.
pull the attention away, have Polvi to come up on a flank, of all things. And then at the same time, just the pushes coming out from Russ, Benkai lightning fast. They
Yeah,
have
well.
shown that they are capable. And with the way that they're taking this A site again and again, Bleed struggling to adapt.
Oh.
Egoist, he hasn't really, felt all too much.
Only 10 more rounds
Yeah.
to go. Let's go.
I guess this is the polar opposite of what you can do in Sunset, right? Rather than relying on your duelist to enter the site for you, you can slow push it because of the
Thank you,
corners.
Bilal bhai. Thank you for
because the
supporting
corners
us.
are
Thank you.
made to be able to be pushed slowly like this.
This was a very
Granted,
important
of course,
kill
there
for
are some
us.
over pushes that we've seen here
And
from
on
Bleed,
yeah.
but Global
And not
Esports,
scary.
they've been pretty.
Let's go.
What's the word here? They've been pretty
Oh,
slow
bhai.
and methodical at being able to slowly get control of the sites that they're taking. You know, they're not just rambunctiously pushing up into A and haphazardly taking it. They're making sure that every single corner
ये
is
round अगर
scrubbed
जीत गए
clean and easy
तो
for
उनकी
their take.
economy पे बहुत असर पड़ेगा. And
Yeah,
they'll
for
have
real,
to
that's
thrifty
exactly
next
what
round. Well, they'll have to eco
Bleed
if they win with
does.
thrifty.
Both teams really taking things slow and steady for now.
ले लो.
In contrast to the
Little.
game that we just saw on the same map.
ले लो.
But that's also because this is an elimination match. The tension, the stress is felt.
Oh,
Nightfall executes coming through.
If Durian doesn't get any HP deduction from that Nightfall, yeah, they can't push. because
Nikal lo.
they already know he's there. He has a double satchel and the showstopper. So unless they wait for this, unless
again
they
here while the
want
rest
to push
go
into the
there.
site with a smoke that blots out their
Nice.
vision, this is going to be a big risk for Global here. But they have time right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just a Nightfall. Put Polvi up in this position. Meanwhile, Russ calls for the rotations back over onto A site.
Don't miss
he
the
did this in the
Don't miss
previous
the duel.
round. Let's see if Bleed can get a good read on it.
Nice. Yeah,
You've
back
got
off.
Ye,
Don't
who's
miss
kind
the
of
duel.
defending A with his life.
Come on.
You got Scary watching mid and able
Call
to
again, now
rotate
they'll
back,
all rotate.
pivot towards A link. Whether or not it's going to be enough, it's the other thing.
Huh?
It might just be a retake game for
करेंगे
Bleed at
because
this
call
point.
आ गया.
There's a tripwire
अभी
there
आ
as
जाएगा.
well, and Link. If
They're
anybody
hoping
pushes
it's a
that,
double
that
flake.
is-
अभी करेंगे.
should be an easy kill here for Scary. Ye is by himself. He's already activated both of his snake bites right now, so he
He has
can't
to
really
back
push
off and
up
wait for
without
the
any
team.
smoke coverage. So he has
Oh,
to back
wow.
away and just wait for his teammate to go
Nice.
with him. Now
Nice.
it's going to be a straight up firefight here at the back of the site, and it hasn't really panned out well for for Bleed. Excuse me.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
Bleed is
Hello.
gonna be left-
Hello.
or, excuse me. Bleed is going to be left with
Caster,
Scary
sir.
and Egoist. Scary is already at the site,
Gotta be
but
saved.
can't really push.
He has to wait for exit
Egoist
tracks.
now. Are they just? It looks like they want to fight for this. They're not
Okay,
going to
they're
save
gonna
at all.
fight.
They don't want to risk any more of the rounds. Paranoia
Because they'll eco
activated
next.
here. Maybe try to brute force their way against a team that
Go save,
loves,
baby.
knows,
Go
is
save.
the
Let's go.
definite meaning of brute force. And that's going to be Global with 4 rounds in this first game.
Yeah, not quite able to do all too much. You could see that that was clearly Bleed's game plan. You know, you mentioned that tripwire asteroid.
go.
Scary did get the one frag onto Polvi, but that was it. They wanted to make use of that numbers advantage to come in with the retakes with trades and also Darian's showstopper. But as soon as they planted their foot onto A alley, you got this firefight from Global Esports, who knew exactly how to block them off to prevent the retake
Hey,
from even
fist bump
happening.
नहीं दे रहा है. क्यों fist
Very
bump नहीं
nice
दे रहा है?
anticipated play
Blaze King
coming
को
out from
complain
Global
करो.
Esports.
Blaze King का complain करो. Fist bump क्यों नहीं दिया Polvi को?
Bleed here.
ये गलत है. उसका
And
ध्यान
imagine how
गेम पे
very
था.
free flowing they are. and
कैमरा वाले ने fist bump cut
how
किया.
quickly it seems like they have layers upon layers of plants, but
Oh,
it's definitely not now. We're not feeling Scary anymore as
Polvi,
that
easy,
Punch
easy.
King. Oh,
Nice.
that haunt is absolutely phenomenal from
Pallavi,
Blaze.
let's
Exposes
go.
the entirety of that A site, makes it easy for Polvi to find the first pick. His teammates gets
needed
another,
that.
and you already know it's a secured A site.
Oh, they know,
Firepower
they know.
is definitely
Oh,
in
they
the
know.
hands of Global here.
आराम से आराम से आराम से.
The only thing
Eco
I'm
पे
looking
मस्ती नहीं
at that
करने का.
could give a chance for
Eco पे
Bleed
मस्ती
is
नहीं करने
if
का
Global oversteps
बाबा.
their bounds, but even then they
We
still have
lose
so much
50 rounds,
firepower to
go
work with
safe.
here.
We drop their weapon, go safe.
Global Esports very much
Go
in the
safe.
driver's seat right now.
Go safe.
Almost makes you question if
Wait for
Bleed looks really uncomfortable on Sunset.
Nice. Don't. Back off.
I mean, clearly they have the composition for it, and in this round, at the very
Wait
least,
for it.
is, you know,
मस्ती
just
नहीं कर
eco.
रहा. Wait for it.
But Global are
Nice.
decisively breaking into sights.
Let's go,
Blaze King
Blaze
at the end, too.
Through the
Let's
wall
go.
as well. No windows.
He's
only
finished,
the
by the
wall.
way, not Russian.
Very impressive stuff.
Hashtag just say.
Now Polvi has the showstopper, too.
And it's
Bro, that
scary to
visibility
think
that Russ gave him,
this
bro.
is
That
turning
visibility that
into
Russ gave him.
What looks like a one-sided first map. You're talking about how it looks like Bleed.
All channels
Bleed just
are like
looks absolutely out of their element,
I'll
and
show
it
you
goes to
this
show.
Twitch
And I don't think
पे.
we've seen any kind of
that's on
timeouts
the
here
main
from
streams.
Lagia.
अलग-अलग
I think
channels
this
है
has
ना,
been
watch
an
parties
issue with
and
the
all
Bleed in the past when they start to lose,
Valorant
you know,
is
contact
around this,
or
so say about
make an info on the
130,
map,
140K
start doing this. But anyways, Polvi,
And then like with all the
rips
watch
one out.
parties and everything.
Is he gonna
probably
find
like
Egoist? That's
I
gonna be
think
huge.
it's
If
like
he
200,
does, Egoist survives. No way, it
I
clips.
mean, ये heavy round है,
It
ठीक है,
clips the
ठीक है.
stairs here, Quack.
चलेगा चलेगा एक दे दो उनको भाई. हर round थोड़ी जीत सकते हैं, एक दो तो दे दो उनको.
Quick enough, and this leaves Rush, the IGL, once again by himself in a
चलेगा.
position
It's okay.
where he might as
It's
well
okay.
just fall down, which he
It's okay.
does. And Global
It's okay.
Esports gets obliterated here by Bleed.
They're all on max
Might have
credits.
been a
एक round
bit
तो दे
of
दो उनको.
I don't know, man. A misplay from the
It's okay.
Rocket or just
थोड़ा excite हो
unlucky,
गए,
but
excite हो गए,
whatever
excite
it
हो गए.
is, it favors Egoist so darn much. I mean, this
Excite हो गए,
guy
रुक जाओ, relax.
who
Deep
you know,
breath,
used to
boys,
play
we
on
got this.
SMG, now back onto this team, showing exactly what he's capable of. This is why they put him on that Sentinel role,
Oh.
because he can anchor.
Polvi gone on op.
He creates those tempo plays by himself. One mistake from an opponent definitely unravels the rest of that offense. This is a
No,
given
don't pick,
thing
don't
here
pick,
for
don't
Bleed
pick.
because
Don't pick
it
without
gives
info, don't pick
enough
without info, don't pick without info.
for
Don't pick without
Durian to
info.
also pick up the operator, which is tremendous. No one else was pushing that B main, so it's a free pick for Durian, and he can just choose to get back. And because of that, as he spots no one as well, that coaxed the rest of Bleed to start getting some information here on mid. Crazy Guy activates the drone, spots out Polvi. Now they're aware Global is coming here on top mid.
Pीछे देख, पीछे देख, पीछे देख, पीछे देख. Ah, we've
And they're
got
very
1%
much so
outside
ready
there.
to receive
Watch,
it too. Polvi.
watch. Both sides. Oh, no,
It's an
no,
off
no,
versus
no.
off, but
No,
Darian's
no.
got the other
They didn't
angle,
know.
takes down
They
lightning
didn't
fast,
know.
and as it happens, Crazy
इधर
Guy
भी जाएगा
comes back
भाई.
in around just to check.
Yikes.
You're just
Polvi's on an
outpositioned,
operator, so
outpositioned.
you can't
This was
really
a bad round. We got outpositioned.
deal with so many angles, slow pushing like that when no one is checking your 6. One at the corner here. Crazy Guy actually picks himself out the operator, wants the challenge, and they will get punished
Ben Kai.
gloriously by Ben Kai.
ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है.
If he finds an
ज़्यादा हो
opening
गया,
here,
but ठीक है.
maybe somehow, some way, there was a world where
This
he could
was-
get into
ठीक
A
है.
and activate that ultimate and then put himself in a 2v1 manageable situation. Not going to happen this time. And Bleed, no need to call for those timeouts. They're adjusting on the fly here. And what looked like to have been a strong start for
This-
Global, Bleed starting to build things
they
back
played
up.
well. We just got
Very curious
outpositioned.
as to how it happens too, though. I mean, getting the information, just starting things off a little bit slow, but having an idea, at least a bit of a roadmap as to how Global Esports operates on this map.
Slow and steady. We got
Now
this.
they're starting to feel a little bit more confident,
op.
holding the right
Don't.
areas. And at the same time, I mean, just a good
Don't.
little bit of slicing the pie for Benkai. Now coming back into it, the off.
Nice.
A bit of
Back
early
off,
aggression,
back off.
but then punish right back. Crazy Guy with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, making sure that his teammate is going to be safe. What's the 2 damage on Polvi
Nice.
here? Ben Kai snuck
Nice.
himself all the way up to A. Scary unawares.
Oh.
Egoist. Does he dare push A
Oh,
main
bhai. Oh,
right
bhai.
about now? Because Ben
Oh,
Kai
bhai.
might not leave his ultimate. If Egoist can time this perfectly,
No.
nobody from
Oh,
League is going
nice.
to be aware of. Oh, never mind. That Thrash
Nice.
is just diabolical.
पीछे से thrash, आगे
With
से
that
ulti. My
punish from
God.
Benkai onto Egoist.
Oh wait, now
It's gonna
one
be
more coming
Darren
from
with the
behind.
showstopper to try to bring things back for his team.
Nice.
Starts things off with the op shot, and that does bring numbers back just by a bit.
Wait, Polvino.
Polvi slowly coming into mid. Ooh, Crazy Guy.
ठीक है, 30 HP
Thought
down
he
कर
bit
दिया.
off more than he can chew. This man's got
मारो, come on.
got molars for days. Durian. Does he
Nice,
risk
Ras.
himself to push here
They
with
save now.
the
Now save
showstopper?
का call आया होगा.
Nah, it's
They don't want to enter. Save.
ROI
Nice.
is back
Save,
now.
save. Go back.
Yeah.
Save it. They'll
Wanting
try
to
for
hold on
exit
to the
tries.
operator, but I mean,
They'll
still
go for exit tries.
thinking about how the round plays out, it's a lot of weird like individual fights.
Oh
Darren
wait,
with a
guys,
nice attempt to turn them
guys.
away from B at the very least, but then towards the end, like you mentioned, it was really just Benkai sneaking in. I think part of it is also how the map is laid out and Lead not really able to watch everything.
One at a time.
Right, you've got this double controller setup, you've got Egoist on the Cypher, but it's just not quite enough to cover all the bases. There are always these tiny gaps that Benkai, for example, can use to sneak up, past alley, sneak a frag, take control.
नहीं, just अभी
That's
खेलते
the
रहो.
strength that Ben Kai brings to the table, right? It's his confidence, it's his
Jeeto.
timing plays that when it works, it puts you on the map. And we saw that happen when he was,
तक हो रहा है
well, we didn't see
भाई.
it, come into fruition when he was trying to do that against Zeta because he was losing a lot of the fights against Laz. But here, we're seeing the polar opposite of that, which is in benefit of Global Esports.
Precisely.
Spam करो
It's
इधर
lovely to see how Global Esports are starting to move these puzzle pieces to make them all fit together. First of all, you got Polvi,
dialogue
who's a bit of a
तो
wild card sometimes, but then Benkai, this proven
अभी
entity, and we
puzzle
know
हो गया
how
हम
he
लोग का.
lurks.
Till
We
now
know
we
how
were
he
puzzling.
hides and strikes when the iron is hot.
Well, his iron is definitely scalding here, Quack.
Bring them down.
I mean,
Nice.
this is so different from the Global that we've seen.
Oh, so
from,
different. Oh.
From a couple of from yesterday's matches. They're so controlled. They're so precise. These guys have truly woken up. And I don't think they can continue this rampart. GE fighting truly will turn into a GE winning.
Yes.
Very, very careful. And look at how they're still maneuvering across. Still Benkai on the lurk, carefully checking corners. They want to make sure that they can keep the numbers advantage as they execute in, but Scary does not let that happen.
Lightning Fast already down. Yay and Egoist. Whew, look at this, backside control. Lightning Fast cannot get out. Shot and step. Aye, catched up by Yay. 3 kills and Bleed 4-6. Global Esports all turned on their heads with a huge paranoia from Scary.
Yeah, that's exactly what it starts out. Scary. He's the guy who puts up that roadblock. Up around B, I mean, he just has that one paranoia, and it just nicely covers the entirety of B main as they push out. He gets away with that one frag, and then the rest of the team comes in at the same time just to prevent them from going into site easily. There's always that little opening around market, and the timing of the dark cover was a little bit off. So a little bit unfortunate for Global Esports. They couldn't quite break through, and wow.
Good timeout, good timeout.
Off of that loss, they might just be the, oh no, actually it's a Bleed timeout off of their win.
Gia is known for those kind of timeouts where it's not
That's
really
such a nice sign. She'll add the win after we win. What's smarter?
It's more to try building what's already slowly built by the team with these rounds. So with that being said, it's like it's just, again, trying to maneuver, probably figure out how to deal with Benkai's lurks. Because I think has been one of the biggest issues that they've been trying to figure out against Global here. It's just how much map control Benkai really brings to the table to his new team.
Should be. Should be.
Yeah, we've seen those lurks getting a little bit pesky for Bleed Esports now, but at the same time, I'm wondering what they're going to do. You got this operator, you got the showstopper too. Maybe a bit of early round aggression just to bring the momentum back under their control. We are nearing the end of the first half, and if Bleed can end this 6-6, they'll have an easier time as we swap sides.
Yeah,
oh, but
they will.
Okay, we don't see anything too early yet. Global playing things very carefully too.
Okay, spots out the camera there very quickly, breaks it down. Egoist has placed all of his tripwires on elbow here. They're much more okay with fighting A main, or A link, excuse me, than elbow without any of those utilities. Where's the cages though?
No.
Does he have no money for the cages?
Not too sure, but at the very least, yeah, there's one up by elbow. He knows that this is a spot that Global has approached many times before and wants to counter it.
Oh, that's a huge haunt. Who's got the here's the party? That is going to be Dorian dunking it in the face of Benkai. And this is a bloody take here for Bleed. Somehow manages to get in. Dorian throws out the nade. Can he find one?
Nice goal.
Fast with the late lurk and the counter late lurk from Yay. It's 1-1, 2 versus 2. Retake will have to be done here by Bleed.
Hold.
Global Esports, they've doubled up. They got a solid positioning right now. And Dorian still holding this operator. We'll have to wait for Yay to double up with it, but Yay just runs into the side and trips up face first into the embracing hand.
Let's go!
Happens twice now. Dorian and GE really commanding the rounds here when they go when they get those setups.
Especially when they get those setups. 1 second and you spot out like a foot and an arm, and you're like, okay.
Sorry, Siri, डर गया बेचारा.
Here. I could have fired off a shot, but
बहुत भूख लगी है,
not
guys.
going to be enough to win out the round. So it's a little bit odd for Ye to swing out like that. I don't know if it's like a little bit of miscommunication, but at the very least, it can say with absolute certainty, Global Esports are fighting.
मैं कैमरा 2 मिनट के लिए बंद कर रहा, बहुत स्ट्रेस आ रहा है, ऑडियो रहेगा.
I love how you just said that. GE fighting.
No, आती
and of course the fans have been clamoring every single time
on
social media. Always giving their beloved team that support. Holby's the one right now with the showstopper. How does the not connect on Yay? On the corner, doesn't matter, still gets the kill. Man is on a tear here. Global Esports want to make a statement to end this first half if they can. Still have to be very careful as they know that Bleed still has working pieces. They've only found Yay. They haven't got Dorian yet, who has been such a thorn with this operator. They're making a lot of noise here on mid side right now, Quack, but they're
yes, we have people cheering for us in the audience.
Dorian seems to be prepared, but is he truly?
Yeah, I don't know how he can escape with this one. Oh my goodness!
He doesn't need to escape, man. He only needs to thrive, and he gets the collateral. Holby does shut him down very quickly. Damage be done. Has to pick up the spike, 30 seconds. His teammate, Lightning Fast, trying to get that clearance so that there is a lot more opportunity for Polvi to push up onto the A site more securely. The big problem is, can he? Also, just gonna put it out there, does Crazy Guy have some nasty little lineup for a default plant, because he's got 2 shock darts. I don't know where, I don't know how.
I kind of expect him to be able to do that. If not, at the very least, he's got the recon for his team to come in at the retake. They've got the numbers for it, but Polvi has paint shells too. I don't know if he wants to push out even further though, that's the thing. Because he might get punished, and that's basically gonna be the round for Bleed now.
You know, I was thinking that he was going to use all of those utilities of his, but he doesn't really need to. You know why? They're not expecting him to be on the site.
Yeah.
So him just being silent and deadly is already it, you know?
But that said, you know, it also kind of works out because I don't know if it's like Polvi overheating a little bit, but peeking out over the box, I guess he just didn't quite expect Crazy Guy to be on the other side.
Yeah.
So we do end the first half, you know, not with a 6-6, but a 5-7, which again still isn't the worst thing in the world. That say, we shall see if this iteration of Bleed can bring them back with a pistol round. This is Global Esports' map pick after all, and they might actually have an easier time on the defense.
True, and this is the first time we're also seeing Global play this Sunset map, if I am not mistaken. So there's still so many unknown factors of how they've been truly controlling this. And of course, another one of those things is you will not really have any Sentinel, I believe, coming into that second half. So
the Viper.
I mean, we're talking about how the Viper could play as a Sentinel, but doesn't truly play as a Sentinel, right? So they have to learn how to play with that, and very curious to see how they will.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You know, we were talking about it. You don't have quite the traps to really watch your backs or control the map, so it's a little bit iffy sometimes. But, you know, on a map as big as Sunset, does feel like it could be, you know, just enough. At the same time, because you're playing on defense, you just need to delay, really. And as long as Benkai stays hidden well enough, you know, you throw out those utilities, the snake bites, hold off for as much as possible, anchor down the sides, he should be good to go.
Okay, come on.
Then again,
guys.
Comes down to map control and Bleed. The way that they move together on this map, they move as a unit.
Crazy Guy committing all of his money for utility. What a total team player.
My eyes are down.
Okay, so it goes on mid. He wants to check if anybody pushes up on triple with that recon dart, but doesn't find anything. So the rest of Bleed now push up onto A side. Polvi, he almost got decapitated there by Egoist, but decides otherwise. Here comes Benkai. Here's the footsteps, backs away. Bleed, they've been sought after, they've been found out, and Polvi here pulverizes Egoist. That's gonna leave Bleed trapped on A main. If Polvi decides to actually push the tempo right now, and Bleed, they're taking fights that they can't.
Golu returns.
We're not done just yet, hold on. Benkai's around the corner here, spotted out by Durian, so maybe this is the fight that Bleed are finally looking for. But there is still so much to unravel from Global Esports. So Bleed decides otherwise to go around. I think they're hoping to maybe find Polvi somewhere lurking. But as we can see, he's somewhere there on top of A link. So they're not going to find anything. But if they go to B,
easy, go
this
plant,
is where
go plant.
they can find themselves a chance. But with market door being closed, they're going to burn a bit of time waiting, checking, and then in a couple of seconds they have to rush.
Either way, Global Esports holds the advantage, right? And that's the most interesting thing, at least for this round. Although it's a full new squad, they carry on the same statistics from last year in VCT Pacific, having one of the most highest number of pistol round wins.
Blaze King,
taps them all
baby.
down with the Ghost.
Who's the king?
That's a huge,
Who's the
huge
king?
upset here for Global.
Blaze King. Let's
Bleed
go.
also known to make those aggressive force buys.
Mustinai.
Bleed here. And of course,
What
the
a
best weapon against
beautiful
that,
play.
which
Let's
I
go.
think Polvi might pick up. Ah, there it is.
Outlawed.
Just a bit of a weird thing, you know. Global Esports hasn't really called any timeouts yet. Bleed maybe called one after a round win.
Yeah.
And the way that they're pushing up so slowly, players
अभी
like
ये जी
Blaze
के
King,
पिस्टल
Holy
के
on
साथ
the
करेगा तो
other
कितना मजा
side,
आएगा.
the slight micro timings with the way that they peek out all of a sudden, sometimes Bleed just doesn't quite expect it. So it's a bit of revenge for Blaze King as well, right? Because this, you know, was him playing on Boom Esports versus Bleed
right
at Ascension last year. Now finding his win with a new team, new roster on Global Esports.
You're absolutely right.
Come
on. And here's the thing, Bleed also coming off of that high with the pickup on Ye, but it feels like Ye is so out of his element here, whether it's because he's on a new team or he's on a role that he's not really truly familiar with.
के दूसरी
You can
side
see
पे
him struggling.
जाओ.
We were showing that scoreboard.
Let's
he's at
go.
the bottom for Bleed as of this point.
Golu, this is your time,
These are the
Golu.
struggles that Bleed are having to face in Global.
Golu, this is your
down.
chance.
Oh, this wall.
Oh, they all went there. Golu doesn't know.
If it drops,
doesn't know.
Fast got a chance. Blaze King first on contact.
Blaze King, this is all you.
Locks them up into the prison.
All you, Blaze King.
Pushes out. Well, he doesn't need to.
Let's
Lightning Fast
go.
is right there with him. That's going
Nice.
to be a quick cleanup here for Global. And they are terrifying on this control. It's
They
not
are
fast,
terrifying
but it's
on
a
this
slow burn
control.
here, and
Oh.
it is scorching Bleed little by little.
I don't know what he needs, but they gotta kind of like cauterize the wound or
4
something,
rounds.
right?
Come on, 4 rounds.
Right now, as it goes on, we're starting to lose out in terms of rounds. They get the buy back up in full this time, but
Hey,
the
Mohit
momentum
पीछे दिख
definitely
रहा
on
है.
the side of Global Esports. They're toying with them so much, controlling around the map.
कैमरा लेके रस के पीछे खड़ा था.
And again, you got Polvi on this outlaw, and the amount of damage that they could potentially put out is
I don't even feel like
However,
opening
this
Twitter right
round,
now.
It is a Bleed with full armor, full utility.
Twitter खोल के फायदा ही क्या है?
And again, it's one of those games where it doesn't feel like there's anything explosive that's happening, but it is by design. Global Esports are playing at such a pace that I feel like Bleed can't really read them in this situation, even if Bleed has that capability to be able to do so.
Yeah, I know it's kind of like feels really slow at times, but then there are these tiny little moments where Global Esports just accelerates just by a little bit.
Yeah.
And right now, towards market, you've got a little bit of vision from Russ as well.
Come on, guys.
They might have heard something to where it's B main, but that's about it. So the rotation's coming over. They don't see any spot. Might be lightning fast, yeah, getting the call over. The toxic screen at the very least is a tell. So now rotation's coming over. As long as Lightning Fast can do his job, you know, he still has that paranoia available. Blaze King as well with a haunt for info.
Yeah.
Do it, do it, do it. Time नहीं उनके पास. Do it. It's worth it.
How much statistic do we have with how effective Blaze King's haunts have been?
They know Golu's position. They know Golu's position. Nice, Golu.
Just dodging
निकल ले
into the
Golu.
side
Nice.
itself.
Oh, but they knew.
Fast not going to be able to escape that one.
They knew.
Explosion from Bleed is here.
Time.
Oh, that is a huge mosh pit. That
Oh, he's blind.
blinds everybody. Yay, just frantically spraying it
Oh,
down.
bhai. Oh, bhai.
Polvi picks himself up. A Spectre pushes up.
ठीक है चलेगा. ठीक है
Scary's on top
ठीक
of that case, and that's going to be Bleed 6 to 9.
Bonus
Very
है.
messy fight, but
ठीक है चलेगा.
Bleed comes out on top at least for now.
Yeah, not being able to buy back up in full might hurt them a little.
Slow and steady.
But you can see it's a slightly better take, a slightly better approach towards the site. You know, being able to pull the attention back and forth. Despite Global Esports having a good read on things, the way that Bleed comes in, you've got Darion and then Scary to find the trades. They make sure that they can control the site safe enough. But again, that's just how Bleed operates. Everything so far in this entire map has been safe for both sides.
Don't.
Obi though, very far forward
Smile
into
for the
the
camera.
front of his opponents. His teammate giving him some leeway to pick up that orb and back away into A main.
No.
He decides to push up. Maybe he can find something, but it seems like Polvi might have overheated a little bit here, jiggling a little bit too much, and Crazy Guy capitalizing.
ठीक है.
And it's as easy as that. Now the rest of
Now they
Global
know the
pushing
site
up
is
on
empty.
mid
Now
could
it's on
put a
retake.
pinch
ठीक है.
on the late lurking Ye, but
Oh,
B
bhai.
side should
Oh,
be
bhai.
theirs. Never mind, Ye turns it back, and now he's
Benkai.
got that late lurk that
Nice
GE will have
Blaze
to deal with. And it's deal upon deal. All right, we're not done just yet. It's fine. We're
Nice.
charging in.
Benkai निकल ले.
huge.
Benkai निकल
He gets
ले.
another one. We'll get shut down by Egoist.
ठीक है.
As dust settles,
Slow and
who's getting the
steady.
advantage
Nice.
right now?
Golu, all you.
Feels like it's Bleed. Should
Golu, all
be.
you.
They are pushing lightning fast, but the punishes and the quick trades
Yes!
for Global
Let's
Esports
go!
are just too damn fast and Bleed.
Hey, diffuse कर, मस्ती मत कर.
As Blaze
पहले
keep
diffuse कर,
approaching from
बाबा.
behind,
मेरे को
yeah,
ऐसे
it's just
situation
too
में
much
stress
going
आता
on in the
है. पहले
round,
diffuse
and,
कर.
although
बाद
Ye
में
got some
celebrate.
good picks early on, again,
Oh,
with how big
okay.
the map is, Bleed loving to move together as a unit. They
and
relinquish a
steady.
little
Come
bit
on,
more
we
map
got this.
control
Slow and steady.
towards the back and the side.
3 rounds for this
Unless
last
Gary
3
can
more
really
rounds.
block
3 more
things
rounds.
off
Let's
with
go.
his
3 more rounds.
smokes, it sometimes just doesn't really work
3
out
more
all too
rounds.
well, and they need a little bit more fragging power right now. You got Crazy Guy who's always there to support. You got Darian who tries to rush in, but then apart from that, no one
3
else is
more
really there to
rounds.
help Darian follow up. So the site kind of falls apart as soon as they
3
make their way
more
in.
rounds. Come on.
6 to 10
Slow
now
and
will
steady.
be the score, and it's going to be a Bleed that has to save. So I don't know about you, Asher,
Hey,
but this
thrifty
map is
मत हारना.
starting to look like it's almost over.
हम लोग thrifty में बहुत ऐसा over confident होते हैं. Thrifty नहीं हारना, we will win.
I feel like I was about to say, never say never, as is, of course, by my favorite movie,
Nice.
with Justin Bieber and Jaden Smith. Anyways.
And Justin Bieber.
And Justin Bieber again. Yeah. Durian, though.
इसीलिए.
Sick shot on mid
Good job,
here,
man.
but the thing is with Global Esports, right, is if you strike us, cut one head down, 2 will take its place. They are so quick at just reacting to
Nice.
the stimuli that Bleed is dishing
Come on.
out.
Benkai
And
don't
this
die.
hasn't
Benkai don't
been
die.
Bleed's
Benkai, you know what you're doing.
strongest recontact at all.
No.
You can find something maybe for Ye here.
This
Okay,
is
now
why.
as soon as I say that,
Thrifty बहुत
Ye
stress
does
देता है
something
यार.
like this.
Because I
And
know.
this makes it somewhat
now like
doable. You're absolutely right. El Diablo
stress आता है यार.
heating things up, right?
Now they'll
And they
ult सब
exercise it
कर
out of the
देंगे.
sight.
Overcook,
As the
overkill,
Nightfall
overstress.
used very haphazardly. No follow-up just to scare them, but the pit
He knows.
making it very difficult to push over. What is happening here?
knows. Come on.
Nice! He can't find nobody, and Lightning Fast finds
Very
Sinha left
stressful,
in a
but
2 versus
around
1.
is around.
Yo, what?
A little bit awkward for Egoist in that moment.
Yeah.
Coming out of the Viper's pit, I mean, you can see the idea that he's already been spotted inside as
Stress तो
Global
है.
Esports pushes into the pit. So
Everyone's saying
tried to do what
Binks
he
is
could,
going
but just
crazy on the
without
stream.
firepower, I guess. Kind of whiffing
Nice.
some shots, and Ye at the same time
13K
separated
watching
away from
Binks.
him.
Let's go.
Ye needed to stay in the pit to keep it up, right? So
Bunks,
Global
bye.
Esports just knowing how to
Hashtag
make
G
it work, having
fighting.
that much more confidence to go in for some of these duels. They were decisive. They took things apart. And yeah, although it was a bit of overhope from star power of Ye, still not quite enough to bring Bleed to a decisive win.
Speaking of
पीछे देख.
not going to be enough.
पीछे देख.
Oh, hold on.
ऐसे मत
Volby's in
कर.
trouble here. He decides to go on
Why?
the other direction that might have
Yes,
been
Russ,
incorrect
come on.
for him. Russ
Nice.
has pocketed
Nice.
himself onto the corner in the IGL.
Easy,
not
easy.
falling behind.
Nice,
oh,
Golu.
what a controlled spray from Lightning.
Control spray
Egoist now
बोलते.
alone. Polby might not have gotten any kills,
Thank
but his teammates sure made use of the push outside of the
Camera
that he
फिर
has
से
just
गया.
done.
But we're
Well,
fine.
that's activated.
It's
That's
okay.
an
It's okay.
exposed
Audio still है
positioning.
ना. Audio's here.
Spike
It's okay.
not in the hands of Egoist here though, and he is
Come
looking
on, come
for
on,
a
come
kill
on, come on, come
rather
on.
than pick up the spike first because he does. Even though he's exposed his opponents, he does not have the map control to really take advantage of that.
I have retrieved.
Let's think about this, right? You got 50 seconds left. You got full armor.
One more.
Got a
3v1.
rifle.
Just go there. Just go there. It's worth it.
Entirely impossible.
Let's go.
So he could go in for the spike plant first, but then where do you go after that? You know
Yeah,
the
yeah.
full force
Face
and
cam
might of
died
Global
because
Esports, at least the
wait,
last 3
I'm
players
gonna
are
switch the
definitely going to
cam
come after
back
you.
on.
Russ
थोड़ा
has
कैमरा
Thrasher.
ओवरहीट हो रहा है.
Just
जी की
stay in a
गेम
spot
इतनी
that's,
इंटेंस जा रही है.
well-concealed enough
कैमरा
that
ओवरहीट
Russ
हो रहा है.
can't find you. I guess market is away. Maybe you sneak back out to the
has a
top of
thrash.
mid.
यहाँ से नहीं, यहाँ
Come
से
back in with a big flank. That is an idea.
Oh, actually, he'll just
but
pick it up there
Benkai
only.
is watching the back.
Oh! D10! Don't
Russ
knife. Golu don't knife.
found him.
Golu don't knife.
Show
Golu
him
don't
what it
knife.
means.
Golu!
Yeah, there it is.
Golu!
I mean, whether it's by sheer
Golu.
intuition or because the meter for Thrash was running out, he found him, dude. He found him.
He found him.
That does not feel good as Egoist. Like he was preparing himself for
Nah.
3v1.
Egoist is not having a
what's
good
the
day. I mean,
economy
the
look
whip from
like?
earlier on, and then now getting hit by the Thrasher like this. Ego is just does not feel good. But on the other side, for global esports,
Timeout. Let's go. Bleed me timeout. Yeah.
First of all, I mean, the Threats are just
spin गाली देगा गोलू को.
the way that they're moving together. You've got Benkai watching the back. Every base is covered. This is the global esports that, you know, knows exactly how to operate, how to move.
This is what they wanted to show us on that first day on their debut match as well with this.
By the way, yeah, G has taken 0 timeouts till now. This is Bleed's second timeout. Swin is like, मेरे को बात ही नहीं करना है, तुम लोग से चुपचाप खेलो जीतो.
Right now, or at least in that round, you know, Polvi always
next map के लिए prepare करेंगे, but एक round चले जीत जाओ, please.
Rushes out, dies on his own.
One round more. Don't get overconfident. One round more.
Apart from that,
it's not over till it's over. Victory जब तक screen पे नहीं आए, it's not over.
That truly brought the round back for them.
This is what I've been telling the Dust as well when I was with him, you know, a day ago or so.
बोलो कि जीत जाएंगे फिर बजाएंगे. G winning के anthem.
Has been
not
Chat
पे बोल दो जीत जाएंगे फिर बजाएंगे.
And now
anthem भी
with him still being on the controller, sure, but he's now put into situations where he can.
One round, come on, one more round.
Into spots
one more round,
where he
one
can
more round. Let's
try
go.
To
one more round.
Something
one
else
more round. One more round.
Sick at him.
One
He's
more
9-10
round.
and 3, but those are impact frags. He's been doing.
One more round. Let's go.
Oh wow, and completely forgot too. Blaze King actually leading the kill
Achha,
feed because he's picking up a lot of pistol kills and some nice cleanups as well. Now back into it. Last ditch effort from Bleed. It's gonna be a bit of a contact.
This is why I don't like this.
They're just running it down.
Abhi guns utha liya.
I mean, everybody from Bleed was shot by the paranoia of lightning fast. Lightning fast still holding inside his own smoke. That's going to dissipate pretty soon here as he pushes out and covers the entirety of the Bleed conspiracy on B main. Double satchel from Turion.
Just
man,
go next round faster.
Benkai is by his lonesome.
चलेगा next round.
इसीलिए बोला ना. Clean round for Bleed here. Not the end of the world just yet. They got 5 rounds if they can survive.
One more round, Siri. One more round.
एक
round जीत जाओ.
GE.
मेरा Siri बाबू एक round जीत जाओ.
Always, always. But of course, think about how that round turns out. I mean,
एक round
from a
come on.
timeout. Perhaps Lagia just kind of anticipated such a push.
One more round. Confidence
having the players positioned
मेरा
right
camera overheat हो रहा है जी भी.
them to go for
Confidence.
Such a fight.
एक round जीत जाओ please.
A little bit odd for global esports, you know, the last final rounds to really go in for a play such as
We're
that.
going eco.
Full whatever it is, it puts Bleed out on top.
So we're losing one more round then I guess. Or we're trying to fight for thrift.
Durion.
Huh?
They're committing their ultimates here, Quack. Very much so everything.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. You know, if you can secure the rounds, might as well.
Polvi, mat kar.
Is he gonna stab it?
Nahi Polvi.
No, okay, he still gets it.
मस्ती नहीं Polvi.
I'm losing my mind.
क्या कर रही है?
I'm so sorry.
Eco round है thrifty है, but मस्ती मत कर. Stress देता है बेटा.
Just at the nick of time, right? And then Polvi just panics a little bit, brings out the classic, hits the
panic करवा दिया.
Fire, tap burst. Sure, let's go with that. What is happening? The timings have been so wacky
ये वाला मस्ती करना ही था.
But somehow, some way, Bleed clears it up.
Yeah, very.
इसके लिए भी स्पिन बहुत गाली देने वाला है. बहुत गाली देने वाली है.
It starts off with Darian and that commit with a showstopper into elbow. It kind of throws things in for a bit of a loop, and then maybe, you know, some positioning coming through with Polvi.
I can imagine Polvi's face.
But nonetheless, once Bleed gains control over sight, you know, I mean, once they know exactly what's about to happen,
ठीक है, let's win and close it out, guys. Come on.
They're able to come in and put themselves in a position to shoot things
एक
down.
एक round. Hey, Polvi, off मत कर. Just close कर लो, guys.
Still got 4 more rounds to go.
Comeback का मौका मत दो.
You are very much in the game. You got Polvi on an op now, though, and I want to see what the idea is behind this.
It is to get kills with the sniper. That is the idea.
No!
But the idea will not be turned into their reality.
This is why mat karo. Overconfidence is bad. Spin timeout call करके डांट दो बच्चों को.
Benkai is hoping that they might push a bit forward here. Heroics from the sub.
They'll wait, of course. Why Ben?
Anyways, Bleed clean on the take. They just waited a couple of seconds. Able to get one. Blaze King trying to hold the back of the side, but will lose control instantaneously. And the rest here of Global Esports trying to brute force their way. It might work, but Bleed have been too clean with this straight game for the past couple rounds now.
Now it's
Global
getting scary.
Esports back again to the drawing board. They're starting to lose control here. 3 rounds a while ago might have seemed impossible. But with how they've been
Momentum
approaching here,
तोड़ दो,
Quack,
please,
it
time out
looks
बुला लो.
pretty doable from the MYSG team.
Yeah, I mean, the reads are starting to feel a little bit off from both sides. Bleed starting things out not too great, but then now starting to get an idea for how Global Esports wants to play. I mean, going for that aggressive peek up on B. Polvi, that's what that op was for, but Bleed knew exactly how to counter that, right? And that's why they kind of played around a little bit more slowly.
Oh, spin बहुत ज़्यादा
So
काम है, bro.
getting these wins now, slowly
काम
coming
देखा
back
नहीं
in
उससे
the game
कभी.
once they get control of the sites. That's the
He's
name
not
of the
even
game.
talking.
Global Esports
Like,
calls the timeout.
guys, you know what you're doing.
Again,
Just
they're
keep doing it.
sitting at map point as long as they kind of play it safe. You know, maybe they don't want to allow for Bleed.
You know what he should do? If he lose another round, call timeout
as long
again.
as they, you know, perhaps go in for a bit of a retake, all it takes is just one round to bring them over that finishing line.
I'd also just add that even though
Guys, come on, guys.
we are seeing the
How to throw 101. We should write a book.
for
We
global,
really should
right,
write
give
a
them
book.
a lot more money to utilize. Their composition is damn expensive, especially with how they've been buying the operator for Polvi. That's
Come
going to
on.
reset their
Let's go.
economy
Guys, no
somewhat
masti.
here.
Seriously, le lo
In any
thoda.
case, though, I mean, just
Have
one
your
wrong
fun
step
after
for
you
Bleed,
win.
and that's it for game one. Polvi, is he going to double satchel once again? I want to see what he does on mid, though.
Come on.
Oh, okay, timer's still going. I thought it was like a tech pause. My brain's just slow. No, they're actually just slow pushing on top mid. No sound done, so Bleed doesn't know this. There could be a huge flank coming in, but all of the members of Bleed are just stacked outside B. If there's any kind of noise that they do on mid, or Bleed just decides to go B, there will be no resistance whatsoever here from GE.
This is what I meant, right? You got the timeout. All you need is one round. As soon as they, you know, play along with the numbers advantage, if they can come in for a big flank, a big retake, Bleed might not be able to hold off against it. So now Polvi back into his market. They got more lines of sight.
Benkai's gotten the first
One at a
kill.
time.
Step in the right
They
direction
don't know
right now
Egoist is here.
for
They don't know
Global
Egoist is here.
Esports.
Nice.
Oh, no.
Now they know.
Wingman
Now
and
they know.
Nessie makes Egoist a sad, sad boy. 3 more players here for Bleed.
Wait for it.
Global
Nice.
Esports coming back alive. Yay and Scary. Controllers a miss. They will
Nice.
try to do their darndest to stop the defuse from coming in, but it will not be denied. Yay's on
Defuse.
the last legs.
Finish it.
No
Finish
one's
it, guys.
right
Oh,
now.
snake biter. Finish
Wait.
it. Just
Okay,
finish
there we
it.
go. They just try to spray through the Viper's pit, but it's gonna get DE9. And Global Esports finally find that one play to secure this first map in this elimination
First
series.
map.
12-9. I mean, what a great start from Global Esports. They won both pistols. They showed us that Benkai's back in form, lurking all over the map, but at the same time, what the rest of them can all do. I mean, you got Blaze King, who's just
Thank
finding
you.
frags on top of frags.
One map, one more to go.
You got Russ and Lightning Fast coming
One more to
back
go.
into trade, and also just
One
Polvi
more to go.
doing Polvi things.
One more to go.
It's a little bit odd for Bleed
One
to come
more
in
to
this
go.
slow, but at the same time, Global
One
Esports,
more to
that
go.
final round off of the timeout, they knew exactly what they were doing.
Because of that, we're just gonna pass it on to the desk to discuss things even further.
One more to go.
Sunset belongs to Global Esports, and I feel like, you know, we did mention that Bleed was feeling confident with the map vetoes, but we did hear that
Now is a good time
Global
to go
was
to
actually
Twitter.
feeling very confident on Sunset.
Yes, they absolutely were. And I mean, they showed one. You know, this was overall very, very
That's all.
clean from them. Bleed looking like they were going to have a bit of a run back there at the very end after
That's
that
all I have
final
to say.
timeout coming through. But
Twitter पे
it's so
जाके मैंने
difficult. I mean, Global
कुछ बोल
already
दिया.
being up in 12
So,
rounds,
sorry.
locked in.
That's all
This
I
means
have
that
to
all
say.
they have to do is get that last one. They finally managed to make it happen. There was some nice setups at the end, some nice early
Now
picks
is when
coming
the
through.
real fight begins.
Yeah, and of course, as
Guys, this is the part of GE fighting. Because एक और मैप जीतना बाकी है. One more. One more. One more. One more. One more. That's all I'm going to keep saying. One more.
with their pistols as well, so maybe trying to continue
True.
that trend. But the
Everyone can be toxic as much as they want, guys. एक और मैप जीत जाए, please. We just need to win one more match. gefighting.com merch is already available if you want to go and support us. That's all I'm going to say. और क्या ही बोलूं? One more. One more. One more. One more. One more. One more. Bro, this is the best post I've seen today. This I will retweet. This I will retweet. This I will retweet. This I will retweet. Let's go. आज तो जी फाइटिंग ट्रेंड करवा दो. आज तो जी फाइटिंग ट्रेंड करवा दो. ये क्या नेफी ने डाला है स्क्रीनशॉट? ये एनगोलू का बॉटम फ्रैगिंग वाला. ये दिन देखा नहीं था ना, सोचा नहीं था ना. पकड़ पकड़ के मारे हैं. वन मोर. ये अच्छा है. आई लाइक दिस हेडलाइन. Bleed one map away from being eliminated from Pacific playoffs or play-ins from VCT Pacific kickoff. Yoinks. Don't forget the guy who said he would pay 6K if G won the map. हाँ, एक मैप भी जीत जाएंगे.
भाई मैं लेगा तेरे से 6000.
ओ किधर गया बाबा? जिससे बोला किधर गया? एक मैप भी जीत जाए तो 6000 सुपर चैट होगा. किधर गया बाबू? पैसा निकालो, सुपर चैट निकालो. कोई तो बोल रहा था एक मैप भी नहीं. एक सेकेंड. यू नो व्हाट दिस कॉल्स फॉर गाइस? दिस कॉल्स फॉर समथिंग कूल. जी फाइटिंग एंथम बजा रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम पे.
कौन है जो करे मेरा सामना? कर आंखें बंद कर ले तू प्रार्थना. Underdog energy in the house, she fighting, no hiding, believing we Valorant. We bring the fight to the tyrants. Born in chaos, need no silence. Not here for the glory, no room for jealousy. We here to build a legacy. भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम, अपने हालातों से लड़े हम. पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे अपने हुनर से, फिर क्यों किसी से भी डरे हम. भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम, अपने हालातों से लड़े हम. पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे अपने हुनर से, फिर क्यों किसी से भी डरे हम. जी फाइट है, हम आए हैं यहाँ जीतने जहां. जी फाइट है, गया ना कोई जहां, हम पहुंचेंगे वहां. जी फाइट है, बंद है जो दरवाजे हम तोड़ आए हैं. जी फाइट है, खेल ही खेल में दिल से दिल जोड़ आए हैं.
It's map, match, and tournament point for global esports. They're
Suno.
one round away. The biggest Valorant match of their careers so far. Everything on the line. If you want to be seen on the global stage, you've got to win this matchup.
कैसे ये ख्वाब जो मुझको सोने नहीं देते हैं रातों में. आंखें हो खुली या बंद, चाहिए ट्रॉफी मुझे इन हाथों में. We fight and repeat. Yeah, we getting tougher to beat. Yeah, we never made it this far. Picked ourselves up now, yeah, we are. We are to raise the bar. You're about to know just who we are. You're gonna feel the power. We bring to this world a new India. G fight है, हम आए हैं यहाँ जीतने जहां. G fight है, गया ना कोई जहां, हम पहुंचेंगे वहां. G fight है, बंद थे जो दरवाजे हम तोड़ आए हैं. जी फाइट है, खेल ही खेल में दिल से दिल जोड़ आए हैं. भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम, अपने हालातों से लड़े हम, भाइयों के साथ खड़े हम, अपने हालातों से लड़े हम, पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे अपने हुनर से, फिर क्यों किसी से भी डरे हम। ख्वाब है ट्रॉफी को मिलके उठाने का, जुनून है ये ख्वाब पूरा कर जाने का, रखेगा याद दुनिया ये नारा ना भूलेगा, हर दिल में गूंजेगा जी फाइटर, जी फाइटर, हम आए हैं यहाँ जीतने जहान, जी फाइटर।
Guys, camera थोड़ा overheat हो गया, so I'm gonna keep the camera off for like 4-5 minutes. Cool down हो जाने दो, then I'll turn it back on. Map जब आ जाएगी मैं camera भी on कर दूँगा.
bit across the map, so I'd love to see that upgrade and change here on Icebox.
Going back into the previous map, right? As you mentioned, the chain of utility from Global Esports, but I do have to say, on the side, you did have those stellar moments from Darion. Yes, the duelist looks a little bit rusty compared to his heyday all the way back in APAC or like CC Challengers and everything, but right now we are seeing shades of it come back. We are seeing why he was picked for this roster and why he is put on this role.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned it has been a while, right? So while I did point out it looks a little rusty, the point is it's rusty. He used to be very well known as that primary duelist on some of the older rosters that he played on, including back in the earlier days of Bleed Esports. So obviously they've had to do a little bit of a shuffle in the offseason in terms of roles. As long as he's continuing to get used to it, we should see him come back alive. Of course, a pretty notable moment right there as well.
It always feels so bad. I mean, even with some of the detains we had earlier, we didn't have the knives coming through. There was enough respect. You know, when Mako had his big oopsie just yesterday on Lotus, they went, we'll just shoot you. But no, not today. They know who they're playing up against. They know that they want to send a statement. Again, getting that fear of elimination in your opponent's heads, that can be driven in with a knife as well.
It looks like we are heading into Icebox right
Ye's on
now.
Jet.
Yay on Jet!
We finally get it. We finally get Ye on Jet, and he will be up against Colby on a Jet. We're finally seeing that dogfight happening, right?
And this comp, I mean, first of all, obviously very common comp on the side of Bleed Esports. Global sticking with what they showed last time as well, but it also works very well for Bleed's style and their roles.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Oh, this just got spicy, guys.
Let's get right into it. Map number 2, Icebox.
This just got very, very, very,
and
very
to
spicy, guys.
Ye's got his moment, moments, a couple that one game
This
ago.
is now
But
very,
when
very,
you put
very,
him
very spicy.
on that duelist, his signature role here, Quack, can this turn
अब
the
आएगा ना
tide
मजा
for Bleed?
वीडियो.
He's got to do what he's got to do. If he doesn't, then, bye-bye Bleed. Hello, India.
This is...
So,
Hello, India.
I
Thank
can't wait
you.
to see what happens, right? We've been talking about this.
Oh, yeah.
Desk was hyping it up before the match started. Polvi versus Ye.
Yeah, this is going to be very
right
stressed.
Deliver on Sunset, excuse me. But onto Icebox, surely it'll deliver.
Yeah, it put us on the loop, definitely, where it felt like there was just such a different pacing that we're not really used to. The tempo was everywhere on that first game, and it felt like Bleed also felt that as to how they just couldn't really outmaneuver Global Esports. That's not taking away Global Esports that had a phenomenal first game. Anyways, as the pistol starts to go here, contact will be that A site. Very low.
Polvi,
Dart
nice.
coming in from Blaze King. It might actually have hindered a lot more of the information gathering that was being hoped for here by Global Esports. Bleed now starting to march their way up into the push here. Benkai gets immediately spotted, not yet gutted, but he's getting pushed out, and his teammate is not gone. Lightning Fast is holding on. If he can reposition as well. Has the spike plant? Not yet done. I thought they were pushing for that A side.
Plant ही नहीं हुआ.
With all this happening, they could rotate to B.
I think that's their option.
I mean, just
They
run.
don't really want to stay. They're no
Just
longer welcome on the A
Just
side,
run.
especially Benkai down that low. Just a bit of
भागो,
question marks
plant
for
कर
the
लो, guys.
lead players. Have they rotated? I mean, clearly now that you've pushed up Belt and cleared out the
Come on.
you're anticipating that. They know they've got numbers advantage. They've got the shot guard.
Shaz, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian.
They're going to come in with a retake.
Oh, the alarm bot is deactivated. It just came up right now.
ठीक है, बाकी का बाद में. Come on. No.
Is aware, but Durion's too quick, and now Benkai, 27 HP.
Benkai, एक और है पीछे.
He's an
एक और है
aim
Benkai.
monster.
He's not expecting one more.
Another one at the flank
Now he
that's
is.
going to be egoist.
Now
His
he is.
turret is up, so
Now he is.
gets some breathing space.
Tap
Maybe
karo.
he can actually close the distance and
Now they
utilize it,
know.
but he just decides to go for
ठीक है,
those
ठीक है, ठीक
gunfights,
है.
which makes a lot of sense since Crazy Guy was already in the site itself.
Super
Not gonna
chat
work
miss
out.
कर दिया.
Bleed claimed
Coffee,
their
sorry.
first victory in the first
Thank you so
round.
much for the super chat. Let's go. G winning. Hope we play Zeta if we win. 2-0 Zeta.
Just trying to
ये
keep
पहले
themselves
जीत जाए.
warmed up in this
ये
chilly
पहले जीत
icebox. I mean, we saw how the pistol round goes off, and it's just a better setup
Slow and
towards
steady.
this site. We've got Scary watching.
Icebox
as
is
they
anyway
push through,
not our
Global
best map.
Esports can't really just dive in that
ठीक है,
freely anymore.
Slow
They
and
could
steady.
do that a little bit more on Sunset. You know, they were set up around elbow. They had the get-go. This time, not so much.
Wait, Global Esports, they've gone for the 4 spot.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
it was an expensive round on both sides, and
4
they
spot,
got the
baby.
extra money from the plant. But, all right, I want to see Outlaw Country, baby, because this Outlaw can really make some damage on either side. Push up already from Russ here,
Nice.
getting closer and closer.
Nice.
He hasn't gotten the most value off of his KO, as was being pointed out a day ago by the desk. Scary finds one. Durion still holding the mid lurk just in case. But it's the full blown push of Global Esports here on that A site. Blaze King.
भाई भाई भाई.
It's not gonna work.
Stinger के साथ नहीं
Unfortunately,
होगा भाई.
Plant will commence.
Like I appreciate the effort, but नहीं होगा.
Post will happen.
I mean, they've already got the numbers advantage, dwindling Global Esports as they try to push in. So despite this being a forced fight, it's not going to be an easy one. Good shot from Polvi, though.
Oh, it's a big flash. There you go. That's what they were looking for. Blaze King throwing the utility inside the smoke. Gets himself an advantage here, repositions. They don't know where he is. And you're absolutely right. Polvi's Outlaw is something weird about as Global Esports dismantling the defense.
Don't show, hide.
This force buy work out in their favor.
Wow,
First buy will work in our favor. Let's go.
Global Esports just coming in. First of all, you have the Outlaw. Second of all, like the flashback that you just mentioned, Asterai. It's just... Bleed doesn't really know how to play against this. I mean, we did see Global Esports playing this, you know, just a few days ago.
Slow.
But I don't know. It feels almost as if it's not enough game tape for, like, he had to set it up just yet. I mean, this retake completely
Polvi needs to outplay Ye.
You know what? It makes a lot of sense, too, for some force buys to contain or to have the Outlaw. Because if you think about it,
yeah, sure.
it works on both ways.
Not charging
Even
this,
if
might
you
as well
win
charge
the
this.
pistol round, right? You're usually going to have half shield Bulldog, maybe half shield Spectre, because you don't want to commit the full buy and, you know,
Nice.
quote,
What
waste money.
timing?
But if your opponent realizes this and you buy the Outlaw and you're good enough to hit a couple of those shots, you're in for a very strong round where your weapons should be able to one-shot the team that just beat you a round ago.
That's precisely
a very
why
nice wall.
This weapon is a deadly force.
We need to know Scary's
That's why
position.
they picked it up, and on the other side for Global, continuing to push forward now.
Nice, back off.
Can't just stop the spike plant happening.
So
Back
messy. Look at this, Polvi. It's not only something that's got his elevation
Back
working
off.
on his favor. Ye and Ego is stuck at the back of the site. They were able to pick up a couple of weapons. But it's just
Very messy,
not
but it's
working
okay.
out so well for the Benkai comes
That's
in
okay,
from the swing
it's okay.
all the way on screens. And that's going to be a
Oh,
complete
plan नहीं हुआ,
shutdown.
shah.
Global
300 मिल जाते
Esports
हैं.
get themselves another
ठीक है,
round.
चलेगा. Round is important.
You know the weird pacing that we were feeling from that last game?
Round
Feels
is
like it's gone
important.
here. Global Esports are running rampant in the Icebox map.
Well, look at Russ off of the zip line too.
Didn't even see that one.
Nice, come on.
On to the next round, though. I don't know if they can keep this up because keep
Slow
in
and
mind,
steady
Esports
wins
are
the
going to buy
race.
up in full.
One
Definitely
round
some
at a time,
adaptations
guys. One
coming
round
in.
at a time. Come on.
However, if Global Esports changes things up, you know, play for some long-range duels with Polvi's Outlaw, try to pick off some of these bleed players, just might be able to keep their lead.
And don't
निकाल लो
forget,
Polvi भैया.
there's no healer here. So if Polvi can just even, you know, get those body taps, you know, theoretically or situationally, if he can, it still works in the favor of Global here. Anyways, you're absolutely right. They do have the strength in numbers now, great firepower, as well as the full buys, yada, yada, yada.
This
Yeah,
is going to
why
be a
Global
big round
Esports
for
is
us.
tapping the brakes for this this round at the very
If we can
least.
take this round,
But at the same time, Global Esports
aayega.
isn't giving up too much. Darren committing the high tide, blocking off all of this vision.
come on,
Been
come
obfuscated.
on, come on,
Polvi
come
can't
on.
see anything. The tide goes down, but here comes Crazy Guy.
Oh,
information
nice.
gathered.
No.
They didn't get the info. Nice.
Can't see it.
Yeah, maybe no information gathered. Polvi and Ye.
Here.
No, bad call, bad call.
Each other here. Ye's holding a different angle.
Bad call, he doesn't know
It's
he's
just
up.
one thin piece of metal.
No, nice.
Here's Ye, but he unloads, unleashes the
Nice.
entirety of this. Durion's been exposed to the back of the site.
30 seconds
Might not
left.
be long for his world, but because they haven't committed
Nice,
commit
Golu.
the push fully, he can still reposition. And he is using
Nice.
that wall. He is using
Aure, plant karo.
the
Nice.
smoke. It still
Just planted off.
gets thrown
Scary will
up
have to save.
in
Let's
the
go,
air.
another one.
It's going to be another great global contact.
Let's go.
And Scary
Kishore Shaw, go
forced
for
to
it, man.
save.
Whatever questions you
So
need to ask, this is a place.
these
Just
outlaws,
dil se
man.
pucho.
Absolutely hurts Bleed's economy.
Exactly.
So apart from that, I mean, just right now, these guns, the way that they're pushing in, being
बहुत
so
stress है बाबा, बहुत
patient,
stress
playing
है.
around with
क्या हुआ?
Bleed's setups. I don't know about you, Asra, but I feel like I need a timeout pretty
I have an
soon
opinion,
because
yeah,
Global Esports are reading them and knowing exactly how to come in for the site push.
And what's good about this is, you know, talking about side pushes and everything,
Here.
No, it's fine.
is Global Esports isn't leaving Polvi to push by himself to create that
Slow and steady. It's
outlaw
okay,
by
it's okay,
itself,
it's okay.
right? The outlaw's a strong weapon,
One
sure,
more, one more,
but
one more. Now they have to
it gets
eco
its
this.
most value when you threaten it
Unless they're gonna force.
coupled
Oh, they're
with your teammates.
they're forcing.
And I think Global have been
They're half
realizing
blind,
this
they're
a
half
lot
blind.
more. So we're seeing the fruits of that ideology come into full swing as of now.
go.
And Polvi hasn't really had the need to upgrade at all. He didn't even buy his next
Let's
weapon. I'm
go.
pretty sure he
1
just picked
second,
it up from someone else. But of course, he's going to drop it because he has blades, and so on and so forth. That's going to be a call in the timeout.
Okay.
Did not expect this to happen, but it makes a lot of sense because Bleed, they're starting to get in trouble.
Yeah, you don't want to give them too much either if you die and drop your weapon. So timeout or, okay, timeout being called, and it's going to be Bleed to
Timeout
figure things
from
out,
Bleed.
just like I mentioned. I mean, we haven't, you know, we're
Shaz
hyping
donated
up
3,000.
this
Yes, he donated half the
pick
amount he
on
owes.
Jet for Ye, but we're not seeing too much
He had
just
said
yet.
अगर
And
एक
the
भी
pistol
मैच
rounds,
जीत जाएगी
he
तो मैं
hasn't really
6,000 रुपए
been
दूंगा.
able to
So he did 3,000 now.
come in and do what he does.
Canada से कोई
Maybe
है हमारा
back
बहुत
then
प्यारा
on the
सा fan
chamber, he does a little bit
who
more.
wants us to win. So I
This
understand the
time,
frustration.
still, the
I'm
whole
with you.
team, the whole map, they haven't really been put in a prime enough
Stream
position.
is lagging,
right?
video
You're always
quality is
playing
low.
catch up. You're always defending, being so
मुझे तो
passive,
यहाँ कुछ नहीं
hiding
दिखा रहा.
back sight. And
एकदम
then the
perfect
fact that
दिखा
just
रहा.
gives Global that much more space to execute.
Stream quality is great.
There's so
6,000
many,
kbps.
I feel
Bitrate
like, reasons
flawless.
as well as why he can't do that.
मुझे तो कोई drop
We
shot
saw
नहीं है भाई.
Bleed try to push out on A main,
second, next second,
but
yeah.
because of the drone, the walls,
I have
they
unlimited
got to be
RAM, bro.
pushed back. Now he doesn't want to pick a fight without his tailwind, so he plays a lot farther back into the side. But because of how close Global can get in without needing to get
चल
contact
रही
and
है.
then explode out as an entire like 4-stack, it makes it so that
मस्त
Ye
तो चल रही
can't
है.
really get that first pick and then back away. So
Okay, चलो,
it's
चलो,
been
चलो.
just so many
Let's go.
obstacles that Bleed have to try
Kishore
to deal
Shaw,
with
wait, I missed your question.
on this defense that hasn't again
Can you ask it
addressed
again,
by them
Kishore?
in these couple of
हाँ,
rounds.
ask. Why G don't
Yeah, I
invest in
guess now that
CCs
he's
like
got a
Soul?
Marshall, maybe
इसका
trying
मैं
to
answer
find some
match के
kind of
बाद दूंगा.
sneaky
थोड़ा भी intense match है.
pick. Then again, Polvi trying to do the same thing with the Blade Storm. But right now, Bleed just trying to make sure that Global doesn't get to execute on A as many times as
Just
they've
give us
they've done
visibility
before.
behind sight.
But that's it. I mean, all of these utilities, even with Scary's Toxic Screen, it doesn't block off enough.
Give us visibility.
They got closer now. A
निकल
couple
लो,
of body
निकल लो.
tags.
Yes,
Ye is in
let's
trouble.
go.
He's
मारो
pulling
उसको,
out a couple
मारो.
of those smokes, the
ये होगा
cloudbursts,
घर
but
पे.
it doesn't stop the barrage of
इधर
bullets
अपना घर है.
being thrown apart here
Icebox.
by Global Esports.
We will win. We have
Gave
to
the
win.
weapon to Polvi that he's used up every single blade that he's gotten. The rest of Global now pushing all the way onto B where no lick.
You've got
Free
Egoist,
yes.
though,
Feature
so he
utilities
might
available.
be able to hear what's
30
going on. So he
चलेगा,
calls the
चलेगा.
rotations over. But again,
Just go
without
plant,
the guns,
plant,
without
plant,
the
plant.
vision, they
Nice.
really can't do all too much in this retake.
Nice.
Global is just controlling things.
Nice.
Ye, again, getting shut down because of Russ and the whole team spraying him down.
Binks का
And
गला
now
चिल्ला
numbers
चिल्ला के
advantage.
बैठ जाएगा.
They're just sitting pretty.
ऐसा
Got the
chat
null
बोल रही है
command,
मैं नहीं.
Not really necessary either.
निकल ले
waiting
निकल ले
for
निकल
Bleed
ले.
to
It's
peek
okay,
into
it's
them.
okay, it's okay. It's okay.
Povi's
Wait
just
for
been
it.
put in a pedestal where Povi do go things. The things that he does so scary up against Bleed. He might have overextended his welcome a little bit with that peek of his, and this coaxes the
This is
push
not good.
with the reckoning, and
Of course
somehow
हमारा
Bleed
eco
comes in.
हार
Eco is
रहे.
with the double kill already, pushing up.
Of course हमारा
The
eco हम हार
use
रहे.
on that dart, and in the matter of a split second, it's just all been turned up in their heads. Benkai gets the double spray down.
Oh!
And he almost stops the defuse.
No!
0.2 seconds. I
ठीक है.
almost held my breath there. Absolutely turned over its head. Bleed. What was that miracle of a play?
I forgot about the 1 star factor. I mean, first of all, yes, you might have Scary getting a kill, but at the same time, Darian's Reckoning, this is such a useful ultimate. It throws them off. Global Esports wanting to reposition themselves. Ego is making use of that timing to push up front with the classic. And as soon as they picked up the guns, yes, Benkai try as he might, can't stop the incoming onslaught.
It was because of the Cove too. It absorbed enough of the damage.
Now of course he's on op.
That they were able to defuse it.
Great decision making by Darian.
Bravo, baba.
And a huge mishap on Polvi. He swung out to like 3 people from Bleed checking him out. Which was a big no-no.
Hey, hi, say hi on camera. I just realized that you're also.
Gets the first pick. Crazy guy right on top, but Russ immediately gets the refrag.
Nice.
Dust settles. That's gonna be Scary alone.
Scary save kar le beta.
Man has been the clutch meister when Bleed was playing in Ascension Pacific. But a Pacific League,
Don't
at
go
least
for
this
just
particular game,
kar.
hasn't had the chance to do so.
He was clutching quite a bit against T1 as well, but man, right now, 4 targets on a map like Icebox with the spike planted. I don't know how you can clutch this round out. And apart from that, again, it's the same problem. This A site, Global Esports, first of all, you got Russ with the suppressive knife from KO, and it just blocks off or gives him enough information. Ye has not been having a good day whatsoever, and that just softens up the site so much. As soon as Ye falls, the rest of Global Esports just decides that they can rush in. Takes Crazy Guy to be perched on top of screens to get a couple of frags, but that's about it. So,
I mean, we can afford it, but
even Crazy Guy, who've seen
it's worth
before
trying
in the past,
to take their gun away.
These counter
दो गन थोड़ी लेके जाएगा अगले round में.
To allow him to spray down as soon as the opponents try to go in for spike plants. He's not able to do it right now because he's the only one left on site.
Come on.
So
What's up, Zishu?
I don't know what the timeout was.
I hope you're feeling okay, brother.
Was about from before, but
फिर से camera
we're
overheat
not
हो गया,
really
guys.
feeling it just yet.
It's okay. I'm going to keep I'll just turn it on and off.
The one
Why?
biggest takeaway for me has
No,
got
no.
to be Russ.
I'll just turn it on and off. Bro, क्या हो जाएगा? जल के रात को देगा camera?
You know, with that match that they've had against Zeta, but this time it's all very much different. Crazy Guy, you were talking about how he's got some nasty setups, and there it is. Null Command is available here for Russ to utilize to make himself into a very strong force. Even though he's down to 30 HP, shouldn't matter as much as long as they can use him to batter the ram into that A site.
Come on, guys.
But it's a cut of noise for now. They did hear the Viper Pin was activated elsewhere, so maybe a strong inkling that it is B, so no need to push there anymore.
Peek.
Durian.
Go Darian, peek. Go na, peek. Peek.
What a risk
He doesn't know he's under him.
right now.
He
They are
doesn't
just
know he's
right
under him.
underneath each other. Spotted.
Call
Does he know about the belt person? He does
nahi.
not. Blaze King comes in. Ye does get the 1 kill, but it is all for naught here, Quack, as Benkai gets the trade. That lockdown is still up and running. Doesn't get any detains, but it clears out the rest of this site, so we do have a clean 3v2 in this post.
Russ is pretty low. Ego has the lockdown, might be able to use it to push Global Esports back. But then at that point, it comes down to gunplay. How can Scary and Egoist break up the site well enough to sneak a plant? They managed to shoot out some nano swarms, but at the same time, Toxic can only stay up for that long. Benkai tosses in. Oh wait, no, Lightning Fast tosses in yet more, and well, at this point you've run out of time. The lockdown invested, but no returns. That's right. This hurts for Bleed.
Yep, very much so. It feels like they have that really good setup.
If they go in, it's not
and
worth
then there's just that one mishap that changes everything. That just that one thing, and then it all just gets unraveled by Global Esports. Man, this is the This is the performance that GE truly was hoping to showcase, right? It's these strong individual pieces that have their spot. Russ IGLing, Benkai's ability to create those tempo plays, Polvi's star power from the Finnish scene. It's all coming together here in this elimination match, and it looks like they're the team to eliminate the Ascended team from Ascension.
What a story. I mean, again, you know, everyone's talking about Ye. We keep interviewing him and whatnot, but still not quite feeling it. And as we go back in, we're back into the same A play. You've got Benkai and Lightning Fast up towards mid. But even then, you know, talk about a plan gone wrong from before. Darian didn't really know how to respond either when he pushed up.
Ooh,
now it's Polvi.
Polvi, what a positioning there.
Nice.
And again, they were just waiting for that wall to drop down before they start exploding into the site. And it feels like this plan has been replicated, changed up a little bit, but still the A site is where GE find their home. Sure, they've rotated a couple times to B, but here on A, Bleed have no true answers. They will get the 1 kill, GE gets 2. They'll get 2 kills, GE gets 3. What is the answer right now? Ye's on his blades, and there's really no reason for him not to go for this. But with the doubling up of these 2 players from Bleed and that spike positioning not really to his favor, man is in a tight spot, to say at the least. And yeah, I mean, what could you expect? That was a 3v1, and nobody from Global was showing themselves up until that very last encounter.
El Diablo or El Hermano. I don't really know what Hermano means, but...
Oh, okay. All right. Still, as a Filipino, I can't tell you.
It's just global esports in this A hit. It's so darn good with the way that they've got 3 players covering each and every lane.
Yeah,
and sometimes, you know, like you mentioned how they switch things up, sometimes they just hold up around pipes and play around with the timing of things, and then Darren gets invited, he gets a little bit too curious, gets punished for it.
मैं वो कोई क्लिप करके भेज देना बाद में अभी थोड़ा मैप पे ध्यान
Esports change up the pace. I kind of want to see Bleed Esports push out, but then there are so many factors to consider, so that's another reason why, you know, it
Bleed on eco now, GE will lose. हाँ, मेरे को भी उसी चीज का डर है.
Operator invested in this round.
भाई रस is on next level. ये थोड़ा ट्विटर पे जाके वो ट्रैकर वाले बंदे को टैग करके छोड़ देना. मत करना कुछ. Just GE fighting बोल देना. हम लोग ऐसे ही.
At this point, any Hail Mary that Bleed can try to do, feels like they should do it right at this point.
Binks is asking you to tweet 120, give his channel link below.
There's not really a lot of options they can use.
Is Noida watch party there? Cancelled. We had to cancel the Noida watch party. उसके बारे में बाद में बताऊंगा.
But then nobody is there playing on the site itself, right? And since GE haven't found that contact, they're like, something's amiss here. We have our teammate Blaze King pushing up on Garage right now, so maybe with like 40 seconds left, we can either cut the noise, wait a little bit for this wall to go down, or if Blaze King can get a pick, we can just go run all the way to
that. They're predicting A site.
And
they have 4 on A site. No, now they have 3 on A site.
An option.
Go.
But you know what?
Wait for a little more.
So well, they're just gonna keep going in for it.
Little bit more.
I kind of like the positioning from Bleed this time, playing so far back.
Little
Let
bit
them
more.
in. Let's see if we can kill the spike planter. Play around with the timings of the retakes. Make sure that Global Esports can't really feel too comfortable, even if they have won this site so many times before.
They're running down this clock very much.
No.
Nano Swarms could provide some indication of denial. Egoist,
plant
not good on that one.
Plant miss ना
The
करियो.
kill here on Polvi.
पीछे से है. Nice.
Late lurk from Blaze King. Dart, presence known outside of screens. If you can get a couple of picks, that should be lethal for him. While his teammates on the side are fighting back, and Blaze King somehow manages to pick up Crazy Guy. Dorian does get the refrag, but that is time wasted for the favor of Global Esports. Coming in back onto the site. Viper's Pit. It's very difficult for them to push up, but they found Lightning Fast. That pit's going down. Time is ticking.
It's going down. Just waste time.
Still alive. Did he press any late nano swarms?
Yeah.
And Russ is also doing the same with the fragment.
Wow.
They're buying as much time as they can. Russ pushes up, gets denied. Spike. Ooh, I don't know. It's close. And it's barely just defused there by Bleed. 0.95.
We should have backed off.
They somehow managed
it's okay.
or to grind enough gears.
Just
grit their teeth for that defuse as well.
थोड़ा सा और time waste करना था. 1 second और but
this is very funny in contrast because the way that Global Esports played post-plant in this round is exactly how Bleed Esports would have played it, just a year ago or two. Especially on a map like Pride, the post-plant lineups. You got the nano swarms, you got the fragment, and it just burns down so much. But that said, even with a Viper's Pit up, Bleed at the very least, because they play so far back, they were able to play around at the timings like I mentioned.
No.
Frags in, right? That's what they really need. Softening up those defenses as soon as the spike goes down. Now, Global wants to change up the plan. Ye is positioned for this. Surely he delivers.
Blaze King can use his... Oh, no! Yay!
Don't die. Back off, Oja, maro mat.
Man got the opportunity to do so, but he whiffed the shot. And now he might be forced back here, and... I don't know, man.
There are no words.
That was a big mishap.
There are no words. It is what it is. We keep going forward. Global Esports have been doing such a good job.
Just wait.
Whether it's bits of timing or just the sudden peaks out, they're able to react so quickly to take him down. But guess what? Crazy Guy comes back in with the Guardian play. Spike not down yet, but surely soon enough. And Bleed are trying to wrap back in around this, make them feel uncomfortable.
Turn the Tide activated here from Durian, forcing them into the embracing hands of Crazy Guy. He's been good on the Guardian for 2, but he can't convert it into the 3rd. Reckoning denies just a lot of this one.
He's there. He's not going to let him
Durian is so close to the rest of them, but they haven't planted anything just yet. The miss of the bullets, but Russ is there to back up his teammate, and Egoist is left into a 3 versus 1. He can get close. He might be able to find Russ and Member here, but he cannot convert. And Global Esports once again find the opening, not this time on A, but on B.
Let's go. One more round.
It's really, I really want to keep believing in this Ye hype train, but at some point, I'm going to let the devs talk about it. Meanwhile,
this was a very chaotic round.
Let's talk about what's good, right? Because Global Esports, with the way that they're pushing in like this, yes, Crazy Guy got some couple of good shots in, but then they immediately knew how to recover off of it. Blaze King coming back in, always good for the trades, always good to clean things up with the rest of the crew.
You're absolutely right.
Timeout call aa gaya hai.
As long as
Bleed ki taraf se.
Global Esports is in a position where
Icebox is a
they're
very
so
hard
quick
map
to realize whether it's a good play to follow up on or not. Bleed cannot make these many mistakes.
Camera,
right?
reset
Ye got 2 crucial mistakes laid out in front of Global. First one was, of course, the whiff that we saw in Polvi, and the second one was just not giving up the tailwind to reposition quickly enough to get back into better cover. Sure, you're gonna lose your map control, but at least you still have your life to try to retake the site with the rest of Bleed. So, again, Global realizing this and challenging that is working for the South Asian team.
It's working out so well, Asarai.
Being 15K watching, I'm so happy
what
for
a day. I mean, first of all, winning both pistols from the previous map.
14K,
now coming up
everybody
in such a fashion. They started off this first half maybe losing the pistol, but as soon as they came in with that force buy, breaking and wrecking Bleed's economy, they've managed to find this momentum, and they are not looking to slow down. So far, the default towards the start has been to take things slow and easy.
They know
but after the timeout, they want to let it rip.
Crazy Guy's playing it rip, though.
Crazy Guy, so well played.
It's a bait and switch play between him and Ye.
Damn.
That was a
very good play by
huge one. They realized that Crazy Guy
taking 2
is
out
consistent
is a very
as ever, even through all of these mishaps that Bleed have put themselves into, and they utilize that. Reducing the numbers of Global Esports is a huge benefit here for Bleed. The rest of Bleed, or excuse me, Global, now rotating elsewhere on the map.
Okay. Check karo.
These movements are felt. Egoist is definitely in position.
Check.
Deciding to
don't assume. Please check.
The mid-ground.
Don't assume.
Although it's not really been a lane that Global has explored before.
Do it.
I don't know how much this Stinger can do though. Spots the shoulder, goes in for the spray, tries to reload.
This was a heavy
quick trade. Now B site might be open unless Scary can turn things around.
Is Blaze King already gave away his position on yellow? Well, regardless, Scary's pretty much aware of what could happen here right in front of him. And makes quick work of Blaze King. Bleed come back to strike. Or to 7.
Last round,
for
guys.
one round.
Let's 8
off
for
of
this.
plays from, you know,
Let's go,
Egoist,
last
Darian,
round. We need this
crazy
round.
guy.
Come on.
4-7. Last round of the first half. Yay still on that operator.
Look at that. I love the bait and switch, man.
Come on.
Crazy guy is always that person to make that happen. You know?
I got two.
I got
I
two.
got two.
कितने प्यार से बोला crazy
That
guy.
he
Nice
did.
guy.
Man is a mathematician. More than that, he's a crazy good Valorant player. All right, let's see what happens here. Null command's been activated already. There's the utilization of the null
Good
command.
trade.
No
And वो भी
escape
null
here
command
for
का full
Ye,
utilize किया. अभी rev कर लो उसको.
as he only
Watch
gets
that.
the shutdown on
Nice.
the one. Lightning Fast and the rest of Global Esports as they just keep getting kill after kill after kill. Leave scary
Nice.
devices.
Flawless
Unfortunately, Lightning
gaming,
Fast is
baby.
just too quick
Let's
for
go.
him to deal, leaving us with a 4-8 as we end the first half.
One step
Quick pushes again. I mean, same thing from Global Esports. Earlier on, it kind of got halted because of Crazy Guy and, you know, maybe a bit of luck, maybe a bit of skill and knowing how to fake them out. But this time, as Global Esports push in a lot tighter, you know, shoulder to shoulder, back to back, everyone chips in. And then the null command to really just feels bad for Ye, but counters him outright. Gets the one, but that is it. And then everything else flowing through. The rest of the squad from Bleed, you know, just weren't really quite in position to gun them down. They tried to win for some of these fights, but then just
Defending
ultimately
difficult
lost out.
होगा तो सही.
Global Esports, this execute.
इसीलिए यहाँ round diff
Rush,
करना ज़रूरी था.
null command on the KO. Everyone else picking up on these frags as well.
Come on.
Just the next level.
Yeah, sorry, I saw Povey, you know, just
Fatu is going bald. Yeah,
Dude's having fun.
yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. It just feels like Bleed, they put themselves in a position where it could work
If we win
they
next
didn't
special
have such
round,
a
we
cold
win.
hand in this second map, right?
Ganja
There are
Fatu
positions
incoming.
or situations where you saw that Ye could have
chat में
gotten
spam
so
करे
much
जा रहे हैं.
impact, but just fell short of. And it's always, it feels
Emi bhai
like
बैठा
some
है
of
क्या
these crucial
पीछे?
rounds
Emi भी है
is just
back.
that. It's just that one falling short
on all
of.
this time.
And unfortunately
every time
for
it
Bleed
goes on, I
here,
put it back
that
on.
means that Global picks up a 4-round advantage over them.
Precisely that. And now, you know, feeling this 4-round advantage. Global could potentially end this 2-0 moving forward
So cute, yeah.
in
My wife
kickoffs.
just messaged me, Russ open.
Whereas Bleed,
Hashtag Russ
dude,
open.
like, this is not how you want to start. Elimination matches right here. Who wants it more?
Well, Povey seems to say, I do, with that first pick on Crazy Guy. Trade for trade, though, but Ye is down to 45. Still trapped for Global.
Come on.
Here on B-Long
Defense.
between Russ and Lightning Fast.
Yay.
It seems like Bleed
Yay.
only
Yay.
cut a little bit of that noise, you know, looking for that rotation
जा
out.
भी, जा, 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 जा,
They
जा.
still want to push this up. Global
Oh,
Esports
bhai.
holding their position.
Oh, bhai.
Russ.
Ye don't check.
I don't know
Ye
if
don't
he
check your
spotted Ye
corners,
here,
man.
or if Ye's gonna check the corner, and it is
Shoot
trigger
it.
discipline. Ye
Oh!
is, oh my God, Lightning Fast.
ये बहुत ज़्यादा whiff किया.
Let's get the trade
मार
off.
दिया,
Down
but
4 bullets, and he
इतना
will
miss
get
नहीं करना
easily
चाहिए था
dealt with
गोलू,
by
but
the
ठीक है.
rest of Bleed. Bleed now.
Trigger discipline थी, but इतने misses नहीं करने थे.
Slowly creeping up onto the B side. One playing at the back of things. Benkai swings out. Fortunately, everybody's just too quick. Blaze King does get the quick trade. Does he know about the late lurk here from Egoist on mid that Recon Dart will expose? So his suspicions are correct. Big tags, one more, and he will be able to get that. Bleed gets it. And I just heard it very, very loud nice from
Come on.
one of the players of Bleed.
One
on.
to keep spirits up, right? You win the pistol again.
Yeah.
I'm not
Winning
sure
the pistol
if
is important
Global's
for
gonna
them.
force this time, or yeah, probably not. Considering in fact, also they're starting out on defense. There's not too much that you know. So this round really just came down to some of these trades.
वो अगर lightning
a little
fast
bit
miss नहीं
awkward
करता,
at
Russ
times,
मरता
but
नहीं.
as we take first
But ठीक है, it's
contact,
okay.
Egoist with the Sheriff, you're getting more kills towards the map, and then back towards B.
ठीक है.
Everyone's got each
They're
other's
fully
back,
going,
even
nice,
if there
got
are
it.
some tiny mistakes here and there.
That's all you want, right?
Hold
Being able
on.
to have those
Hold
quick
on.
trades if need be. And the quicker the better.
Oh. Oh.
Ooh, indeed. I mean, there's still an alarm bot on mid, so even if they overpush this, it should give away their position. So the only undetected rotation that Global can do right now is either push out of tube, go underneath orange, but even then, right, that will be cleared up by Bleed once they start pushing in on B here.
Killjoy is
This
looking.
is such an interesting strat though. 3 down tube. Then you've got Benkai up around Boiler making a bit of noise. Now they peek out, they don't see anything. So Bleed just completely bypasses all of it. Free plant.
Egoists.
Nice.
Does get overwhelmed. How much damage did he
chalega,
tag the
but
rest
abhi
of the
gun nahi mil
flankers? A fair amount, so they will be able to clear up a weapon. And they go the other direction. I love this from Global. They're just like, yeah, they're going to expect us on B main. Let's just push on orange. We'll use the body system. You know, it's not us as buddies. It's us using you as a body shield. As
The body system, not buddy
as
system.
a 4-man. Look at this. They're just going to waterfall to the side. I love the idea. But of course, Bleed, all they got to do is set their crosshairs to
pistol round hai, kya hi karenge?
eliminate. And boy, will they. Russ down
Call
to
aa
4. I mean, if
Don't
you
give
can keep
them,
them
don't give them
inside
out.
this event horizon radius, this could be a
Yeah,
good, thrifty round for Global, as the rest of Bleed are just running for dear life, who will die.
Nice.
Yay, so I
Full
feel like
save,
that's
let's go.
still a win here for Global in a way.
Take some guns away
Let's
from
go,
them,
let's go,
right?
let's
I
go.
mean,
I
like,
like to play, it's so good.
that's a nice way to put it. You know, throw bodies at the solution. It's a pistol round anyway. You know you're not going to be able to get away with too much, especially when the Bleed players are that
Throw bodies,
sharp.
man. Kya karega?
So, do what you can. Even crazy guys laughing at it.
Yeah, he realizes what happened too.
But as reality sets back in,
Okay.
next round, you've lost
Now
3
they
guns.
are
You can't really
ecoing. We
do
are
all too
fully
much in
fine.
this one. Polvi now on the operator. No armor whatsoever though, so full on glass cannon. This could either be a really good pickup for Bleed if Polvi dies, or, you know, Global gets to hold on to it
Nice.
and
Okay, let's hold.
make some damage happen on another day.
Durian is sitting on a reckoning, by the way. Yes, there it is. As soon as I mention it, activates it straight up. Are they going to push through this, though? I mean, yeah, they can get those stunts working for them, but how well can they trade?
Outnumbered,
Pretty damn
outnumbered.
well, actually, here
They're
for
throwing
Bleed.
bodies on us now.
Russ is by himself, the back of the side, holding on, and he will be able to shut down Ye.
Nice.
2 versus 3 here. Cove gives some entryway here for Durian, who was able to pick up a rifle, picks down Russ, and is making it a very good case right now that Bleed's bonus is pretty damn successful.
Nice.
Swing out,
Upar maar, upar maar.
trade in. Durian's been spotted on Heaven, and
He
Benkai in a
doesn't
1
know.
versus 1.
He dropped down.
Can the former Paper X player
No!
do it? Unfortunately not, as Durian clutches for the 4K, and Bleed are inching their lead even closer into Global.
Definitely felt like it was Benkai's kill to have, but Darian, it's such a dire situation, still able to put himself up on top.
Icebox.
I mean, think about how they just approached in. Yeah, you mentioned it. Darian has
Could have
been
won,
giving
but
some bits of good decision-making all throughout. You know, whether it's the Cove from before or the Reckoning in this round, and then the kill towards the end. Just good sense as to where Benkai would be.
And you also, you know, go back on the point where you have Polvi with that glass cannon. Expensive round, so that's really going to merit the hard
Eco.
save here from
Hard
Global.
save. Yeah, we have to full eco.
Maybe just a couple of
Bahut
flashes,
expensive round tha.
couple of those shock darts, but
Didn't get
other than
cozy,
that, it's all classics all the time.
That side.
Yay puts himself up on
Up
the
on
boost
box,
spot
up on
generator.
box, fall.
Does get the pick
Shoot him
onto
down.
Russ here.
Wow.
And they're just going into his crosshairs. He does
Olu.
take a bit of damage, but that's just a pistol, man. That's not going to take him down very quickly. Benkai,
Okay,
yanks,
man.
actually
Pistol
goes almost a
Miss
takedown.
kiya wo shot.
But Bleed's been pretty clean these past couple of rounds, and it's all down to Polvi
It's
now,
fine.
who is very
We
far
got
from
this,
the
we
situation.
got this.
I just gotta play his Game Boy. You know?
You can't say that.
1v4.
You know, it's the Radiant Entertainment System. It's his,
Oh, okay.
it's his Radiant Boy.
Radiant Boy. There we go.
Yeah.
Totally forgot.
Copyright infringement.
RES.
Next round. Chalega. ठीक है.
I mean, at the very least, still want to go for that round loss bonus. But on the other hand, now Ye starting to open things up.
ये ले बढ़ा दिया fans
Starting
पे.
to look a little bit better for Bleed as they tie things up with the score.
Yeah. Global Esports are stumped. Ever since, you know, the second half happened, it's a 4 straight round here for Bleed.
We got this, guys.
And now we're equalized up. And I do like this for Ye. Again, as I mentioned, he's been on the cold hand for the most part in these two games. And it's only here in the second half that he's started to get his groove back. And that is so important right now for Bleed, because again, they put him on the duel list knowing what he could do. And if he's able to do it, well, you're seeing Bleed reap the benefits of that.
Momentum tod do
Yeah,
bhai.
starting to feel it a little bit
momentum.
more. But again, 8-8. And now the timeout being called by Global Esports. Coach Spin, I wonder what he's had to say. The defenses on this site, I mean, or in this map at the very least, is starting to feel a little bit more static, a little bit more difficult. Especially when you have so many elevated positions, right? You got Pipes, you got 410, and Ye definitely knows how to make use of some of these spots. The rest of Bleed Esports following in on it. So Global Esports, I mean, so far we've seen, you know, some interesting ideas, especially on the pistol. Maybe they'll start to explore other parts of the map. Maybe set up some flanks around mid and whatnot.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Polvi hasn't been in that initial contact against Bleed in the second half for the most part, right? The time that he bought that operator, he was on B. I mean, there was a point where he was on A, but that was just a hard save for Global, so I think that doesn't count. But anything else, when they had rifles, it's always just been Global Esports without Polvi up against Bleed in that first contact. And that might actually be a big factor as to how the firepower for Global has maybe significantly gone down. Because again, he's not on the site with them.
Just gotta really take things slow at least. Again, not wanting to make any mistakes so far. The lead is something that they want to keep for the side of Global Esports.
Is that going to do enough damage to stop him from planting? It does not. Crazy guy, successful with it. This is going to be a full-blown retake. Lightning fast. Ooh, he's already committed the wall. And Durion's always have his reckoning up and running already here. And that's always the benefit right now for Bleed. Shut that on to Ye. Gonna make it a little bit better for the onslaught of Global Esports, but here comes Lightning Fast. A crazy guy made the mistake of the jump spot. That's going to be something bad for him. It's already halved, so unless Scary can really do something other than post-plant throws,
but Russ does.
I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe Egoist can get him, yes! Oh my god, that's actually absolutely phenomenal. Time is enough for Scary to clutch it.
Unbelievable.
This is what I was worried about.
And the efforts of Egoist, man.
How does he have so many lineups? It's awesome in the sense that like it wins Bleed the round, but it's always like a little bit annoying to watch. Because it's just
three of these now, less than 1 second
round. I mean,
three of the less than 1 second round.
Sound strats from Bleed Esports. First of all, like you mentioned, Asarai, that reckoning, always up and at the ready, it just buys a bit more time away from Bleed. I mean, from Global Esports. So both teams are kind of doing the same thing back to each other. We saw that Nanostorm plus Russ's Fragment from before. Now it's going to be Scary's Snake Bite. As we move on into the next, it's going to be Ye. It's trying to open things up, dashes in, doesn't see anything. And just instantly going for yet another plant.
Kind of the spike just a little bit off center there, so the pop shots from Blaziken can't really get through it, through that high tide. Big flank coming in from Polvi here.
Guys?
No utilities activated just yet. Here comes the flank. There's the use on the Hunter's Fury from the other side to break down that Killjoy ultimate. Once this wall drops down, all hell will break loose. And who will come out on top? It's actually going to be Global with the defuse. Through all of the confusion from the rest of the players, sacrificing their lives for the greater cause. And that's going to be Global evening things out their first round here in the second half.
War is chaotic, man. I didn't even notice that happened, but somehow one of these Global Esports players just managed to sneak in along with the lockdown. Polvi trying to buy as much time and attention away from the spike as possible too, coming off the flank. It just was enough for Global Esports to sneak around back.
Replay, so we can see who actually just defused it. Because I was also just looking at the fight first in front of us. It got a whole lot chaotic, man.
Yeah, just go to it.
Not sure if we've mentioned this, but coming into this round, Global Esports, they almost got the whole enchilada. And by that, I mean 4 ultimates in their pockets. Very strong to think about it, because if Egoist uses his lockdown, Hunter's Fury from Blaze King is there to respond, just to break it down. It's always going to be a good thing because you don't want any extra space-giving abilities to be used by Bleed.
Oh, bhai. Oh, bhai.
At the very least, I mean, thinking about it, compositionally speaking, I want to see Garen doing more. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, just as you said.
But at what cost, man? Look at the kills that they've gotten already. Sure, they can try to break this lockdown, but Bleed, they've gone the other direction. Hello, B-side we go.
Trying to use that lockdown to distract them and bait the rotations over, the Hunter's Fury as well.
Yellow. Drone it up,
Stay stuck in that animation.
Nice.
Yeah, the rest of Bleed, this
the second he knows both side yellow, it's worth it.
Polvy's coming in. He's using that Sova drone as a drone to give him a little bit of that inside yellow. But it does absolutely nothing. He wanted that firepower alongside with Blaze King if it could have been done. It's not, so
Bleed
get another round here. This is the Bleed that we were looking for, man. Quick, concise, very sure of the plays that they do. 10-9. They break through onto those double digits.
Close.
So that means the game is not yet over. Some of these ultimates were spent thanks to Egoist's one lockdown.
What a game this has been.
So, I mean, back into it, it's just going to be Bleed continuing forth, playing around the map. They've got some of these hits on towards the A side, and if they do get the spike down, there are those post-plant lineups. Same thing can be said for B site. So Global Esports, we had the one timeout from Coach Spin before. You know, what are you thinking about next? Like, how do you put a thorn in the sides of Bleed?
Very close start for A main, just making sure that they can spot out Pipe here. Get that control. How far will Polvy actually push on B long with this operator? He does have Benkai right beside him. The risk here is
too much.
Exorbitant. They're doubled up, aren't they?
No, that's why it's too much.
Benkai hasn't been spotted yet, so he can maybe wrap around.
No.
But no, the turret can actually spot him. If he comes around the corner here, if he pushes the same angle that Polvy did, there's still two players of Bleed coming in, and I don't even know how Bleed just second guesses someone's going to push them up, and they get that trade for free. There's more trades happening here on A main, and Ye's just like, thank you very much.
Timeout bula lo, guys. Coach sir, timeout please.
By themselves for the moment.
Because both
Coach Kabir Khan, timeout.
It's kind of like the wave and the moon, really pushing and pulling with gravity. Blaze King trying to play off of some of these timings on the peaks, but it's not quite going to be enough. Always trying to get a good read for some of these rotations, but without, you know, really confirming the information. As soon as they peek out, it's always, you know, thinking like, all right, we saw a little bit of presence towards B garage. Maybe I can push out onto pipes. If I do, Ye is there, and it just goes back and forth.
They got money. They're chasing Benkai down. They don't want this operator getting value. They spot the alarm bot being brought down. Now, they work their magic. One in the front, one in the back.
Call for the timeout.
That's going to take away the operator's hands from Benkai and ultimately
Spencer,
away from
timeout. Break momentum time.
Has truly been turned on its head.
Because if we eco this round and we lose,
such a dominant
they go match
first
point.
half, excuse me. And then we get something like this.
Yeah, starting to put Bleed back up on top. One round away from match, or at least match point.
Always. I knew it. I fucking knew it.
वो चिल्ला के बोल रहा है, I knew it.
That's the calls, man. The IGL figuring things out.
I talked about the rotations. They just sit still, and then just kind of sometimes it happens. Earlier on, it was Bleed with some of these executes towards sites, and then they managed to break apart Global.
Come on.
Afterwards, you know, it's just kind of take things a little bit slow, and then Global starts to think, I need to push. If they do, they get punished for it, and now, you know, only the timeout could potentially save them from something. Because if you are to push, you're going to need a lot more team effort. You're going to need some of that execution, and perhaps Coach Spin might have spotted something out.
Well, he needs to spot something out. I mean,
come on.
You know, win or lose, they still will get that map 3. But
no, we win.
I mean, this has been a grueling grind for both teams. The timeout called into just the upgraded pistols for Global as well. Wolvie Does have those blades.
This is going to be an odd round to say the least.
Fair enough.
Take flight.
Relegated to bleed. They will pick up that map points. Although it is not too many rounds that Global needs to push this into an overtime.
But I mean, this is like a second awakening for excuse me, for bleed as well, right? So
yeah,
how did he deal with a bleed that possibly could go into map point? Big flash in the back of the site. Blade, excuse me, Yay just backs away. Quick little flash. Crazy guy chasing the kill here on Snowman. And Polby somehow manages to pick up a couple of kills. If he can reset the blades, that's going to be huge. Spike has been denied the plant. Drops right down into the site, doubles up with his teammates. They're a little bit too much constricted here, but Polby finds it once again. The Finnish superstar brings it all the way back. Never mind. Yay with the turnaround. 183 game.
Oh, yeah, 4 HP.
I gotta see it from Ye's POV. Was it a spray transfer? Was it taps? Whatever it was, he got all those 3 kills.
Now we gotta fight it out.
And while Global Esports, with their setup, with Polby's knives, almost turning things around for Global Esports, Ye shuts all of it down. It lined up for him.
Look at that smile. El Diablo. Imported. Man. Showing us why the importance here, why Bleed have committed to this Tier 1 superstar from NA. Polvy's now back on the operator. Once this wall drops down, there's a chance for contact. A couple of players of Bleed already right in front for the picking. Fortunately, he whiffs that first shot. He's gonna go for a second chance. You've heard Crazy Guy a while ago. He's like, they keep peeking, they keep pushing.
He knows now. Get out.
Because of that dart as well, Polby might be forced to back away now.
Reposition, it's okay. Wait for that.
Nothing doing for the
We're
time
defending,
being.
not attacking. Wait for
a little bit of presence made, a little bit of space, and off of that, positioning. Now the Reckoning able to push off any Global Esports players who might be on site. High Tide blocks up a lot as well, but Blaze King, good spray this time.
Spike planted.
I mean, his opponent just popped a couple of shots through the smoke. Blaze King, a master tracer. Bringing up back the pain to the source of, to the point of origin. It's a huge fragment though. Here comes Russ activating the null command already. He's gonna have to get a couple of impact kills here, or else it's just gonna be all for naught. Ego is gonna be doing his darndest again. He did it a while ago with Scary, but not gonna happen this time. And Global Esports holding on to the nice edge. Living to fight for another day.
Holding on for dear
like you
life.
mentioned, man, they are close to pushing this into overtime, and they still have that one map advantage.
Yeah, just rushing in to get that spike defused. Very interesting. And, I mean, the null command was expended for that retake as well. So you gotta think, although it is a few more rounds left, and the Reckoning was used, you've got Yang past the Blade Storm available. You've got a couple more bits of utility on the side of Bleed Esports. Global Esports has to, you know, walk around a tightrope right now.
Nice.
Egoist with that lockdown. Okay, there it is, picked up.
Come on.
Ye's
Egoist got a lockdown. Oh, they're gonna go
alone
A.
on A
This
main.
looks like an A fight.
Yeah, just to hold the position if anyone pushes over.
Come on.
Egoist wants to go up front, close enough around pipes to set that lockdown in. And then we'll have the A site. Then it's gonna be a retake / numbers game. Unless Lightning Fast or Rust can really fend them off.
They're making a lot of noise.
Okay, there's 0 point.
Lockdown's been activated already. They're still holding the angle here on Maze. That lockdown does clear up most of the site itself, and I think Bleed was able to spot that nobody tucked themselves into corner in the back, but they haven't really pushed up into the site itself. Are they going to do it now or go in the opposite direction? Seems like it's going to be a commitment. This is very hairy here for Bleed. Global Esports, they've tucked themselves into corners. Scary's got the first pick, but Polby's right here holding on. Cannot for Blaze King. And it has gone topsy-turvy on either side. Lightning Fast, anchoring, hoping, praying that he can maybe get something before, or rather as he waits for Benkai to come in for the play.
Nicola, disengage.
1 versus 1.
Disengage.
It's him and Scary. 20 seconds. Scary's going to have to pick up the spike, but look at this. Benkai's down to 10. Scary, all he needs is 1 bullet, a hair, a whiff, and that might be it. No,
No!
he misses this, and Scary gets it. Benkai had the opportunity, but it is denied, and Bleed pushes into map number 3.
Then we will be truly in for a bit of a surprise.
Map number 3.
Both teams kind of leaving this next map open. It's going to be split. We showed us a little bit of it against T1, but at the very least, still up against Global Esports. What a performance. Both sides being able to make it this close. Towards the end, though, the adjustments came back up.
Passing it on to our panel to discuss this monstrous game number 2.
Going into a map 3, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed strike back, and now it is a 1-1 in the series. We were actually ready to just, write Bleed off already, but it looks like they made a comeback, and El Diablo finally waking up here.
Yeah, waking up a bit. It was still dire straits here for
He hasn't quite gotten out of bed yet, but he has
He's awake, he's awake.
The alarm has rung. He hit snooze a couple times.
Yes, he did.
But now he's committed to waking up. It's just a matter of when he gets out of the bed. I go through this every single morning, so I understand. But yes, we finally started seeing Ye really having some solid impact. He comes back onto the jet, but for the longest time there, that first half especially, it was not looking good.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it, because even through the first half, I mean, the way they were playing, not just the scoreline, it wasn't 8-4, but just the way they were getting defeated, allowing GE to just creep up and then get ready for the execute for free, because that's exactly what GE wants. Bleed's just hoping that they're going to hold angles and they're going to get the picks. Funnily enough, when they're on the attack, it works in reverse, right? It's Icebox. At some point, you have to push out to make sure you secure a part of the area. GE starts creeping up, Bleed gets a pick, and then they're able to kind of push the attack just a bit further.
I mean, you look at the post-plan statistics here for the side of Bleed. Those two that are missing are two crucial ones that they cannot have, they can't afford to have that happen again. Global just going in, causing chaos and pandemonium in the streets of Icebox, and just stealing away the diffuses. So they need to make sure that they're listening in closely, making sure they can hear when that spike tap does come in and prevent those little ninja diffuses from happening.
And I think moments like that, that's really a testament to, the brains behind Global Esports, right? All of these little calls that they're making in between all of this chaos to either ninja diffuse the spike or to just push through or everything. It really just boils down to all of these brains that are happening there. But on the side of Bleed Esports, I kind of feel like, yes, they did win this map, but there was still a little bit of, I don't know, it's a little bit disjointed for me.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't convincing, right? Let's just put it that way. It wasn't convincing. They had to kind of crawl out of it and claw their way to a victory. Now, the question is of course, is that enough to keep their spirits up? Because, when we saw it in the replays, Crazy Guy trying to keep the spirits up, trying to keep the energy going, even if it's some funny things happening. Like Ye died to the spike, Crazy Guy's like, let's laugh it off, let's move on. We won the round, that's what's important. You saw the vibe. So I think that's the important takeaway here. The way they played this Icebox, there's a lot of work still to be done. But okay, they're waking up in terms of their mechanics, their duels, their fights. Ye seems to have found that confidence a bit more towards the end of the map. Now can they carry that into the third map?
But again, what is he going to be playing on that third map? It is split, and we've seen, across all of the all-season tournaments and everything, a lot of different iterations as far as what you can run on that map. Does this end up going with do they end up going with something like Darian on the Raze and then Ye just sticking to that jet, run the double duelist comp going into this one? Does he bring out the chamber? Or is there going to be something different? We'll have to see what they have cooked up for this one. But I do want to give a quick shout out to Russ because this was an immense improvement in his performance.
Yeah, very good shooting as well, but really crafty plays. I mean, we saw that fragment lined up to bounce twice to take out that lockdown towards the end as well, but also just good calls, right? He's kind of making sure that he can set up his teammates, especially Polvi, to go in first. As soon as Polvi gets contact, Russ is there to trade, and usually he's trading for 2 or 3 people in a couple of these rounds. So that's great to see a fragging IGL kind of taking the reins here for Global Esports.
I like that you brought that up, the setup that they have for Polvi, right? Because on the other side, and yes, I know that Bleed did win this map, but I didn't see that much setup for Ye. Usually he was just off on himself, but you wouldn't see that much support, I guess, from the other 4 on their side.
Yeah, a lot of the times he is kind of off on his own, and we were seeing him getting punished more often than not. The times where the time where Ye really actually started coming alive was when they were providing that covering fire for him on the attack. We saw him dashing in, getting up on top of box within that A site. And as soon as he gets pushed on the flank, he's got covering fire there to bail him out. And that's really good to see that they have that, just make sure that they're watching the crossfires, they can keep him in that, and then from there he was able to go ahead and pick up a 3K.
Yeah, and Ego is someone we haven't really talked about much on the desk throughout all of the games that they've played. Some crucial, impactful multi-kills for himself as well, including Darion. While his numbers weren't that high, he had 1 or 2 very important rounds that helped flip things in the second half. So once again, I think this was more a story of the individuals of Bleed waking up to the potential and experience that we're used to. Now can they put it together for the third map?
I also feel like there's several missed opportunities on the side of Bleed to really just break out of how they were playing at Ascension, right?
Yes.
To really just stop going into that rhythm and take it to the next step, because that's what they're here for. That's why they're here in Pacific, to be able to take that next step. Unfortunately, we're not seeing it yet. Yes, we are seeing a little bit of improvement, but we need that next level.
And you see this a lot with teams that are kind of used to being the top dog in their own area, and then they face off against tougher competition. Whether it's part of the regional VCTs and then going to the Masters and Champions, whether it's coming up from challengers, you see them being used to, well, we can always play off contact because we'll win. But once you start losing those duels, it gets a little iffy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, we've seen teams have that happen all the time. Thinking about DRX.
Yeah,
and,
I was thinking the same thing.
But the gears are churning right now for both of these squads, because we're seeing improvements compared to their previous matches, and that's great, and that's kind of culminating into this series. Yes, there are plenty of mistakes that are still occurring within the lobby. There are plenty of sloppy plays, some whippy aims, some slow reactions, but they're battling it out. This is such an important matchup for these guys, so you have to imagine the nerves are going to be through the roof right now.
Definitely, and as you mentioned, Will, it's nice that Crazy Guy is still trying to keep up the mood, especially since we know that it can be such a downer, especially when it's such a high pressure matchup. It is the first elimination of the year, and now as we head into map number 3, it is do or die for Bleed and for Global. And for Global, it is a very important matchup for them as well. This is basically a validation for all this roster that they are building right here.
Yeah, I mean, again, it all comes down to this third map, and of course we'll be going into that shortly, but it's going to be a big question for both Global Esports. Can they bounce back after a map loss? And then for Bleed, I mean, can they continue the momentum?
Yeah, I mean, historically, Global had some very strong performances on Split last year, but they had Bunyet, they had Bazzi.
Yeah, Dexter.
They had a lot of different people actually on that one, so I'm not sure how they're going to look. But obviously, Split is a mainstay map. This has been in the game for the longest time. You cannot play Valorant at a competitive level without having a strong understanding of how to pilot this one. So this might end up being the most even out of all the maps that we see tonight.
That's right. But going into Global Esports style right now, you see a lot of interesting compositions, interesting ideas here. I think can be optimistic going into Split. Perhaps it's the kind of map that you can't really just go in without a set play, without set plans over here.
Sure.
But on the side of Bleed Esports, I feel like they probably can be easily read, especially since again you have Blaze King with a lot of experience against the players on their side here, and it doesn't seem like Bleed are really picking up the pace. I'm not sure if they'll be able to pick it up right on map number 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, going into this one, I forget which side they're actually starting on.
I'll have to, we'll have to look back on that.
We'll see it here in a moment, but depending on what side they're starting on, especially, they will need to have that hot start, kind of like we were saying for Global at the beginning of this day, just, come out swinging. So, especially if they're going to be kicking things off on that attacking side, you need to be able to rack up as many rounds as you possibly can.
Yeah, and my big question also is, in terms of the compositions for Bleed, I mean, Crazy Guy, what role does he pick up as well, right? So there's a lot of questions to be had in terms of this map.
Yeah, going back into the previous map, though, we do know that it was a bit of a 50-50, and the comeback that we saw from Bleed was also a testament to who exactly is that playmaker for dire times, right? Who exactly pushes that momentum or pushes that motivation to be able to go over and push Bleed to where they need to be.
And for the longest time, it was Egoist. He was the one that was very much, trying to keep them in these rounds for the longest time before we kind of had Ye and everybody else starting to really wake up alongside him. It was a really strong performance on the KJ. But conversely, for the side of Global, Polvi at the beginning, when he had that outlaw in his hands especially, he was finding an immense amount of value for the team.
Yeah, I think that, also here on for Bleed, again, you have those playmakers that, for each round, you manage to have Darion picking up a triple, or you manage to have Egoist suddenly, being successful on a major flank here, that actually managed to, really get that morale up for Bleed that was able to push them forward. And I think that, you know, for the side of Global Esports, we can tell that morale is high, definitely. But again, it's still like, it feels like for Global Esports, it's not enough. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think they're at a point where they're not going to be happy unless they walk away with this win. And I mean, I think that's realistic for both of these teams. But now we can go ahead and take a look and see. And what we got, it's going to be a second crack at the Viper here for Ye.
Yeah, and then
very interesting.
Blaze King bringing out the Gecko here as well. I mean, it is alongside the Breach, so really looking to just set up and push through once they're on the attacking side, which will be the first half for Global Esports. But Bleed, I mean, Ye back on the Viper. He's got to redeem himself after that first map.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like, again, that he was comfortable on that role, right? We're going to see, again, as you mentioned, Will, a second chance for Ye here, especially now that he's woken up and hit that snooze button, or hit that stop button on his alarm. So we'll pass it on over to your casters, Azurai and Quack.
Do or die. There is no other way. This is it, Quack. We are here for map number 3. Bleed and Global have grinded their way up to the very, very last map in this elimination game here in Kickoff. So we'll get started in just a bit.
I mean, the Des was talking about Ye having woken up. Has he truly woken up and hit that snooze button? Or, you know, what's going to happen next? There are players trying to keep the spirits up, but at the same time, you know, there's silence in the stadium right now as they feel the tension of the elimination match coming through.
Absolutely.
Global Esports, they want to break open the site.
He breaks open with this fight against Durian that completely misses him. Both the contact on Polvi as well as that boombot, interestingly enough. Rest of Global now pushing up into ropes. Oh my god, where did that come from Russ? He just Goomba stomped the head of Durian there. Global Esports opening Pandora's box, but Egoist has been such a crucial factor right now. The trades and Blaze King using the wingman to plant all the way from heaven. Total baller. And even if he lost that fight, if the wingman could have planted it, Lightning Fast was still coming in from mid, so there was layers upon layers that Scary had to try to deal.
Yeah, switching up in terms of the pace, right? Global Esports just go right in, and starting things off with Polvi, Benkai, with a little bit of support. I mean, it really is the same thing of playing in terms of rhythm. Bleed, oftentimes just trying to take things slow, trying to be methodical about it, but then not quite expecting such movements from Russ, for example.
Global Esports is that team that I feel like embodies ripping off the Band-Aid, right? Like, oh, you want to take this nice and slow? No! Go in! Just hammer it down onto the side, which they will definitely do. And Benkai and Russ commands authority here on that A site, leaving the rest of Bleed to just scratch their heads, deal with this post plan with just the pistols. If they can maybe get themselves a condensed angle here, that could be something, but Global Esports, they got themselves a pretty sick amount of crossfires too, but not even that could really, you know, stop Blaze King. And he's just gonna pick himself up a 3K, one away from the Thrash.
Dude, Blaze today, this guy has been a bit of a sleeper. I mean, sleeper agent to speak. You know, in the first game, playing on that fade, we didn't really talk about him too much because those were just a lot of kills where he cleaned up a lot. Maybe a bit of utility coming through. But then now, today, just back onto the third map, he shows up again.
I'm back,
I thought that maybe he would have at least dropped like a right click or two, but the movement somehow just
I messed up
favors him instead. He gets the sprays.
Looking to prioritize the contact once again. Very aggressive use on the fault line too. Already gonna push through this. Here's the contact, and Durian, oh boy! Shooting gallery at its finest. Lightning Fast alone. Spike dropped at A main, so two avenues, A main or ramps. Choose your poison.
Either way.
Choose your ladder. Yeah.
Either way, it's not something that's going to be
flawless ka badla flawless se.
And I guess it really just comes down to the timing of it. You know, trying to break through that choke point. And that's the nature of split, right? You've got B Garage, you've got A main, and anyone who tries to push through. If Darian kind of does the same thing and getting those sprays out, the toxic screen up from Scary, excuse me, it really just crumbles the entire push.
Wow, good call.
I mean, at least right now, right? They were just trying to do a speed run of that bonus round of theirs because they got something in store for us coming here. As I mentioned, Blaze King does have his Thrash available, exactly that. So he's just using the wingman first, you know, soften things up, get a bit of that contact on Mail, and now start doing things. Yay, he is so close from this contact. He realizes this, but that fault line is perfectly placed to catch him off. Thankfully enough, teammate Egoist does him a solid. I got you, Yay.
Grab all your
You're
stuff.
perfectly fine with me.
Pings out the Thrasher orb as well. And the rest of the squad is fully aware of what might happen next, but unfortunately the response not quite as good. Bleed Egoist only able to pick up one.
Where did that TP come from? Or where did that TP go?
Let's
Lightning fast on top of the box, gets the trade, 2 versus 3. Russ.
Nice, Darren spot
Planting down the spike, Benkai holding hell here for the bonus. Crazy guy creeps in ever so slowly.
Hold, just wait it out. He will come and check, but it's okay.
Go around the corner. That's going to be a big one too if you think about it. As Durian not really given any form of contact here for now. There it is. 1-2, dashing right in, but Durian is quick. Not quick enough to deal with the 2 players still available here from Global that shuts him down.
It just comes down to those protocols. I mean, we saw it happen towards mid. You called it exactly, Asarai. You have the wingman just to soften things up, get a confirmation, then Thrasher. Everyone else slowly starts to follow. Had the busy to start things off, and then as they start to swing out, Polvy's there to assist. Yay, unfortunately,
जिनको actually करना पड़ता है.
And they managed to get the side off of it. Egoist fell as well.
And here's the problem too, right? The only
ऋषि
defense that
भैया
they
microphone
had
काम
on
कर
B
रहा
Heaven
है.
was
मैंने
pure
mute किया हुआ
contact.
था.
All of the traps from Egoist here was set for any kind of B main contact, but it all got bypassed because of the shot at step from Lightning Fast. So every kind of trap that they placed was very well ignored, thank you, by Global Esports.
Straight up. Now, same thing. We get mid control, we get some more options. Ye trying to deny it with a recon band straight through.
They won't expect it. Polvi.
Crazy guy though.
Nice.
Did he hear?
He probably did. But like,
निकल जा.
who gets
जा ही
who
मत उधर.
first? That's the question.
जाने
on
का ही
that
नहीं.
rope contact, if ever there was any rope contact.
एक second.
Polvi straight up marching his way here on B Heaven. He's got a chance to peek this, but he's not going to do that just yet. He just charges through the smoke, and Polvi's. Thank you very much. That.
I know exactly.
Yeah, okay. Neural Theft to combat that. 1-for-1 trade though. Crazy guy does find another. But with all of these Neural Theft activations, it could actually be turned ups in their heads, and Russ just backs away as they realize where they are. That's Global Esports running it all the way through the A site, but the counter Neural Theft does get all the information that Bleed needs to know.
Rotation's over. Darian with the rocket.
Aye!
Polvi!
That's why he got picked up, man. He gets those moments, and when you thought the big connection of ability is there to shut you down, he just raw talent, raw firepower. You know, he's the one with the showstopper. That's going to deny some pushes for a good chunk of seconds, which allows the rest
Let's
of Global
go.
Esports to go the other way. They're going to try to clear Heaven. If they're not on Heaven, they're just going to drop down, help out Polvi here.
No.
So there's always that extra assistance. All Polvi's got to do is to get that information for the team.
Enemy remaining. Last player
Spike's
standing.
still out too. And all Russ has to do is hold, wait, and play. Spots out Scary.
Nice.
Was going to go for the full defuse.
Clean.
Global Esports have total control of their attacking side.
It's always such a goddamn good feeling, man. Like, Polvi, like, if you have that aim, your hand, your arm becomes, your mouse becomes an extension of your arm. That's what I want to say.
We request the best of the POV replays.
There it is.
There it is.
Just fully anticipating it, and then although Darren was trying to get the momentum off of the blast packs, Polvy's still getting the shot early on, and then everyone else knowing exactly how to play off the spike plant now. Definitely needing to stem the bleeding. It's going to be Legia with a timeout now. This is way too early on to be losing such a momentous lead in the half. 4-1.
I mean, with those highlight plays from Polvi, that's going to rattle a couple of players here on Bleed, especially Durian, right? That's matching up Polvi against Polvi here. Man is on a mission. Absolutely right. That 1-4 is a definite concern right now for Bleak, because there's no more cushion here, Quack. We're here on map number 3, and Global's already running away with the lead, and you never want that to happen. Sure, I mean, you could look at Icebox and see that they can slowly grind up their way to something, but Bleed doesn't want to be in that position once again. They want to have that solid advantage.
Always says so much. I mean, we've seen Bleed for the past 2 maps now start things off without a strong lead. They're always slow to catch up. Might even be able to say the same for their match against T1. It just doesn't look too great. You know, always talking about this team. You got Ye picked up. You got strong players. You got Darian. They ascended from Ascension. And Crazy Guy says in the interview, like, we belong in Pacific. We want to prove that. Now in the elimination match, Global Esports says different.
Come on.
Of course.
Come on.
There still is opportunity and chances. It's not like we're already at like 12 to 10 or something, but it is somewhat concerning again as how much Global has really garnered in these rounds.
Yeah, just talking about the lead, but Polvi has been impressive. Now back into it again, looking for an execute onto the site, but look at how Bleed has to set up. Yes, it's that eco, so I don't know how much it can really do, but playing around the toxic screens, they got some of these stingers and frenzies.
Bad memories on this map. Don't worry, this is a different G.
But then also, like, look at Global. They're just ignoring it. Not going to push past main. Maybe up ramps. I don't know if they'll go through screens.
Oh, I think they realize it too. I mean, even if they don't realize it, they have
No,
options
just
to
go
go
through
elsewhere. And since they did leave Blaze King
30
here on
seconds.
mid, they can always have an opportunity to pinch coming into that mid side, and now they're like,
No one on B.
up.
Let's go. Just go plant.
Precisely.
Ob ले लेना जाते जाते रस.
Nothing seen so
रस
far.
ulti का ob ले लेना
Just
जाते
for
जाते
extra
भैया.
security. Now the site is completely clear.
रस या तो plant करके ले लो.
Plant, why not?
Nice.
How can Bleed do damage on the retake?
ठीक है चलो nice. Good route.
I mean, there's still 5 people, so
5 versus 5, huh?
they catch someone holding an off-angle position here,
Oh wow.
take away a weapon, or
4 log. I think they are going to go die to spike.
we can just wait until the very last second.
Yeah,
try
just
to
go
get
and
some
die
extra
to spike.
frags
Good
and
job.
Die to the spike. So
Good job.
assuming they're gonna go for the ladder.
Oh man, then it's like both sides saving fully because Global Esports can run out mid, they can run out garage. Bleed just dies to the spike.
Probably that, right?
What an eventful round.
Nice. 5 are going to die to spike.
I mean,
nice.
fair. You don't want to give any extra kills to
Yeah.
global players that have been heating up,
All
especially Blaze
points.
King, right?
You don't want to give him another thresher.
Exactly.
Russ sitting on the Rolling Thunder too. What's your dying sound? Voice
okay.
actor Aster Echo.
I don't want to do that.
Wilhelm
Come on.
scream.
चलो मस्ती नहीं मस्ती
Yeah, the
नहीं. Let's
Wilhelm
win
scream.
first. मस्ती नहीं.
Actually.
जीतना जरूरी है.
Yes. If you know, you know. Any BL players out there? 1, 2, or 3? Love you guys. Anyways, back into the thick of things. Durian, he's got himself the operator. It's been pretty solid in that Sunset map, but is it going to solid enough here on Split where he doesn't really have that much line of sight? Polvi, the double satchel catches Crazy Guy. This makes it significantly harder for Durian to really get that contact, but it doesn't
That
matter.
is what I was worried
He still
about.
shuts down Polvi.
Good
Thank you
shot
very much.
The op.
Now
Can't
they'll
really
also
cross
switch.
back
They're
now,
smart,
and
bro.
the
They know our
intentions are
strategy
kinda
now.
sussed out
Turn
as
back and
well.
go A.
Why
Turn
else
back
would
and go A. Trust me,
Polvi
guys.
trying to run back down ramp. So that's
अरे
why
मुझे
the
बोलना
Wizards are
पड़ेगा.
coming over from Bleed.
Huh?
They're getting a good read on things.
अरे they know.
As long
They
as Scary
predicted. They
gets
called
the
it.
right
It was a good
amount
call
of
by Bleed.
contact, as long as
They
Ben
called
Kai
it and they
doesn't find
switched. It's
too
a
much
good
on the
call.
A site, Bleed should be able to pick up this round. Of course, it's still really early on
Nice.
though.
A खाली हो
Scary
गया.
backs off. Darren
वो
back
लोग
in
थोड़ा
his
A पे
place.
आवाज करेंगे. Ben का अगर smart है A पे आवाज
Global
करेगा,
Esports might
then
be
they
able
will
to,
run to A,
you
B
know,
छोड़
go
के,
out
and that's
along
when we
with the
pick in.
dizzy push.
Wait for another 18 seconds.
And they
30
do have
seconds
the
पे
Rolling
आवाज करो.
Thunder, right? So
I don't know.
Oh, Ben Kai no. Ben Kai no.
Like it makes sense, but
yeah, you don't want to use it willy-nilly, right? So you're
Yeah.
gonna
No, no,
look
no,
for
no, 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 Ben Kai.
contact elsewhere. Ben Kai has always been that person that likes
Ben
to
Kai.
do this, but oh,
Nice.
timing is good actually.
Whoa.
Is that guy?
30 seconds
Question
left.
is,
Now they'll all
that
come
gonna
here.
gravitate the rotation from Bleed
Nice.
and allow
Plant
Global to
now.
actually start pushing into the ace to the B side?
oh, it does.
Bravo, nice.
And the Rolling Thunder. You're right, Asterai. Even though it's not maximum effect,
Plant.
it does do enough to push Darian away. But Scary from the top of heaven comes back in.
Oh, bhai.
That nade is very far off from
Spike
Russ.
planted.
Durian might not even know that Lightning Fast is around the corner. Okay, as the dust settles, it's 3 versus 2. Durian is only aware of the positioning of Russ here, not Lightning Fast, who is inside this smoke. It's going to be the double contact. There it is. It's all going to be up and down to how quickly he can actually get that transfer, which is not really too hot. That paranoia does nothing against Russ. It's a 1 versus 1.
Oh, damn.
Scary's been a clutch master, but Russ can do something extraordinary. And
Scary has been a clutch master, so Russ is Russ.
Savior of Global in this round.
Let's
Is it time
go.
to start singing different songs now?
It's time to start singing the G
Esports,
anthem,
Russ,
baby.
A fragging IGL.
A fragging IGL. Koi clip to kariyo. A fragging IGL.
A little bit off put, a little bit off timed. Feels uncomfortable.
Shot,
Despite
yaar.
being blinded, Russ still lands the shot. And it's just such a good call to make that rotation through. Benkai even actually getting a frag onto Ye. What is happening?
It's the calls, man.
It's the calls,
the smart
man.
use of utility too, because there would
It's
be a
the
world
calls,
where
man.
he didn't get the beat,
Oh
they
भाई
push,
चप्पल
and they
पड़ी है
still
रस
do
को
that
15
play
हेल्थ हो गया थप्पड़ खा
straight
के
up, but
भाई पीछे हो जा भाई
yeah, the
शांत
goal
रहियो
was very much granted as Russ is
That's
down.
my
Hero of that
IGL.
last round down to 15 here.
Always playing around the rhythm and timing of things, right? In previous rounds, we had Polvi just diving right straight on A ramps. This time around, they're going along with a team, and Bleed are kind of playing along with that, trying to get a feel for this dance, and this time getting a better grasp of it. Benkai still, though, however, lurking all around. The rest of that global squad
destroyed.
looking to make something happen towards B. They got the utility for it.
They know it.
As
They
long
know
as
it.
they
Full
can
call आ
block
गया.
off Heaven.
Quick little TPs there from, oh, that's a big flash. Egoist, does he go against it? The push out, and it's just too clean for Global. No sweat in that one. I like how, again, Lightning Fast is using himself as a human recon dart, where he just
Human
keeps
recon dart.
positions for his teammates
Nice,
to
yeah,
feed
Benkai.
off of, but Benkai also solid
bhai,
on these lurks.
Yay!
Bleed.
One
To really just
HP.
scratch their heads. Ouch.
Ouch.
Yay, down to 1.
Yay!
No.
El Diablo is down to El Uno.
El Diablo is down to El Uno.
No, of course not.
Casters.
That's crazy, guy.
That's crazy, guy.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
But absolutely right. I mean,
stab.
Golu
stab,
don't.
Stab.
Golu
stab,
don't.
Stab.
Golu don't. Nice.
Ah.
Masti nahi.
Yeah, it was looking.
Masti nahi Golu.
Secure the round win. Why not?
Yeah.
But you know, you gotta definitely think about it.
No knife, no
This is
knife,
happening
no
so
disrespect.
often.
Quietly
Good
win the
calls
map.
from Russ.
फिर देख
Talk
लेंगे.
about
पहले map जीत
the
जाए.
execution with Lightning
Win
Fast
first.
being used as a bit of a human
40
recon.
second.
I mean,
पहला
it's
जीतो.
such a smart way
मस्ती
to
वस्ती
use
बाद
that
में जीतने के
shrouded
बाद.
step, but
पहले
at the
जीतो.
same time, the support that comes in along with it. Russ can frag. Benkai, this is classic split
Chat बोल रहे tracker score वाला बंदा दिख नहीं रहा है. Because Russ और Benkai मार रहे हैं.
Global Esports are having a great time.
And I don't know what the retaliation would be for Bleed here. They're creating plays,
bhai.
sure enough, but
Polvian
Global's
bhag.
just, yeah, we'll just play our own game,
Oh,
keep
bhai.
pushing forward. We still have
Come on,
Polvi,
no, Polvi.
who's been so
Nice.
good at these contact plays, and there it is once again.
Nice, Benkai.
Durian,
ठीक है,
okay,
ठीक है.
there we go. He's get the impact
Spike
play.
drop उनको call आ गया.
Neural theft slows it down a little bit further.
निकल लो.
Blaze King now calling the rotation. Hold on, Lightning Fast.
Arre,
He's
Spike.
got himself that from the
What are
shadows,
they
so he can pick it up. The spike.
Oh, Golu has
There's a
ult. Never
world
mind.
where they might break him and not.
Never
No, he
mind.
picks it up. It's pretty easy for him. Anyways, hold Heaven. They must. Planet for Heaven, Planet for Open. And it's a
Nice.
3 versus 3 on this retake.
आ जाओ. दो vent से आ रहे हैं. Let's
Still
go.
do have Egoist up around screens though.
Anthem
their way
का लो अब.
through.
जीत जाए पहले.
But what it comes down to is how well they can really break apart this Heaven hold. Darian out through.
नहीं.
Ooh, punches him.
Yeah, Egos was waiting for a better angle there if he can. Benkai through the smoke as well.
जाओ अभी diffuse पे
Lightning
जा
Fast
रहा
coming here too.
Rush.
Paranoia coming
Nice.
out,
He's
but
diffusing.
does
Go.
not dissuade Scary, and Egoist
No.
is not in a good spot, but he
Oh!
doesn't need to be. Excuse me, Egoist with the ego peaks, the ego kills,
आराम से. ठीक है.
and he
ठीक है.
saves
आराम
it
से.
once again for
आराम
Bleed.
नाल.
He kind of made use of the pressure from the spike tap to bait them out into peeking, and he
Slow
just
and
has
steady.
that aim just
It's okay.
enough to really
आराम से,
fend them off.
Excite हो रहे हैं यार, बहुत adrenaline
What
है.
a
Players
round.
are ऐसा
Both
जोशीले
sides
जवान है.
trying to play
अंदर
around
घुस के
things.
मार रहा है.
Darian and Scary doing a bit of
आराम
work.
से, आराम
But
से.
at the
Wait
same
for them to
time,
defuse.
Global having the sense of trying to rotate over with lightning fast. But then when it comes down to it, the heroics of Egoist. 2-7.
Excitement है ना.
I mean, again, you know, they start things out slow, but they never quite back down that easy.
Control Uday, control.
Bro painted a picture on that A window, man. And it was a great picture. It was a picture of them winning that round.
Picture of two bodies in the ground.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No, check.
Durian
Don't
so
peek
close
first.
to- oh.
Check. No.
He's hiding in the corner.
No.
He's been
Nice.
spotted, and it's gonna be him down and dusted. Yay, holding the angle here. Pushes out with the snake bite, but gets caught in the collateral of things, even hiding inside the smoke. Seeker's been activated here by the defenders, but it's so early that the Seekers won't really threaten the control and rotation capabilities of Global Esports. Egoist now coming in through B Heaven. He's been such a stalwart of Vanguard.
Let's go.
These tags, man. He's been put in a position where he has to do so much, and he might not be able to do anything at all.
No.
Great ways to check, too,
No, they're not
from,
checking.
the
They're not
likes of
checking. They're not checking. Nice.
Only good for one, though.
Still good reactions nonetheless, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Global Esports having the numbers now, they get to push in. They got the site. It's just a near impossible retake. The rest of the team members aren't even really
Round win. इन लोग बहुत ऐसे situation में
seems like
overconfident
it's
होके
gonna be a
मार जाते हैं.
save.
Yeah.
It just
But
came
they'll
down
try
to a
to
bit
get
of
exit
guesswork. Unfortunately for
They're
Bleed,
saving
doesn't
only.
quite work out. Global Esports, on the other hand, again, you think about how they take down this mid. It's worked out so
कोपरगांव
great.
कभी आ रहे हो? कोपरगांव का plan बनाएंगे bro. Next month mostly. March में.
You gotta
Next
put
month, March में
into
आएंगे.
perspective, I think how slow Ye has been to assist his teammates, right? Because whenever he's on a non-duelist, it just feels like he's just a step behind. Like, I was wondering why Durian was holding for such a long time onto Mail, and you see a few seconds later that Ye's there. So it's at some point you're thinking, was Durian supposed to get any form of support utility or support spray down from Ye as to why he held Mail for such a long time?
Come on.
Even through the triple push of Global, and you start to
Yes,
wonder.
James Bond. No.
Definitely
shit.
wondering. I honestly am not too sure. I can't say for certain, but whatever it
Time
is,
out by
it's
Bleed.
not
Let's go.
working out for
We
Bleed.
needed this.
That much we know. So
Zeta को हरा
time out
देती.
again.
Don't worry.
You're just
आज
left
जीत जाए
wondering, like,
बस वही
how
चाहिए
can
भाई.
Bleed really
Let's
catch up with this?
one map at a time. We
entire
win today,
desk.
then we win
A
day
lot
after,
of
then we
people
win the day
all
after
thought
that, then we
Bleed
keep
would
winning.
definitely have this
One
one in
match
the
at a
bag.
time.
Given their performance against T1, for example, I mean, it was such a long day, but they were still
Stream
able
आगे
to put
निकल
up some
गए.
great
Okay, wait.
numbers. They were still able to push T1 in overtime.
2x.
But here, against Global Esports, you know, roster that everyone was kind of questioning. We got all of these imports and players from all over the place, but Russ in the leadership, man, it just feels so different in this matchup.
He is on 0 kills.
A
हाँ
World Cup
bro,
one for
first map
sure.
पे गोलू also was on
Bleed's
0 kills.
already
That's fine.
used all
हम
of
लोग जीत जाए right now. That's all I care about.
talking right now.
मुझे बाकी किसी का score, war, glory
is just
कुछ नहीं चाहिए.
Shaking his
जीतना है
head,
बस.
man.
जीत जाए बाकी देख लेंगे. Then we have to focus
I
on
don't
the
know
next
if
match.
he just called a timeout to take a breather or even have something planned for his team here. And flip side
After we
is,
win.
you know, if Bleak can survive with a few
बकवास
more
जब
rounds
तक
coming into
जीते
the
नहीं
second half,
Twitter पे बकवास. जीत
miracles
जाओ.
do happen.
फिर पटेली
Switch
झाड़ो.
of sites can definitely change the winds of impact here.
Yeah, for an execute heavy map like Split, you know, past, a bit more defender sided. Now if you know,
El
as long as you
Diablo को क्या
crack the
हुआ?
code, you got the right executes, definitely could come up
मैं
with more
बोलूँगा तो
rounds, but
विवाद हो जाएगा.
definitely doesn't feel
मैं
good,
कुछ
you know,
नहीं
when
बोलूँगा.
your coach is just not even like happy with you.
Oh yeah.
So you would want to have like more faith, more spirits up. Darren with the showstopper, definitely a possible turnaround.
Yeah, Scary's on that first contact too. So Darion wants to get up close and personal. When Scary gets that
wait,
whiff of anyone
wait,
trying to get
don't
this
go without
B main
it.
control,
Wait,
he might even use the showstopper,
don't
but
go
it's not
without
even
it.
needed as he gets that double spray down beautifully executed. They're gonna
Nice.
push him up and Pulvy just pulverizes the opposition. Scary holds on, gets the 3K, pushes back Blaze King. No more flashes for him. Does have a wingman. can use it to push forward.
I mean,
He
2v4, do we even want to?
patiently as Benkai comes in with the double up, and Ye's right here
Yeah,
at the
I know, but
corner,
we usually lose
helping out
50, no?
Scary with this Judge 2 in hand. Wow, oh, that was a risk. That was a risk! He didn't even second guess if he should break the wingman. He just tanked it everything and hoped that his Judge would be good enough in that close
Nice.
quarters. And this might all be just all for naught.
Run through.
The tag as well, and Crazy Guy, he disabled for a couple of seconds, and they've allowed Global to plant the spike in a very safe manner.
Come for
Or not
support,
even
come for support.
Just yes, sorry, excuse me.
Nice.
Crazy Guy's pushing up.
2v4, baby.
What just happened, Quack?
Hoja. They don't know that. Wait for it.
Just Global Esports feeling that confidence today. I mean, of course, Egoist
This
was
is
nothing
why.
but a classic. We're expecting him to clutch back up. He did it before. Knows exactly where Ben is.
Oh my
That's why.
god!
That's why I said round win. जब तक नहीं होता है round win
bullets.
नहीं है.
A
It's okay.
classic
Good
to
eco.
start
Good
things in
eco.
2 versus
Good
1.
eco.
Gets the kill.
2v4
Has to use the North F, sure.
We did good.
But
ठीक है.
Bleed
चलेगा. Good. Good
somehow
clutch.
manages to persevere. Egoist, true to his name,
This is what
has
we need to make sure
truly been
we don't make the
the
same
star
mistake.
player here,
Every
the
time we
clutch
have a
player
higher
of
advantage,
Bleed
we get
when they need
overconfident.
him to do it the most.
We need to still play like till the
thing that
last
amazes
person
me
is
the
not
most
dead.
is
They're
that
not
he
dead.
did it in the classic. Yes, Blaze King was
Aram
low
se.
enough,
ठीक है, good. This
but
was a good
Blaze
clash.
King somehow couldn't quite
okay,
land the
it's
shots
okay, it's
against him
okay.
because didn't quite know the positioning either. So Egoist definitely showing
Okay,
up
now
huge
we
on
have
this
2
map,
ults.
but
They have 2
we
ults.
need one
This
more
is going to
round,
be a
if
fun one.
anything, just to feel a bit more comfortable.
NTS.
The
Let's
previous
go,
one,
let's go.
I mean, Blaze King
This
and the
is
rest of them, yes, Ye had the judge that was at wingman play, but they were just so confident how they pushed out. You can feel the confidence again.
Wow. Okay, Scary's just out of there. I do not want to deal with this.
Scary like मैं जा रहा बाबा.
This is not up to my pay grade, at least for now.
Nice.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I am overreacting way too much, I know, but Polvi is
Polvi.
creating openings when there's so little visual
Crazy guy
visual
10 HP हो गया.
stimuli for this man.
I say, like, fair enough. You know, the round just started. He just got right in, and the spike's already planted.
Scout destroyed.
Let's go.
Bleed have got
Golu, this
their
is a
work
good time to
cut
climb
out
up.
for them. The peek out does allow Durian to get the trade quickly against Lightning Fast,
Whoa.
and Durian
Oh.
just running
Go.
it down. They're hoping that they can get these contacts. Russ,
They're
if he can get a
separating.
kill, maybe he can rip out an ultimate for himself.
Wait.
One around the corner is going to be Blaze King, but do they know coming up from heaven is
No,
Benkai.
they'll just defuse it
Defuse
up.
on the spike.
No.
Crazy Guy holds his teammate's
ठीक है,
hand,
ठीक है,
and
ठीक है,
Bleed
it's okay.
somehow
okay.
manages to squeeze one more round
okay.
in before
One more
we
round.
end half.
There we have it. It's
Slow and steady.
4 to 8 instead of a 9-3.
It's okay. You have to win the
And
map.
it comes down to,
not the.
I do feel like, again, at least on this map,
Have
it's
to win the map.
Egoist.
We'll be
On
fine.
the previous ones, you know, we might have
8-4 is
had
a
different
very good
performances
half.
from like Darien, for example.
We'll be
But
fine.
this time,
We'll be fine.
although we had such a strong
fine.
and consistent lead coming out from Global Esports,
Let's
Polvi
go.
just creating such crazy openings. Towards the end of it, Darien even trying to fly things up. It's going to be Egoist along with Crazy Guy to support each other to come in to follow through and clean up for the team. Egoist, with his mechanical skill, kind of brings the game back just by a bit for Bleed Esports. Is it going to be enough, though, for the second half? That is the question on our minds right now.
I was about to say that, the polar opposite of that is these little things can actually lead up to it being enough. So completely two different sides of the coin for the same for that sentiment, right? Anyways, you're absolutely right. Egoist, such a hero at this point for Bleed. Without him, some of these rounds wouldn't even be possible. 50% of the rounds that Bleed has gotten, Egoist has clutched. What a percentage, right, that has been for Bleed. Man is doing work, and he's the only one here from Bleed, as you can see on the scoreboard.
50% sounds big, but it's like 2 out of 4.
I mean, you get what you can take. You know?
Dang, that's
Jeetna
right.
padega. Come on, pistols.
In some
Let's go.
in this
Pistols.
situation,
Let's
you
go.
do have to
Pistols.
get it.
You got a point, you got a point.
Yeah.
He is the
Let's
kill
go,
leader right
pistols.
now. But off to the next half, that's the thing. You know, you got this Gecko pick that could help you really well in retakes. And I have a feeling that that's what Global Esports wants to do. And at the same time, bear in mind, you got Polvi, you got Russ. These guys, they got calls to push out on the defense. Bleed, they have to be ready. Look at mid.
What a stack here, as you mentioned, on mid too. Any
Ball
push-outs
aa
on Raptors, Paranoia will be
Nikal,
so
nikal,
follow,
Golu,
but
nahi
did
Golu.
Durian get not not get hit at all, excuse me, for the loss of words. The reposition so that the aftershock does not engulf him. Nade is available, throws it out of the corner, and that is a great separation of utility here for Bleed. You see Global trying to push through, and they get separated again because of the snake bite, again because of that paint shells, but trades come in aplenty. We've equalized the numbers. There's going to be the plant on the spike here for Bleed, but Global have heaven and screen control, but Durian is putting the effort, is putting this game into his own hands. He's already gotten 3K. If he can do more, maybe even an ace.
Oh, that camps is everything.
He has another nade.
Darius in a prime position to pick this up.
You know.
Gets further info, just sees one, right? So he knows where the other is.
I mean, they're taking a very long time to get close into things. Blaze King can get the trade on Egoist, but it's only as good as that. Bleed get their first round. Man, Global was going for a hard read, dude. They were like, let's push mid. We'll see where it takes us.
Trying to early set up for the retakes. I think that's why Benkai was positioned so far back to behind screens. However, yeah, you can see in that replay, Darian was not blinded by the paranoia whatsoever, and sometimes that's just one of those things where, you know, the air effects of that flash just doesn't quite cover what you need it to sometimes, or the timing of it as your opponents move out. A little bit
Is it Nick? Paper X Nick?
Does get the trade on Yay. Again, a pistol here for Global too. If they push up, Russ has a stun, so maybe that's going to be something to utilize right now. Which it actually is working out fairly well for Global Esports. They've got the numbers advantage already. They're already looking right behind him because they are aware that Blaze King can pick up a weapon, which he already has. And they're not even looking at this.
Kill him.
Bleed are so lost. The Thrifty is so solid for the South Asian team.
He doesn't know.
Now it's all left again in the hands of Egoist. And he doesn't even have the spike in his inventory.
Oh, they're searching the wrong side. One person will probably end up dying.
Want to be careful about it. You got two classics. Can't
call
lose any advantage that you have. Round's not over.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, you get the 180,
baby. Let's go. This was important.
Crouched at the end too. A little bit unfortunate for Egoist.
Let's go.
I mean, both these teams. That's one thing that we often forget is that Benkai does have experience with Bleed Esports. Having been on Paper X, having come from that MYSG scene, he knows Egoist, he knows his tendencies, he knows Darren as well.
One enemy remaining.
You know, and Russ has great timings with this breach too.
बहुत stress है रे बाबा.
I just love the laid-back nature of the Global players. Blaze King chillin', you know. Where's that nade coming from?
Very cheerful.
Oh, they forced this hard.
Right now, Nade just going in for a bit of that garage control. Picks up the orb. Polvi denying these ultimates away from Darian.
Yeah.
Do you want to like go back around ramp to pick that one up?
No.
Yeah, you can even see like there's a double stack from Global here. If they actually go through A main and they just pop shots directly where the spike or the orb is, right? Global Esports.
Golu bata de na bhai.
Smoke placed right in front of them.
Golu, don't die. Just be ready to
like
disengage after spotting them.
From like both Blaze King from
Golu, spot and run. Spot and run. Nice.
Yeah.
Nikal lo.
Now economy is a bit of an issue for Bleed. So
nice. Now wait for them.
The executes have to be very careful, but at the same time, because Global Esports are recognizing this, they're being careful themselves. They want to secure this round.
They're coming.
They might just try to go straight for that B site. The wall's been dropped down already. Lightning Fast has put up his smoke 3 times on B main. And Bleed's is counting.
Incoming.
Maybe this is a blessing for them.
Right through now.
Nice.
Oh.
I mean, it's not a wall, dude.
Great timing on the spam.
He can shoot through the smoke. He has a teammate right beside him that can help him out. And Lightning Fast.
Nikal le, nice.
The Viper. Coiled, he strikes. Egoist. Excuse me, Egoist does get the rush down. 12 seconds.
Nice.
Can he plant the spike? Scary. Put in such
He
an
missed it,
unfavorable spot.
missed it.
Oh,
Yes, just go in and plant it.
Nice.
And he can. Aye.
I can't
Let's go.
believe this. Boy, were we wrong about global esports. I mean,
I
look
like
at
what he
this.
said.
And
Boy,
now,
were we
having
wrong
won
about
that
global
round,
esports.
you're very not just
you, my friend.
digits,
Not
you're very likely
just
going
you.
into 11-5. You see that call from Russ. You see the reactions from lightning fast. You know, the hope from South Asia. As soon as the dark cover comes out, as soon as he sees, you know, a bit of a snake bite being tossed through, he knows, all right, I gotta spam. Even catches onto a single player. And that's enough damage.
And Bleed have already used up all of their timeouts, so there's no more breathing space.
It comes down to Crazy Guy. Like, can you really read your opponents well enough without your coach, and can you call
Nick,
the entire
sorry,
team
missed
to
your
adapt
chat.
well enough to
We
this?
were too distracted
Of
by
course,
the
they are
game.
attacking, so it's not the easiest feat.
Congratulations on the win today.
Baron does have a showstopper, but this round, not the one that you really want to commit unless you pick up more. Egoist. Benkai being careful.
Yeah, doesn't want to overstep his bounds as he's the only one holding that A side for him by himself for the moment. Durian is just quickly charging in, finds Benkai, uses the nade to delay things a bit further. Does he pick up the weapon? That's the question.
Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah, he got the weapon.
And gets
Pass
out,
it on over.
and gets out without being traded to, which
3v5.
is perfect. Like you mentioned, passes it on over.
Worth saving.
That was a huge pickup right now for Bleed.
No, actually go for it.
Alert coming again from none other than the man himself, Egoist. Paranoia has been thrown out. Here's the bombardment from the rest of Global. Lightning Fast gets one. Blazing comes into the corner here. There's too much for him to handle, but he is perfectly juggling the aggression.
See, this is what we are bad at, Thrifty. We get confident.
Lead still far from a favorable position.
What's up,
A
Nikhil?
great thrifty round at the very
Welcome
least for Bleed to pick
back.
up. I mean, yes,
Mike
he
went
got
on
the final
Kabia.
one, but you got to remember, it starts off with Egoist just walking up ramp. This shot
Too
with the
close for
Sheriff.
comfort.
Russ
Too close for comfort.
wasn't expecting that, because who just walks up? And then, of course, Tyrion to commit along with that showstopper. Gives them a little bit more breathing room, a little more space, picks up the Vandal. A great way to bring Bleed back into the game. It's not over
Come
yet.
on. It's not over yet. Absolutely correct.
Oh, wow.
Bhago, bhago.
There's
Oh,
a world where Durian can get a pick on Pulvi, and that world is now. That world is here. We're living in that multiverse, ladies and gentlemen.
Thoda bhi
Durian does not commit to the fight here.
aggro ho gaya.
Lightning Fast is into the
Nice.
corner.
Nikal, nikal, nikal,
But a
nikal
quick
ne!
flick
They know
and
where
a
you're
quick
firing
shot.
from, Bolu.
Does get that one-for-one trade. Blazing now just frantically shooting through B main here. As Bleed
Back
have
off, back
gotten
off.
themselves that numbers
Now
advantage.
they know A is empty, they'll go A.
Don't really need to overpush right now, Quack. They
Udhar
still have
Egoist call
Egoist
kar raha hai. They'll
holding
swap
the
to A.
lurk once again on
Bhago,
A main.
bhago, bhago.
He can
Turn
start
around.
calling in his teammates
4v3,
all the
theek hai.
way around here. They're not really afraid of that mid call. Actually, no, there is a ping there. But once they start clearing it up, they should be feeling a lot more confident to start pushing it onto A, which lo and
Is
behold,
your stream
does not
delayed?
have any
Yeah,
cypher
I
traps.
think so,
Precisely
mine
the
might be.
rotations that Bleed needs. Here's on the A side. However, take a look at what Global Esports has in their inventory. I feel
Yeah,
like
it's a
the
little bit delayed. I
strategy
think Twitch is
has,
going sooner,
along
but
with
it's
the
fine.
wingman, not to mention Russ's
Watching it
full
on
kit,
slow.
might be
I will
useful
see it
for a retake. So as soon as they confirm that the site hit goes towards A, now just setting up for it.
No.
Russ needing to kind of stay
We have
alive,
to
or at least
eco
pick
one
up a
round
frag,
now.
but unfortunately does not go his way. 2-on-4 now.
Very stressful.
Nah,
Yeah.
I think you gotta save.
Just looking at the creds for Global Esports.
Yeah, just save.
Don't really have anything to buy back
Save
into
it
that
so we
next
don't have to
round,
eco.
so Bleed Esports live to fight for another day.
Yeah. Yikes.
And the formula from what it looks like, Quack, is
Timeout
two
bula lo.
things. Egoist staying alive.
I think we
to
can call
threaten the
another
lurk,
timeout.
And Durian just having to get good and beat out Pulvi's game.
Having to get good and beat up.
It's literally just that.
True.
Pulvi
He did
has,
do that in this round.
Yeah,
Everyone's been
exactly, right?
retweeting.
Pulvi's been such a thorn on Bleed's side for a very long time. There's no answer to him.
I mean,
So what it seems to be Bleed's answer is, Durian, go kill. And if it works, we can work off of that.
Yeah. Get good. It's just funny how that's
after we
phrased,
win,
but
I will
it's absolutely
engage.
true.
Till then, I will
This
be
time
quiet.
catching the timing onto some of these players.
We need to win
And
first.
then, of course, you know, while you might have fallen to lightning fast, it's that response from the
Win
rest of
first.
the team so quick, so good onto
Timeout.
it.
There we go.
Of course, though, that said,
Good
now
momentum
that
kill
leaders
spin.
slowly
Good
start
job.
to climb back into the game, Coach Spin pauses the game.
Calm down.
Yeah, calm down. Let's see what we can fix. But you got to keep in mind, although it is the timeout that he called, Lagia gets to talk to his team too.
That's very true. The more that you can force Global to do that, the more that Bleed can start building things up once again. And Legia's face, completely different from that last time out that they've done. He's listening in intently as well.
Huh?
Nodding in agreement.
Conspin.
I mean, obviously we can't hear what they're saying, but
less German tough love, less like disappointed
Sushant.
father vibes.
yeah, true.
I mean,
He's probably just listening to crazy
elimination
guy, how
match,
he's,
we'd be equally stressed if we were
formulating things,
on the
you know?
on the other
That
half.
Vietnamese mind of his.
Definitely is a really incredible player. I mean, some of these rounds, he's coming up with these calls and expecting plays, finding the
Are
trades
we
for
like
his
fully
team.
going?
A lovely welcome addition to Pacific for sure, but
Very
then
quick.
again, 3 rounds for Bleed to equalize.
Big punish play that we can see from Global here. First things first, Polby's got his showstopper. Look at where he's positioned, all the way downtown on screens. There's a setup thrash here from Blaze King, and if Bleed overreach, Polvy is waiting for the Kumbayas, the boom boom pows.
Too late, too
He
slow.
pushes right up, but Durion gets 2. There's going to be the aftershock right now
You were
from
too
Russ.
slow.
And even though this is a weaker buy for Global Esports, the trades are even, and Bleed still are very much aware of the big ultimate looming at the A site if again, Polvy's still holding in that position.
It's got to be Polvy though, right? Yeah, and then at the
Nikal,
very
nice.
least,
Go the other side. It's okay, it's okay.
I guess maybe Bleed just wanting to bypass all of that. Transitions over to the B site.
Chalega.
It does give the rest of Global a little bit more time and space to pick up some of these rifles. And then we'll have a different round. Oh, this is...
Let's go.
Ooh, that smoke telegraphs something though. It's a B heaven that covers a lot of things.
Nice.
Oh.
I wonder what the call for Bleed is. Honestly,
Oh, bhai.
pushing all the way through spawn stairs
Oh,
wouldn't
bhai.
be too bad right about now, because if they can find where Benkai is hunkered at, they
Oh,
wouldn't have
bhai.
to deal with all these pesky tripwires that is set up everywhere.
Oh, Ben.
30
No,
seconds
wait
left.
for
Yeah,
team,
but they
wait
probably
for team.
won't. Crazy Guy's one off
planted.
from his
Canada, just wait
Seekers
for
as
them.
well here. Benkai's holding on.
Stay alive. Got the showstopper in. Got some rifles now. We can play in this round. We don't have armor, but sure enough, it's a better fight than, us to go with
Lightning के
classics.
पास ult है, Polvi के पास
Look
ult
at
है.
how far everyone from Bleed is placed at. Scary's just done.
Oh, great camera from
Last
Benkai.
player standing.
Nice.
That's hard. Polvy's by himself at this point.
He doesn't know, he
Spike
doesn't know, he
actually out
doesn't
in the
know.
open. This works in their favor.
How he knows.
Now Polvy's been spotted. If he can just jiggle a little bit more for Crazy Guy to get that bit of information. It's
Half
not
defuse,
even
half
confused at
defuse.
all, yeah.
No,
So he
no
has to
time.
back away. Gets the quick little punish. And Bleed Esports.
Yeesh. Yeah.
They used Scary as the bait man, and it works in their favor.
ठीक है, we were
That
anyway
would be really
15.
funny if that was like the idea. Scary's just like, yeah, I'm gonna run into Benkai.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of see that with how far, but somewhat tradable they were playing
It's
with
okay,
each
it's
other,
okay,
right?
it's okay.
Because you saw
Now we
Scary on
close it out.
Hell, Egoist was playing on Male, and then obviously the one
Will
who's
be on
going to
op.
be holding the spike is
Just,
Crazy Guy. Yeah.
Still, yeah, a series of unfortunate events for Global Esports. I mean, they've got the four ultimates still, able to keep themselves in the lead. Polvy
हाँ, पत्ता को भी भेजो.
back to the
सारा
sudden
पत्ता को भी
rhythm
भेजो हमारे
game where
पीछे.
we push out.
नीचे क्यों गया?
Too much rhythm. If we're looking at how he just re-peeked that. Great for trade, though. Both of the raises down and dusted. And this gives a chance right here
Now he is
for
just gonna
Bleed
wait
to
there.
rotate and at least not be afraid anymore of the operator that is available here for Polvy. I do
ठीक
hear
है.
the thrash being used, so that's probably to get a lot more information here on A, see if Heaven's being controlled or whatever, and it is not. So Benkai, be ready.
Definitely, here's the Trailblazer at the very least, trying to make use of his one way. He's got a second. Oh no!
He doesn't have a second chance to actually use it.
I was thinking about it. But what a great spray.
This might, we might have
Of course
to
the
say.
Cypher will be on the other side.
Try भी करना चाहिए.
Of course.
दो ult है. Nice.
There
Thrash.
we go. Second time to do another thing with the thrash. Look at how far back Ye is actually playing. He's been pushed back hard by this thrash, though. Wingman used actually on Male, and Ye has got himself the perfect timing on this lurk. He's been spotted already, but him gravitating this attention definitely secures the round here for Bleed.
Chalega. It's
so
okay.
interesting. Ye the
It's
lurker
okay.
now. And Bleed having the economy to go for this hunt.
I will become what you want me to be, or what you need me to be.
That's what a flex player does.
Yeah. He's like the Batman of Bleed right now. I never thanked you, and you know that. You'll never have to.
It's not the hero
that they need, or that they want.
Timeout.
But he's the hero that Bleed deserves.
Well,
hey man, he's doing his job.
Any effort is welcome, right? And it just gives Bleed the wins that they're looking for as they slowly claw their way back up the game. I mean, we started out this half, you know, it was 4-8 in favor of Global Esports. Now look at what's happened.
Defense is weak, yes. You need to
climb
work harder on defense.
all the way back. It's deja vu all over again, Quack. Ooh. What feels like the change of pace here for Bleed? I mean, again, I pointed out a while ago that they've been using Durian to catch out Polvi here. But is it Polvi just overheating? He's got the first
elimination
picks every
match,
single
yes.
time.
Whoever loses this is out of the
Again,
tournament.
I'll probably just check the stats later on. But the First Bloods feel very much, you know, flowing
Watch
from Polvi.
Twitch, YouTube is delayed.
So if he just holds off from repeaking once again and not getting traded, feels like that's already a win condition done for Global.
It kind of is, but then, you know, while we were talking about overheating. First Bloods, what about First Deaths? Right, I mean, definitely not to discredit Polvi for whatever reason. He's definitely doing a lot. But Bleed are also doing a great job at adapting to this. As soon as he gets the first pick, they know that there is another opportunity for them to come back in for that trade. And off of the trade, you know, softening up the defenses on a map like Split, without the numbers, it's that much easier for Bleed to break through. So Russ now, fault line connects, but doesn't really do all too much. It's a bit of information at best.
Durian's one ult charge away from getting his ultimate. Russ, does he want to challenge this? Does he want to punish this? He will. And no picks will be garnered. Durian's just charging it in. That's gonna get punished. Lightning Fast comes back into cover, and Bleed
how did he not get that?
At least bombarded and wiped out, but they're holding on. Benkai gets the 3K though. And the man himself is creating opportunities, is creating moments for Global Esports and for himself. 9-11 and Global strike back.
Two more rounds.
Great response coming in from Global Esports. I guess that's what the timeout was for. You know, Bleed trying to adapt to the rhythm of it, trying to get a sensing for how this is played. They knew that Russ had the Rolling Thunder. Of course it was sent out. But at the same time, I think Darian just kind of thought that like he would be able to punish Russ that quickly, that easily. Thought wrong. Lightning Fast was around the side. Benkai arriving on the scene on time too. Picking up the quick double, and then Ye turns the entire round around on its head.
I just love how that's the reaction for Global here, right? One mistake, one slip up is all it takes for you to really get punished by it. Crazy Guy is nursing an operator right now on attack. Durian spots it. He gets one. That wall saves him. And Russ trying to get any form of contact, any form of trade, gets denied, and himself in the process as well. Benkai gets a couple of kills, but he can't do what he did in that last round, leaving Polvi in a 1 versus 4 with an operator in hand. You know it's going to happen, so he just backs away smartly. Take the 10-11 already. Global still has a lot more plays to do, and just use this time to talk about it once more.
Yeah, why not? But as it comes down to it, this match down to a knife's edge, Bleed slowly clawing their way back in. This still could become Bleed's game. This still could be an elimination match for either of these teams. Bleed showing that they definitely still have what it takes. Darren with the showstopper, able to be the catalyst for the team as he dives through.
I love how you mentioned that, because these two, they know how important kickoff is. Right? Masters Madrid. And
Masters Madrid बहुत दूर है ये game जीत जाए पहले. Elimination match
gets what, +3 points, champion points? That's a huge thing to bring in to a team, if we're talking about Bleed at least, that just came from Ascension Pacific not even a year ago. Last year, but not even close to a year ago, just a couple months ago, which is crazy to think at the least.
Yeah, Bleed is a team that really knows how to grow and adapt together. You know, we were talking about it, both timeouts were spent, right? And it forces they force Coach Spin to call some timeouts back.
Come on, come on,
So Crazy Guy's actually doing so much right now.
Last two.
Of course, back into it. Darian and Egoist.
Come on.
You can feel their impact in the server as they pick up more frags. Off to the next round, though, without the ultimates, can't go in just as fast.
Come on.
Taking a bit of a breather. Yeah, I think they're just trying to find some kind of a path, some kind of a route into the sites.
And the route could be A. They're leaving Egoist to play on that A main. But I mean, there's still so many pathings, right? As long as you can get that mid, you can obviously transition to B main, mail into A heaven. They gotta make something happen now. I think they're using up a couple more extra seconds just to see if there's any over pushing.
Yeah, check
from
B.
From Global Esports.
Russ.
If there's something around this
Nicole, there's
area
a jump
of
spot.
heaven, then they might be able to play around. So both lurks actually very important that they stay alive, whether it's Egoist or Game.
Okay, the biggest person that needs to stay alive from Bleed here has got to be Scary. Because first things first, they've dropped the spike, and they need to pick it up somewhat. Okay, they're still beaming control right now. Durion's coming into the corner here. Blaze King is right in front of him. Trigger Discipline could provide some dividends, which it does. And Blaze King is holding on. This is going really, really bad for Bleed as they get
That was so important, man.
They took too long. And again,
Nice. Idhar aa.
Spike's gonna have to be brought into that A site. But everybody's taking corners, checking angles, and it's all down once again to Egoist. This time, he's by himself. Right in front of him is Polvi, and Polvi jettisons Global into series, into map point, into eliminating
Blaze
Bleed
King,
from
what a
kickoff.
match.
Such high stakes, and all it took was Blaze King to hide around a corner. Oh, that feels like justice.
30 seconds
Oh,
Justice.
that feels like he's winning this match for his ex-teammates on
Let's go.
Esports. 3 kills back-to-back in such a fashion. Polvi picking the next one up.
Bleed ने boom को
And it's
eliminate
just
किया था
Bleed
Ascension से.
starting
Blaze
to
King
feel
बदला
like
ले रहा है.
that pressure is mounting up on their shoulders again. They had so much,
Come on.
but then towards the
Come
end,
on.
just one guy was
This
the
is the
difference.
round, guys.
It's just that one misstep, that one not checking of a corner, and everything just goes down the drain, right? I mean, you're talking about it. We're looking at it.
This is the round, guys.
Durian.
Oh, too many of them.
Is
Too many of them.
Is he just gonna push this? This could actually just
Get
be
out,
them
get out.
losing their lives, but he somehow manages to find Benkai. They destroy the tripwires here, and Bleed strikes back. It's not yet over. It's a 4 versus 3 sure, but you can never count out Global Esports. So Bleed has still got to grind the 2 rounds into overtime for them to even have a chance.
Taking out Blaze King. Up next is going to be Polvi, looking to dive straight onto site, perhaps from heaven, but denied by Darian.
One enemy remaining.
There's one more. It's going to be Russ. IGL, captain, my captain.
1v3 क्यों कर रहा है?
Can you lead me into the promised land? Let's drop down on Hell here. They know where he is. The reposition, but he's good for the first. Could be good for the second. Crazy Guy, if he overheats, that's an opportunity for Russ to get into the site.
It's okay.
But of course, cooler heads wins heated moments.
Come
11 to
on.
12.
Let it not go to OT.
This
No
is
OT, no
where
OT.
it goes down.
No OT.
Quack.
Come on.
One more round, overtime or done time. I don't know.
We'll just have to wait and see, but at the very least, for this round,
OT.
the way that Bleed's
Mach
playing
jao.
this, going for that full sight, full force execute, delaying and off-timing some of these flashes, right? First Paranoia, then Crazy Guy's Guiding Light.
Oh, bhai, Blaze King doesn't have
Just
ice.
kind of throws Benkai off, and it gives them so much more space on the site. Can they do the same thing again? This time, not really smoking things off. It's just Ben with the Cyber Cage up, Blaze King trying to go back in.
Tripwire not found. That could be Durion's life already done, which somehow miraculously doesn't. Polvi gets immediately traded in the back of the side. Benkai still here. Pushes up. He converts, and Benkai is the hero, leaving it all down to Scary. 3 versus 1. Neural Theft
3v1.
activated. Oh, this is going horribly wrong for Bleed. And Scary, he's done miraculous things during Ascension Pacific. Can he do it now?
Come on.
Global Esports close to eliminating their opponent. Scare's giving away his location here. He's got a shot at step.
It is scary.
10 seconds for the smoke too. Paranoia. There's the swing out and Benkai for the 4K and the winning play to keep Global Esports alive, eliminating Bleed from kickoff.
Every single one of us thought that Bleed Esports definitely had this
Eliminate
one in the
na
bag. Their performance against T1 was phenomenal. Being able to challenge such a top-tier team, but then now up against Global Esports, a full roster, a complete overhaul.
Oh, camera क्या time पे बंद हुआ?
Seeing its effects in full.
क्या perfect timing पे camera बंद हुआ है? All I'm going to say is #GE fighting.
Off to a new team, and he's found his calling. He's found his frag potential.
Shit! Okay, Abhi, now that we have won this, wait, I'm going to switch. I want to see all of this. But there is one thing that we wanted to say. हर एक Pacific owner का मुझे message आया है. By the way, we did not lose the bet. We have an internal bet amongst all the Pacific owners. The first league team that loses to Bleed has to buy the others dinner. We didn't lose. Oh, let's go.
I will say, the fact that they have.
Oh, that was close. BRB, guys. BRB. If anyone else wants to jump in. Wait, take a second. If you want to jump in, mic is on. Hold up.
3 maps into so many rounds. They are definitely, competitors in this league. That's
tracker
it,
score
maybe
पे
takes
तो
a little
game
bit more
नहीं खेली
time,
जाती है
but
भाई.
apart from that, Global Esports, also wanting to take a bit more time. Now coming into this, at least for this match, just surprising everyone, definitely upsetting everyone's expectations. It's just lovely to see nonetheless. Right? We talked about Benkai, we talked about Polvi. I think Blaze King deserves some time in the spotlight.
Everybody actually has. Right? There was rounds where Russ got himself some amazing clutches. Blaze King with the trigger discipline. Benkai with amazing anchoring and Polvi's explosiveness, all culminating together to give Global that dub.
And you know what? We're going to have to hear it from the team themselves. We've got the interview ready with Kyungmin up on the stage.
आप लोग बताओ comments में, chat में, which round was your best moment, which play was the best? Chat में ज़रूर बताना आप लोग. तेरे को पूछा.
G survives for the elimination match for kickoff. Congratulations, and with Polvi here.
To check who asked you.
G가 이제 킥업의 첫 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 폴비 선수와 함께합니다. 안녕하세요.
Sending us Sova drone.
Hello.
To see who asked you, mate.
Thank you.
Map 3 win. I mean, you proved how strong G was.
What was your favorite moment?
I mean, our mentality was very strong. Even though we threw the map 2, like whatever, we went into map 3, like high energy, high vibes, and we just didn't give up.
Yeah, it was really nice. 네, 맵 2에서는 조금 어려운 모습을 보였지만 맵 3에서는 훨씬 더 발전된 모습으로 멋지게 맞출 수 있어서 정말 좋았습니다. I mean, but one thing I want to say to you, Polvi, is the casters. I mean, they voted for Bleed for the win. So, what can you tell them?
No sound.
I mean, I hope now some people have some faith in us because we've been having a lot of faith after losing to Zeta. I hope some people will respect our names now.
Yes. 우리를 응원해주는 팬분들 그리고 믿어준 팬분들께 더 감사하는 마음을 전할 뿐이라고 말했습니다. 왜냐면 캐스터들은 거의 다 블리드 팀을 승리로 예측을 했거든요. 그리고 좀 되게 자랑스러울 것 같은데 다음 질문으로 또 이어가 볼게요. 또 폴비 선수가 VCT 퍼시픽에서 이제 처음으로 승리를 이끌게 됐는데 지금까지 두 경기를 치렀는데 어떤 마음으로 이어왔는지 물어보겠습니다.
Thank God there's an option to rewind, bro.
Your first win for your team. So
okay,
how do
I
you
guess
feel
Blaze
about
King
it?
is
I
the
mean,
clear winner.
went
सब लोग यहाँ पे Blaze King के ही
I mean, obviously it was our first win, but it's like our first one and there's more to come. So we're super excited to go rematch either Zeta or we go against T1. And we're ready.
Oh yeah, that question I'm gonna ask you.
Rush, Blaze King, Polvi, Benkai, and
네, 아직까지 첫 승리이긴 하지만 아직 많은 걸음이 남았다고 보고요. 또 다음 경기 T1도 만날 수도 있기 때문에 이 부분에 대해서도 긴장을 하고 있습니다. I mean, you brought up T1 next match.
all the casters said
T1
Bleed.
or
Well,
Zeta,
you
whoever
proved the
wins.
casters wrong.
But you're preferring T1 better than Zeta?
I mean,
Bro,
honestly, I
I'm
want
so
to go
happy
T1,
I'm
but I
crying.
don't mind a
If you
rematch
don't
against
upload a
Zeta. It
story
would
on
be nice to get
Instagram
our
and
revenge
tag
already this
T1
early, so.
while you're crying. Cannot.
사실 T1을 만나고 싶은 마음도 있지만
We're lying.
제타를 만나게 되면 이제 복수를 할 수 있는 기회가
Today all the
있기 때문에
casters thought
크게
that
상관은
Bleed
없는
will
것
win, but
같습니다.
GE
Okay, Pavi,
proved
thank you for the interview. Best of luck
is
for the next match.
Thank you.
And also, we have a little present for the fans. Do you know what it is?
No.
It's a
Alex should do
doll.
better. I think he did better.
You have to write your signature. And it's a lucky doll because
Let's
you
go
won the
G
match
fighting.
today,
Guys, chat
right?
में
So
जल्दी
you
जल्दी hashtag G
sign it wherever you want.
GE winning कर दो फटाफट
And
से
then you
chat
need to
में.
think
Everyone
where to
in the
throw
chat
it.
section right now.
But
Let's
you
just
have
have
to
one
go
thing.
front
Ignore
to
the haters.
the
Ignore
audience,
everybody who
to
said
the
otherwise.
front.
Let's just keep
And
hashtag G fighting.
whoever
hashtag
shouts
GE
will
winning.
raise your hand.
Let's just have that. Willy bhai Ram Ram. Ram Ram bro.
Who's the lucky one? Yay!
Hashtag takla fatu ke
Someone's really happy.
W guys. W.
Thank you,
W
Paulie.
chat. W chat.
Okay, so congratulations, GE.
Huh.
And for the next
Good job.
match, we have
Yes, yes,
T1 and
big
Zeta
time.
coming up.
Ajib.
Wait for that, everyone. And next, let's go to the desk. Bye bye.
This is the nicest I've been to Fatu in my life.
Oh my gosh. I feel like we should hide
Hashtag
here or
G Jod,
something.
that's
I
a
feel
new
so called out.
I mean, listen, but it's exactly
Next
as
match
Moby
come.
said. They demanded some respect
Next
for their
match
name, and I'll give it to him, right? He's right. We all doubted him, and we were all proven wrong, and with good reason. I mean, they were, once again, they were firing back, all of them kind of taking turns, taking the reins. If someone was having a little trouble, someone else rose up to kind of counteract
Thank you,
that, especially going
DDP,
into
for
map
the
3 as well, trying
300
to
super
bounce
chat.
back after that
Hashtag
map
G
2
fighting.
loss.
Hashtag
Yeah,
G
we
winning.
already
Thank you. Thank you
If we
so
have
much.
our expectations subverted,
ऐसा
that's
13 11
good.
जीते
We're
bro
happy to have
1300
that
का
happen.
super chat
We're
डाला
happy
तो
to see
ना
Global be
अच्छा
able to get
लगता
this
और
win. I think that's going to be a
I
big
love the
amount
profile
of weight
picture, brother.
lifted off their
I think
chests
that's
here.
the
Even if we didn't
soul
expect it to happen.
logo.
I thought you were going to say,
Fantastic looking
well,
win.
if we have our expectations low, we can only be impressed. But okay, you went the proper route of it.
Rahul, congratulations, my man.
Did I necessarily not mean
This
that?
is
I
really
don't
close to
know. But look, there's still a lot to dig into with this series.
Fun
Was
fact,
this
casters were saying
clean?
India,
Was
you are
this
out
on
in
jail
fun, and
valor
when
at
we
times?
started winning this set,
You know, there was some moments
they started
in there,
calling
but
us South
there's
Asia,
plenty to
lol,
work
what a
on, but that's
hypocrisy.
something that Global now has a little bit more time to
तुम
do
लोगों
as
को
they get
पता
ready
है,
for that, a potential
we
rematch
Indians
or to face off against T1.
Beat
It
any
definitely
sport,
got more and more
esports or
interesting, I
sport.
think. Like,
We
it started
always
off
have
as
a knack to
quite
prove the
chaotic at times,
commentators
but
and
then
the
you
casters
started
and
to
the
actually
experts
see
wrong.
the sense
We love doing
behind
that.
all
It's
of the
like
chaos,
our
right?
favorite thing to
And
do
I
other than
absolutely
winning.
love what the casters pointed out as
prove
well.
them wrong.
Each member here, they
Live.
had their own moment, right? Earlier, we did see Blaze King give
चाहे
a
आप कोई भी
give a
sport
stellar
देख लो, कोई
performance
भी.
on the first map, and then we saw a little bit of Polvi coming in. We saw Russ as well, and then here on Split, we saw Benkai, and this was actually like the battle of the ciphers that we had on this map, Will.
Yeah, both ciphers trying to just keep some of those rounds alive. And, there were times back in the day when Benkai was performing well on this map. And, of course, on that cipher as well, he's one of those players that used to really like playing that cipher when he was playing that Sentinel back on Paper Rex since the old days. So it's great to see him back in form. And like you mentioned, all of these players, they've been trying to say, no, we have the firepower. We don't know why people keep doubting us. We are here individually. Obviously, we've had ups and downs. Some of us have had to
मैं
IGL in the
पनौती
past.
हूँ
But we
नहीं
can
देख
frag
लिए,
out.
इसलिए
And they
जीते
took
second
turns
में देखा,
proving that.
इसलिए
But as
हारा
Achilles
थे.
said, now the
ऐसा
question
कुछ
is,
नहीं
can you all perform at that level consistently in the upcoming matches?
Stream को voice कम करो,
really
stream
good
को voice कम
rifling
करो.
from Benkai. It's great
From
to see him
caster
back on stage and just
They want to
absolutely
hear
thriving
Alco,
in this
not these
environment.
casters,
But
not these all casters.
again,
That's
some
what
of these
chat is
rounds
saying.
is completely avoidable for Bleed.
Every
So this is
game
a really
we are talked
unfortunate way to
about,
go out
be
of
it
it. Blaze King
COD,
being able to
M,
find that
Pokemon
just
Go,
triggered
PUBG,
discipline play,
CSGO, and
sat
now
there on
Valorant,
that B side
and
where
they are scared
Bleed had
Indians
no
are
eyes on it the
taking
entire
game
time, so they
really
need to be
high.
checking these corners. They need to watch out for stuff like this. Just
They
some
should.
questionable deaths throughout the
they
mix
should
here
be
as well.
scared
So there's a lot of things to tighten up on. I really hope that they're going to be utilizing this extended break that they have while they wait for
world should
Masters
know
of
we're not
Madrid
here
to
to
come and go.
participate, we're here
Yeah,
to
and I
win.
mean, again, look at the scoreboard, right? Global Esports kills spread out a little bit more evenly as well, and I think we're seeing that mental come into play as well. They're able to at least hold it together just a bit
देख,
longer
300
than
रुपए में
Bleed
super
to
chat
eke out this win 2-1.
Unfortunately, gentlemen,
ऐसा
this means that
5
Bleed
समोसे तो आ
Esports
जाएंगे.
is the first elimination. They are now out of kickoff,
5
but
समोसे के साथ
I'd say
चटनी.
kudos
Guys,
to them.
आपको
There was
चटनी
still
कौन सी
a lot of
पसंद है?
potential
Which
that was
chutney
here.
do you like
I mean,
with
we
your
did see
samosa?
Egoist, for example, really finally get his moment
like
in
red
the
and
final
blue.
map. We saw Darion
You
as
know
well
what that
have his
color is?
moment.
Yeah,
We know
yeah.
what
Do you?
Scary is capable of. And of course, we have Ye and Crazy Guy to round it up. This is still a
Thug
scary
super
roster.
chat. Let's
Listen,
go.
we had
Thug
expectations
coming
for
up
them
with a
individually, but we have to
2000.
remember, once again, this is a
Let's
team that
fucking go.
hasn't played in VCT Pacific before.
Let's
the
fucking
staff,
go.
the players, they haven't been able to
Kya
play
baat
in
hai?
this
Guys,
league,
can
in
we
this
have
tournament
8-bit
before.
Thug
So
OP
it's
in
not
the
too
chat?
surprising that they are the first team eliminated.
Kya
It's
baat hai? Kya
unfortunate,
baat hai?
but again, they can only move up from here, and that's always been the expectation for Bleed.
I mean, maybe it's
Let's go.
right and overused, but it ultimately is a very true thing. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Given the championship point system, does this mean that they miss out on the opportunity to generate some? Yes, absolutely. But as long as they can rally back, come into stage 1, and have a really strong performance there, they can rack those points up. So there still is obviously a very decent chance that if they can come in well practiced and get everybody on the same page, make sure that they're not making some of these more fundamental mistakes, they could still make it to international competition because you have Shanghai, you've got champs.
Good game by everyone. Nice pin, nice Bhavin, good one big time. Calm and complete. थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे हुआ बट ठीक है. They played well overall. अभी अगला मैच जेटा और किसका है? What's the next match guys? बताओ ना. अगला मैच कौन सा है? फटफट से बताओ. पार्ट 2 को क्या करूं?
30 seconds left.
Sorry guys, I'm here now. What's up? Oh भाई बहुत स्ट्रेस है भाई, बहुत स्ट्रेस है. What's up? Sorry, calls पे calls आए जा रहे थे. Guys, I'll be back for another stream soon. अभी के लिए मैं ये वाली stream end कर रहा हूँ. I'll be back soon. I'll be back soon. I'm going to do another stream later tonight. अभी के लिए मैं stream यहाँ end कर रहा हूँ. Thank you so much. GE fighting. I love you guys.
कौन है जो करे मेरा सामना, कर आंखें बंद कर ले तू प्रार्थना. Underdog energy in the house, GE fighting, no hiding, believing we Valorant. We bring the fight to the tyrants. Born in chaos, need no silence. Not here for the glory, no room for jealousy, we are to build a legacy. भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम, अपने हालातों से लड़े हम, पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे अपने हुनर से, फिर क्यों किसी से भी डरे हम। भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम, अपने हालातों से लड़े हम, पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे अपने हुनर से, फिर क्यों किसी से भी डरे हम। जी फाइट हम आए हैं यहाँ जीतने जहान, जी फाइट गया ना कोई जहां, हम पहुंचेंगे वहां। जी फाइट बंद थे जो दरवाजे हम तोड़ आए हैं। जी फाइट खेल ही खेल में दिल से दिल जोड़ आए हैं।
Match and tournament point for Global Esports. They're one round away. The biggest Valorant match of their careers so far. Everything on the line. If you want to be seen on the global stage, you've got to win this matchup.
कैसे ये ख्वाब जो मुझको सोने नहीं देते हैं रातों में, आंखें हो खुलियां बंद, चाहिए ट्रॉफी मुझे इन हाथों में। We fight and repeat. Yeah, we getting tougher to beat. Yeah, we never made it this far. Picked ourselves up now, yeah, we are. We gotta raise the bar. You're about to know just who we are. You're gonna feel the part. We bring to this world a new India. हम आए हैं यहाँ जीतने जहान। जी फाइट गया ना कोई जहां, हम पहुंचेंगे वहां। जी फाइट बंद थे जो दरवाजे हम तोड़ आए हैं। जी फाइट खेल ही खेल में दिल से दिल जोड़ आए हैं। भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम, अपने हालातों से लड़े हम। भाइयों के साथ है खड़े हम, अपने हालातों से लड़े हम, पहुंचे इस मुकाम पे अपने हुनर से, फिर क्यों किसी से भी डरे हम।